Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nerd Rage Gaming $1,000 League Cup. My name is Dan Hugar. I am here with Brian DeVesa, and Brian, we got a good day of Pokemon ahead of us.
Yeah, I know. It's so weird saying good morning for once
Yes,
because we're always here in the
exactly.
evening.
Yes.
But I'm so excited for today. And we have a packed house here. Like, it's like
We
the end of the
do.
format. It's like about to rotate, but we still have a packed house here. There's a lot of people here today.
We have, because we had a bunch of no-shows,
Yeah.
62 players for our League Cup. And I really need to stress the $1,000 League Cup plus an additional grand prize that we'll
Yeah.
be announcing a little later.
Or should we just grab it?
Let's announce a little later.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
have it be a
Yeah.
build-up for it. But,
Yeah.
Brian, so I haven't asked this in a little bit, but, Brian, why should the people listen to you today?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for a while now. It
You
feels
have?
like, yeah, it's I started doing them during the League Cups, and now it's been like a weekly thing. So the two of us together have been just like talking over games for a long time now, and it's one of those things where I can see different point of view than like the viewers at home. You see a different
Absolutely.
point of view, so we all have our own little input that we can kind of add to the game to, really show why these players are really good.
And we're mildly competent at it now,
Mildly,
which is
yeah.
great. Yes. And from my end, hi, I'm Dan. You should listen to me because I have 10 plus day twos. I have 2 global top 16s. I have a top 8 at a regional. Yeah, I got 52nd at Worlds once.
Yeah,
So, guys, I know a little bit what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you should listen.
yeah,
I
you know how to
promise.
play a good deck.
I have learned how to play a good deck. All right, so Mo right here is pointing out who we have. So, like we mentioned, we have 62 players today. I think that's 60 Masters, 2 Junior Seniors. So, we are going to have 6 rounds of Pokemon today. Likely 4-1-1 will be enough to make cut or at least bubble, but you're going to have to win a lot of games.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Brian is currently talking with Bryce to
Yes,
figure out
we're
exactly
trying to
what
figure
our
out,
pairings are.
who our pairings are.
And so here's both the nice part and the downside. So the nice part is because we are here in person and it is required to have a deck list, we have deck lists for everyone. The
Yeah.
downside is we have a giant pile of deck lists that in order for us to figure out who is who and what is what, we have to dig through it manually.
Yes.
So we will have info for you, just may take a little work.
Yeah, it might take a little bit. But we're super excited here today. Towards the end of the format, this is when players get, I think the spiciest with what they decide to play.
Yes.
They try out a lot of different things, and even though everyone's kind of ready for rotation, there's a lot of people here who really want to innovate towards the end of the time that we have with these cards.
Well, this is the perfect time to mess around.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to worry, like, all the decks are played out a little bit. You get to try out something new, something crazy just to see if it works. So, yeah, I'm hoping we see some interesting stuff. And while we are setting up our first round, we do actually have a bit of a meta breakdown.
Yeah, for sure. So, straight out, all we can see is there's a lot of Dragapult here, and there's a lot of Goldengo. Okay.
Okay, so we have a bunch of Dragapult, like we said. We have a bunch of Goldengo. We have a decent number of Raging Bolt. We luckily only have a few Lugia. We
Yes.
have a bunch of Guardy and some Miraidon, and those are kind of the top ones. Plus, 1s or 2s, interesting ones. We have 2 Arc Armarouge.
Yeah.
We have my boy Daniel playing Lost Zone
Yeah,
Giratina,
that's an exciting one.
and a Feraligatr mixed in here.
Yeah, for alligator is an interesting one. They're definitely getting ready for the rotation to happen.
Yes,
and
planning
for that.
ahead.
Yeah, so super excited for that one as well. And the big one that I think is kind of cool is the Pidgeot control. 3 players playing Pidgeot control, which is
Yes.
really interesting, especially since it's currently in the finals of our Stockholm regional. Right
It is.
now.
It is currently Pidgeot Control versus Gardevoir EX in the
Yes.
finals. And, I mean, that's probably pretty run. So, to be honest, I'm not going to judge anyone if they're watching that instead of us for a little bit. But
Yes.
it's kind of why we start when we start. So we
Yeah.
can be on here just after the European regionals close out.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be really nice being able to do our send off for these cards, and then we can start looking towards Atlanta regionals and the rotation after.
Exactly. So part of what we're going to talk about today, just as a preview, is obviously we have some great gameplay for you. And we have a lot of very, very good players here. A handful of invites in the room, a bunch of top 8s of regionals in the room. So we're going to see some high-quality gameplay. But with that, we're going to talk a little bit about what we want to see coming up for post-rotation. We've got some good lists to talk through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And
Hey.
it's kind of like a good piggyback from our last week when we had our King of the Hill. So it's gonna be a good time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've got some good stuff to work with. And finally, we will talk a little bit about the cards we are both sad to see go
Yes.
and also just so happy to see
Yes,
go.
definitely. It's definitely that time of the year when we can start remembering and leaving a memory for these cards.
And some of them we honor. Some
Yeah.
of them we say, hey, we loved you. It was a great part of our life.
Yeah.
And others we say, you could not burn in a hot enough fire for
Yes.
my own liking.
Yes.
And I think you and I actually have a little bit of different taste on a
Yeah,
couple of those.
that's why I'm excited for this because we definitely have differing opinions on some of these cards, and it's gonna be fun to see how different our takes are.
Yes, exactly. I think there's at least one or two we're certainly going to diverge on.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so we also have a top 8 from Stockholm, and we'll talk through
Yes.
that a little bit probably after this round. But kind of to start us off, Brian, what are you expecting to take the tournament today?
Oh, Dragapult for sure.
Really?
Yeah, Dragapult for sure has been taken
Okay.
over lately. It's by far the best deck in the format. It's probably the most played deck by everybody, and I think it's one of those cards that really rewards like very very good play because
Yeah.
a lot of people don't see certain lines about like where you can take all your prizes at once, and I feel like that's
Yes.
why this deck is so powerful.
Agreed. And
Yeah.
we saw that a couple times, honestly, in recent regionals
Yeah.
and even recent cups here, tournaments here, where a Dragon player could be 4 or 5 prizes behind and then
Yeah.
just win the game in a single
Yeah,
attack.
definitely. And I think that's really what makes this deck so good is because you're able to take these massive prize turns and you really do like come back from behind kind of thing.
It
Yeah.
is. The Dustwar is such a powerful card to enable comebacks like that
Yeah.
because you can take a ton of prizes and also you can control how many prizes your opponent has taken too.
Yeah, definitely. And you don't even have to. That's the craziest part. You can build the deck without a Dusknoir line and you can still have that same like commanding presence on the board as well.
Yes, this is very true.
Yeah.
Bryce, do we have our people selected? Awesome. So we can go ahead and throw that up there. So we do have G up there
Okay.
on the right playing against Callie. And so Callie is playing the aforementioned Dragapult EX,
Yes.
while G is playing Raging Bolt. And
yes.
Brian, who's favored in this matchup?
It's tough to say. I think historically, Raging Bolt has always had a pretty decent matchup going into Dragapult, just because Raging Bolt's able to attack so tall into the Dragapult line and
Yes.
not needing too much setup. But Dragapult's also able to hold its own against Raging Bolt, and that's another thing to look at. And obviously, Callie White, amazing player. Welcome to Chicago. Came in for our double cup weekend and was able to take the dub at the Sully's Cup yesterday. So definitely don't doubt their ability to be able to take this game as well. So we got a really great matchup here just to see how these two, go about it.
Absolutely incredible player. And we do
Yes.
actually see Callie playing the Duskull or Dust Noir version, which,
Yes.
to be honest, is so important into
Yeah.
this matchup because, like you said, Raging Bolt can reach very, very high, very, very easily. So it's a lot of pressure on Dragapult to be able to have attacker after attacker. And Dustwar is really going to pave the road for Callie to kind of set up that prize map to win.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be one of those things too where we see the differences of how this list is going to change after our rotation because there's so many cards that Dragapult is losing. It's going to be losing the Radiant Alakazam, which is a super important card. It's really able to set up a lot of those multi-prize knockouts. Losing, the Rotom, the Luminion, and then the Lance is also a really big one as well.
It is. And so we have started off here with our round 1 of this 6-round cup. And G starting off with that Fluttermane in the active, which is really good into some matchups and
Yes.
not quite as important into this one.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's always a good starter to have just because the Fluttermane's able to just stop a lot of matchups that are typically not as favored. So it's able to like stop like the Comfies and Lost Zone matchup. It can stop, plenty of other abilities. Like if you start the Squawk ability, you won't be able to use it.
It's also really good
Yeah.
into Lugia for exactly that reason. Because if
Yeah.
you start Lugia, you are not able to Summoning Star with the Lugia V-Star in the active.
Yeah. So definitely big for that. And it also helps a lot of the more fringe matchups too. Like a lot of people don't think about that. Like it stops like, Iron Thorns and all of that stuff too. So it's definitely something it's like an interesting tech to think about. And it's one that I think is definitely a welcome change. So
Agreed. And
Yeah.
so we see G discarding 2 energy retrieval cards, which is not ideal, and drawing a bunch of energy, Professor Sada, Earthen Vessel, and we at least see 1 Nest Ball, which,
Yes.
Brian, that was going to be a rough hand without that.
Yes, definitely. Because something with Raging Bolt is that you need to have some of these cards on your board like early in your turn. You want to have at least a Raging Bolt. You want at least an Ogre Pond on the board as well just so you can get started with your setup. So super, super huge for G to be able to get those on the board right away.
So what do you think about the decision to get a Bolt instead of an Ogerpon here?
Not something that I typically agree with. I would have wanted to see the Ogerpon just because since this is not an evolving deck, it's not something you need to really rush into play. It's kind of one of those Pokemon that as long as you're able to put it into play at some point, that's when it's going to be able to take the knockout. That's really when you want to be able to put the Bolt in play.
And I completely agree with that. I think being able to set up kind of your engine is more important than getting your attack route, especially because you've already manually attached to the Flutter Mane. So you're not going to be able to use that Professor Sada or anything.
Yeah.
All right, and so off of this Pokestop, we do see 2 good cards
Yes.
and getting rid of that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So G does not have any other way to put energy in play or draw cards right now.
Yeah, I know it's kind of tough to see, but being able to thin out some of the energy into the discard is also a pretty decent start. And I think it's kind of interesting. You see that bug catching set that
That is very interesting inclusion. And so
Yes.
Brian, what does that card do?
I think it's like a search top.
Well, I can tell you what it
Yeah,
does. So
okay.
you look at the top 7 cards of
Yeah.
your deck, and you can put 2 in any combination of basic grass energy or grass Pokemon into your hand.
Which is pretty decent, yeah.
It is. It's pretty good in this deck, too, because you do get to see grass energy. You see Teal Mask Ogerpon. Unfortunately, you don't really see anything else. So I don't know if I agree with the inclusion, but it can be useful. And we are going back to Callie's turn now. And Callie's got the Lance in hand.
Yes.
Also
super
a Buddy
sage.
Poffin. We're going to be able to play the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a really huge inclusion to have, and it's something we're going to miss a lot. But I think what I'm seeing Callie do is maybe try to get some your GPs down, and then maybe save the Lance for the following turn, so you can search out 3 Cloaks. That could be a possibility. That's always a turn that I really liked having, just because it's such a powerful card to be able to see the top 2 and then put 1 to the bottom, because you're not like losing resources, but you're also getting so much draw each turn.
Very true. And so Callie also has an interesting choice here. So
Yes.
Callie does have Niono in hand, does have the Lance in hand, obviously going to be able to get 2 basics off of this Buddy Poffin. They could very well just Iono G and put all the energy and everything that G just took out of their deck back into it
Yeah.
and say, yeah, I'm going to give you a dead hand with no way to draw on board.
Yeah, and I think the way that I'm seeing Callie approach their turn right now is that they're actually going to go grab the Badoo, grab the Duskull, and then Lance for 3 Dreepies.
And I agree. And honestly,
Yeah.
what a board to have after
know,
this
right?
first turn.
That's such a crazy way to start your game off, too, because it's pretty much like optimal board, right?
It
I
is.
remember leading into EUIC, I was thinking about playing Dragapult, and I ended up getting the Masterclass that Aiden Kuz and Brent Tonneson did, and they were just emphasizing so much how good Badoo is in this matchup, or in any of the matchups,
Mhm.
and how to be able to just set up your board optimally, and they ideally were like, depending on your matchup, you want to have like 2 to 3 Dreepies, and you want to have a lot of Duskulls on the board as well. So in this matchup, you don't really need to get a bunch of Duskulls initially, because it's not going to be like spread super like much with damage, but it's always good to have them just ready to go. And we see Callie going with the potential Itchy Pollen here.
And so did we just get 2 Dreepy and a Dracloak?
Yes, 2 Dreepy and
Okay.
a Dracloak. Yep.
And I mean, that
not
seems
mad with
totally
that.
fine.
Yeah.
Because also, Raging Bolt doesn't play a lot of disruption.
Yeah, no real disruption. I don't think G is playing any sort of disruption cards in their deck.
So, question for you, Brian.
Yes.
G declined to attach an energy from the discard to the Flutter Mane of the active.
Ooh.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I feel like if you're able to, you definitely should, because if you Sada that, you can start to spread damage onto the board right away. And keeping a 1-prizer in the active is also a really powerful thing to do.
Well, and also, actually, that's a great point. I didn't even think of attacking with the
Yeah.
Flutter Mane. Glad you're here, Brian.
Yeah.
I was even thinking you could retreat, get rid of the energy on the Flutter Mane, and then have a fully built up clean Raging Bolt in the active, which is
Yeah, very
a
true.
big deal.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
All right, so G, not a ton of great stuff in that hand that they can use this turn, but going into the Raging Bolt,
Yep.
going to be able to easily knock out this Badoo, and we just see the, what is the name of the attack?
That's a good question.
The Boom Boom.
Boom
We
Boom
will say
attack.
it's a boom, but we
It's
do
a
see
Boom Boom
Raging Bolt
attack.
discard 1 energy, do 70 damage, which is more than enough for that Badoo, and then Callie now will go into that Dreepy, and so here's the question, Brian. Is there a lot of pressure for Callie to take a knockout here?
No, I wouldn't say so. I feel like with this deck, one of the things that I struggled with a lot was like not just going completely turbo, like Rare Candy into Dragapult, kind of plays because this deck wants you to play it slow. And Callie has all the tools to do that because they currently have 2 Dracloaks in hand. And I think that that's kind of like what they're trying to do here is be able to, just continue to set up the board, try to get some energies in, and then get ready for that next attack to happen the following turn.
Completely agreed. And I think that is the setup they want. And now the nice part is with the Arven in hand, they will likely be able to still get off a Dragapult attack and then have 2 Dracloak available on the bench. Now, the only downside is Callie is not able to get 2 attachments down this turn. And so Callie, I believe, does not play a Crispin.
No, usually doesn't play Crispin, but they play the Sparkling Crystal, and it wasn't prized, so it's definitely something that can be searched in the following turn.
And so I think the question for Callie then is going to be, and we do see the Iono. Okay, so Brian, it looks like Callie is saying, I'm willing to sacrifice 1 more prize so that I can attack back-to-back with Phantom Dives, rather than try to, like you said, reach for a Phantom Dive here and then not be able to attack the next turn.
Yeah, definitely. And, ooh, this hand is really good here. Being able to draw right into a lot of these pieces that Callie definitely needed already.
So now, Brian, does this change her strategy to attack?
Actually, I don't know. I
Right?
personally, maybe you possibly could. Maybe if an energy's drawn off of one of these, recon directives, it could be possibly done just because there is a Dragapult and there is a rare candy in the hand currently.
And so I
Yeah.
would tend to say, even though there is an out to do it, no.
Yeah, I would say completely no right now. It's a cool idea to possibly have, but unless you're able to take like a possible 2 prize like knockout into like something like the Squawkabilly, it's not really something I'm like wanting to reach.
And so
Yeah.
I agree. And I think one of the reasons why is typically Raging Bolt does play 1 or 2 different switch cards.
Yes.
So they are able to still heal some damage from the board. So Callie deciding to attack, pass a turn, attack, that means there's more opportunities for G to undo some of Callie's pressure. But if Callie just goes ahead and says, I'll skip this turn, there's no damage for G to try to heal with that Pokestop or hitting a switch card off Pokestop. And then Callie can enact her game plan pretty much uninhibited going forward.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing to think about too is that Callie put down the Rotom, so I think that shows that they really wanted to have that as the end of their turn instead of attacking.
Well, so we had talked about Callie being able to attack back to back. She's actually not going to be able to if G knocks out one of these Pokemon. So it's going to be really, really tough now to try to pull off a clean win here if G's able to set up a strong board.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be one of those things too where now Callie has to worry about the Rotom because that is a 2 prize liability as well.
It is. And G plays the Pokegear, fails it, but I think she has a supporter in hand already.
Yeah, and I'm not too worried just because there is a decent amount of energy on the board right now, and it's so easy for Raging Bolt to be able to get more energy on the board with, Sada and just being able to get those grass energies into play.
Hello, H.
Hello,
Thank you
H.
very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you
Awesome
for
to have
joining.
you here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here for our incredible 1K Cup today.
Absolutely. And so another thing that G has going for her here is if she is able to play a Professor Sada and load a bunch of energy on the board, she can make herself maybe not immune, but close to immune to disruption from Callie, because even if she gets Iono'd, who cares? You have 12, 10, 7 energy on the board.
No.
You can one-shot a Dragapult anyway.
Yeah, definitely. So, definitely looking to get a big hand here right now after.
So, Brian, here's a question I have for you from a
Yeah.
sequencing perspective. We played the Pokegear first,
Mm-hmm.
and then after the Pokegear, we drew 3 additional cards with Radiant Greninja and Teal Mask Ogerpon. Is there ever a reason to not use the draw first and then the Pokegear?
No, and I think the way that you said it was probably best. I feel like the most optimal way to sequence out this turn is if you know what you're searching for, right? Beginning of the turn, you have your goal for your turn, and that's to search out Sada, right? The easiest way I think we do it is you start with the Radiant Greninja, you do the Ogerpon Tail Mask, and then you play the the Pokegear just because it's uninterrupted, like the amount of cards that you see, and you want to see as deep into the deck as you can without any sort of search randomizing what you could possibly see.
100%. Typhlosion, yes, we will have 7 rounds of Swiss, top 8, top 4, and then finals. And
Yes.
H, I am all about no restrictions on an individual's rights in almost any context, so I don't know if that answers your question there.
Yeah, but we're all supportive of everybody here. So we just want to have a really fun community and one that's, feels safe for people to play in and one that they can feel proud to be in as well.
100%. And then getting back to Callie's turn here. So we do see the knockout by G. We see Callie go into her turn. We've got the 2 Dracloak up, so we'll be able to
Yes.
draw some on top of an already very large hand. But we're only going to be able to set up 1 Dragapult this turn and still not be ahead on an energy attachment. So
Yes.
we need, from Callie's perspective, to have this Dragapult survive if we're going to attack back to back.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough too because I think Callie needs both of those cards in their hand because I think that the counter catcher will help gust around the Raging Bolt, and the Radiant Alakazam will help set up a knockout on something important like the Ogerpon as well. And I think Callie's looking to get the. Ooh, it's such a tough decision.
H, thank you for clarifying. Much appreciated. So Callie is going to be able to use Dracloak and see another 2 cards here. And to your point, Brian, Raging Bolts can be counter-catchered up, but both have a fighting energy on it. And
Yes.
G has made a really good decision in order to keep both as flexible attackers. Dan, thank you so much.
Yes.
Again, we would be way more handsome if you were here too.
I
But thank you for
know.
joining.
I know you would have definitely gotten a kick out of our little prize here. So stick around so you can see what it is.
Yes.
Oh, and Joe, shout out to you for being here as well.
Yes, Joe, I know you
Yeah.
couldn't be here in person, but thank you so much for joining online.
Yes.
All right, so then Callie has set up a pretty good board. We have a Dusknoir. We're about to have a Dragapult, an
There we
energy
go.
attachment, and a
Energy
crystal in
and
the
a
active.
crystal.
Coral, and I'm so sorry if I did that terribly. We are in Buffalo Grove, Illinois, so a northwest suburb of Chicago in Illinois. So it's a cool place to be.
Yeah, really cool place to be. And do you see these Duskull lines kind of evolving now? I think Callie's looking to have a very big turn here and trying to take multiple prizes at once.
And so here's my question. Do you think you knock out this active Raging Bolt?
That's a tough question. I think you have the means to do it.
George, thank you for the endorsement. We do have a great store
Yes,
here.
we do have a great store.
And so, Brian, why do you think you do or don't?
I think you do just because you're able to Duskull or Dusclops it and take the prize there.
Oh, and we do see
Ooh.
both Dusknoir and Dusclops used here.
This is tough.
This
Yeah.
is, and so
I
this
don't know
is
if I'm seeing the vision here.
and this is a big, big move. So we go to 180 damage on that bench Raging Bolt. So this is a big deal now because Callie's going to be able to Iono G to 2,
Yeah.
knock out one of the attackers, knock out one of the only 2 energy on the board, and suddenly G is going to need, if I'm doing math correctly, 4 additional energy next turn.
Yep.
And we see a
Ooh.
vacuum of the Pokestop. A Dreamy goes down. That's
This
just
is
a nice to have.
huge.
And the Iono. Oh, and G is just clarifying that that was not played as a supporter for turn, but it was instead the lost vacuum. And then we see the Iono.
This is huge here because with all this that Callie is doing during their turn, Callie's still getting 6 cards off of this Iono. This is huge.
It is. And like we said, G going down to 2, very, very limited draw on board. Bunch of recovery items gone. I mean, Callie could just do a sweep here based on what G draws.
Yes.
But I think that is a Professor Sada in G's hand.
Oh, that's going to be huge.
So the
here.
big brain play was apparently to whiff the Pokegear, so that way
Yes.
you could draw into it off Iono.
Yes.
All right,
Might
so
be.
Callie fails the Buddy Poffin. So Brian, what else do you want to see from Callie this turn?
I think we're going to try to see at least one recovery of a Duskull line because at this point there's one that's able to be used left
Yes.
before you kind of just lose yourself the game. But if a prize is taken this next turn, I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything.
Greetings from Chicago, man, coming all the way from Indonesia. Thank you very
Yeah,
much for
shout
joining.
Shout out to you.
And Toriel, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. There is a solid chance we have at least 1 or 2 Pidgeot control on the stream at some point today because we got a couple excellent players bringing it.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so we see the hand we have is Professor Sada and Pokestop, and my goodness, we could see the game closed out right here and now.
Yeah, definitely. Could possibly be closed out. Ooh, I'm now interested to see how this turn goes by because the Flutter Mane being on the board still means that more energy can be into play.
It does. So we need to hit 5 energy. We are at 3. We currently do not have we have an attachment for turn.
And
We have a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but so far, we do not have any other way to accelerate more energy unless we see some grass energy off of this Radiant Greninja.
ooh, I don't think I've seen. There's
We
Fez.
see Fez,
Oh, Fez might be able to get us there.
and we still have Fez and Pokestop available. So we'll see the flip the script and what G gets here. We
Raging
see a Bolt.
Oh,
We
there's
see a
Dolphin
Vessel.
Academy at night. Interesting.
Oh, we already did play down the Pokestop,
Yeah.
so we can't play down that. Do we have 2 grass energy left in deck?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Seems that
Well, we only need
Okay.
1 grass energy left in deck to close
Yeah.
out the game.
and 7
And I
grass
believe
energy.
G did shuffle in a couple more with Pokestop. So now it's just to see if G sees the line.
Yeah. So how many do we have right now in play? 3?
We have 3. We need to get to 5.
Yep.
And I mean, we have game.
Yeah,
G has game
G
in hand.
Just has to do the motion here, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we just need to see the teal dance and manually attach, and G will go to 1-0 against an incredible player in Cali.
Yes. So there's the attachment for turn. There's the teal mask.
Yep, teal dance.
All right.
And then we will see the 5 energy knockout. Raging Bolt takes down Dragapult Dusknoir in this first round.
first round.
And so G with a great victory against a great opponent.
yeah, definitely. So what a way to start the day off. I mean,
Yes.
being able to take a game, start the day off 1-0, but also take against a really, really solid player as well.
Yes. And speaking of really solid players, we have Ryan Prusak looking studly and lumberjacky right
Yes.
now. Going up against Sydney, who's also a great local player who's been improving a ton. I think she's won a cup or 2 recently.
Yeah.
And then we also see, honestly, it's the same matchup.
Yeah, it is the same matchup, and we get to see it from a different perspective here. Ryan actually took this to second place during our double cup weekend at the Sully's Cup yesterday.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see how he kind of plays it around and see if he can kind of get the redemption from losing.
And we do see the Sana for 2 from Sydney, which is a big deal here.
Yes.
And so we just need one more attachment to be able to knock out this Dragapult. And we
Yes.
have that. Oh, boy.
All right, and looks like we're going to see this Dragapult go down, and it's tough to see because there's currently no other energy on the board on this Dracloak, and I don't think Ryan plays Crispin.
Ryan is also not wearing a hat, which
Yes.
agreed we were all shocked at,
I
but we are
know.
still very happy. And Dan, I mean, he is. Brian, I don't think you're offended by that.
I'm not offended at all.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not.
We all know it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
Yep.
We don't take it personally.
Yeah.
All right, so then,
Where's Ryan's hat?
so we have a question here, at least I do, Brian. Does Ryan play Crispin?
I don't think so. If it's based off of his list from yesterday, I don't think he is.
Well-
Six prize turn incoming.
Well,
possibly?
so it's not going to be this turn, but legitimately, we could still see an Iono not take a knockout, set up for the 6th prize turn, and then just be ready to respond and hope that Sydney gets nothing off of this Iono to 1 that Ryan's hopefully going to pull off
Yeah,
here.
definitely. And let's see what this Dracloak is going to grab us. Ooh, it's going
It is
to be
a
boss and
boss.
a rescue board.
Which is not helpful because Ryan has a boss in hand.
Yes, and Dan, I have a question for you in this in this scenario. So when you are planning to do like an Iono play, do you play the Iono first and then go for the search, or off the recon directive, or do you do it the other way around?
It always depends on what the combo piece is in hand. If you're trying to get a combo and you have one piece in hand, I think there's nothing wrong with doing the Dracloak first. And oh my
Oh,
gosh, Murray,
Shout
I
out to
would
you.
love that.
Yeah, I
Thank
would
you.
also love that too. I feel like as a competitor, I still want to compete a little bit longer, but I feel like if I'm able to one day make it to a regional, I think either one of us would love the opportunity.
And I will be honest with you, Murray, because for those who are watching and can't see the chat, Murray is just asking and praying for our NRG commentator
Yeah.
to regional commentator transition. I would love that.
Yeah.
That is actually my dream for Pokemon for my career still. So we'll see if it happens.
Yeah, one of these days.
One of these days.
Yeah.
But Brian, you were asking a question about Recon Directive versus Iono.
Yep.
Well, I think it was an easy choice here because we don't have an Iono.
Yes, we don't have an Iona.
And that is a big deal because Sydney may just be able to close out the game here
Yeah.
if she has the right pieces. And oh boy, does she have a hand.
Yes, definitely. So let's see. We do have Ryan's
We
board now.
do have the Iono. Okay. So here's a question for you, Brian. Do we take a knockout?
Yes.
We have a counter catcher. That is huge. Brian, why is that so huge?
Is it really huge though?
I think it is.
I don't know, because I feel like this Latias EX just makes it easier to kind of go around, but I guess the counter catcher is kind of huge here.
So the reason I think the counter catcher is huge here is to set up damage.
Okay.
Because
I can get down with that then.
right, Ryan does
Yeah.
not want to take a knockout on this bolt because that would activate Pheasantipity if Sydney finds an out to it.
Yeah.
What Ryan does want to do is set up Sydney's board to be able to take a bigger sweep of prizes. Now, granted, Sydney's at 1 prize remaining, so we can't use that Dust Noir.
Yeah.
But this does give Ryan more of an opportunity to play the game here.
Yeah, trekking shoes is kind of big off the top here. I want to say you would have played the shoes first before the nest ball search, but
I actually don't mind the nest ball because
Yeah.
you don't want to hit a basic Pokemon off of this shoe.
that's fair. Yeah.
Because the only thing you'd want to see is if there's no Pheasantipity, would just be Bolt.
Yeah.
Because now you have a better chance to hit a Sada
Okay.
or a Retrieval or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I can see that then.
So then what is Sydney hoping to hit off of this shoe?
Sada.
Sada.
Sada or like grass energy for the not really just for the retreat because of retreat's free, but just to be able to have something.
Ooh. So actually ditching the switch card's kind of a big
It's
deal
kind
for
of a big deal,
Ryan.
yeah, because he's able to preserve some of that energy on the board. And I wonder if Sydney's just gonna do something here, be able to pass. Oh,
We
there's
saw an
energy.
energy. Oh,
Ooh,
I
okay.
actually like that decision
I
to
do
draw
like this
too.
too. I do like that as well.
Wait, did we just see a supporter?
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
what
This
a
is huge.
Pokestop. All right, so Brian, walk us through what's happening
Oh, I
here.
think we should grab the retrieval here. Try to get some energy back on the board before we go for that search. Try to dig as deep as we can into this deck before trying to search out that Sada.
100%. And Brian, learning lessons from that past game where we saw the sequencing from G, end up not punishing her whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, but
We still want to play
yeah.
optimally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, do you think the energy choice really matters? I think at least one grass energy needs to be searched out for sure, just because you need that for the draw.
And we just need one energy to attach to a Raging Bolt.
Yes.
That's really it. We see the draw.
Night Stretcher. Oh, this is
Ooh.
huge too.
Actually, I don't know if that one's huge.
Yeah, it's just nice to have.
It's just nice to have.
Yeah.
But we do want to see the Poke Gear here because if we hit Sada and heads on catcher, we just win.
Yeah, definitely.
But do we hit the Sada?
That's the question. Ooh,
Ooh,
we see it.
we
There
do.
we go.
And I think we're not at game yet, actually.
No, not yet.
So-
Getting there though.
We are at game if we hit heads on this catcher.
Yes.
But if we don't, Ryan does survive to fight another day.
Yep.
Unless there's something you're seeing that I'm not, Brian.
Yeah, I think we're still seeing the same kind of vision here.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I think the vision really is like Callie just wants to take a prize this
Yeah.
turn. It's that simple.
Yep. Just need one prize here. Okay.
So
putting
this is a minor thing, Brian, but where would you have liked to see that fighting energy go?
kind of minor. Yeah. I mean, Sydney still has attach for turn.
So I will tell you from my
Yeah.
end, what I would have liked to see is it go on the damaged Raging Bolt. Because right now, if Sydney keeps the damaged Raging Bolt on the bench, it
Oh,
does
okay.
enable Ryan to set up a combo to try to take a multi-prize swing, and that could matter now that we whiffed the catcher heads.
Yeah, definitely.
So now the question is, how many more Iono does Ryan have remaining? Because we could just go straight back in, Iono Sydney back to 1, and we've spent a ton of resources.
Yeah, definitely. And there is 3 Iono in the list, so it's definitely a heavier count. So it definitely could be a possibility for it.
It could be. And so we have 90 damage on that Teal Mask Ogrepon. And now, how many energy do we discard here, Brian?
Ooh, that's a tough question. Looks like we're just doing 3. Okay.
I don't mind that because it
Yeah.
means we are 1 fighting energy away from winning the game.
Yeah, definitely. Something I don't mind at all.
All right, so we see Ryan draw. It is a Buddy Poffin. That is useless. But let's see if we have another. We have no Iono in deck.
Yeah, I don't think I see counter catcher either. Is there counter catcher?
There is. It's
There's
either a counter
boss.
catcher or a night stretcher, but there is
Yeah.
a blue card.
There is.
So I mean, what's Ryan's out to win the game here?
It's tough because you can't really like boss stall anything because the Latias just gives the free retreat.
Yes.
It's so tough.
And so,
And there's no Dusknoir that can kind of let you take all these prizes in a turn.
and if we do see the Arven here, then that means we do not have an out to disrupt Sydney's hand.
And we do need to take the stretcher anyways because Ryan needs both energy in order to attack.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we have the boss, but we can't gust with it because we needed the Arven to play the game.
Yeah.
And we could go out on our own terms and just pop the Dusclops.
Should be. Yeah, that's also a possibility as well.
But instead, I think we are just going to see the Phantom Dive here. And with that Phantom Dive, we're going to take a bunch of knockouts maybe,
Yeah.
but then we're just going to see the Professor Sada to close out the game.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is twice now. We saw Raging Bolt take down Dragapult Dusknoir.
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of people are playing Raging Bolt, just because it does have like a relatively good matchup into Dragapult. It's definitely winnable, but it could be tough at times, especially if Raging Bolt just has a super hot start.
Agreed. And so we are going to see Sydney put down all that damage, although we all know she has the Sada in hand to close out the game. And so Sada, good game, scoop it up.
Yep.
Raging Bolt, 2-0 in stream matches.
Yeah.
And Brian, is that what you would expect?
Yeah, I think I would, just
Okay.
because there are a lot of players that play Raging Bolt in this area, and if there's a big Dragapult, presence, then there is going to be a lot of Raging Bolt kind of taking advantage of that. And it kind of reminds me of our Toronto meta, where Regidrago was by far the best deck in the meta.
True.
And a lot of people were playing Raging Bolt to kind of counteract that.
And that makes sense, because Raging Bolt did have a very good Regidrago matchup, even if inherently, and I'll say this honestly, it was a really bad deck.
Yes.
And I think one way you can tell that is when it's a bad deck, even if it has good matchups, is when its conversion rate is so low.
Oh, yeah. I
Now,
know.
granted, that's a pretty good conversion out of round one.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah.
then, do you expect Raging Bull to continue to kind of roll or maybe even dominate today?
I think it kind of depends on the other decks that we kind of see, because there are a lot of decks that I feel like kind of favor into Raging Bolt in the room.
Okay.
Like Goldengo. There's a lot of Goldengo here.
There is a lot of Goldengo.
I would think if there's a lot of Gardevoir as well. I haven't seen. Okay,
We
there's a
do
decent
have
amount of Gardevoir.
7 Gardevoir,
Yeah,
which
there's
is
a lot of Gardevoir as well, and Gardevoir can definitely take a good matchup into that as well.
Yes.
So yeah, definitely some good matchups into Raging Bolt. So if Raging Bolt just kind of dodges those, we might see a couple in cut.
I would agree. I think that makes sense. Raging Bolt is definitely something that could win very well if they do the right matchups. And H, thank you so much for clarifying. Much appreciated.
Yes, so we're going to try to keep to it.
Yes.
The rest of the day.
So Bryce, I think this is really a good transition to talk about our current Stockholm top 8 or top cut. So if you don't mind throwing that up. So as I forget, I think it was Choil mentioned in the chat, we just saw Pidgeot Control versus Guardy in the finals of Stockholm.
Over yet? Oh,
Guardy
so
won?
Isaiah Bradner finally got the big dub.
Congratulations to Isaiah Bradner. And we then see that Control, but also this is a pretty wide top 8.
Yeah, definitely.
Choirl for this tournament, and again, I apologize if I'm saying that poorly. We have 62 players, so pretty decent size.
Yeah, huge. And definitely taking up the entire store here.
100%.
Yep.
We literally set a limit on players based on how many tables and chairs we had available.
Yes.
And we still had some walk-ins, which is great.
I know, super great to see. And people come from all over the state of Illinois.
And Iowa. And Wisconsin.
Iowa, Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, very true. And even Vancouver.
Well,
Callie
yes.
came from Vancouver.
Vancouver,
Yeah.
yes.
So we have a huge turnout here. A lot of players traveling all the way up here just to play at our very nice little store. So we're very honored to have all these great players here.
100%. And so one thing I did want to notice about this top 10 because of Asymmetrical Cup, Brian, is I don't see any Raging Bolt.
I don't see any Raging Bolt here either. I think it's kind of more interesting that I see a Regidrago V-Star here.
I would also agree with that because that was a deck that was declared dead by the introduction of Budu.
Yeah, definitely. And one that was like people were kind of messing around with. It's like, oh, should we go first with this deck still? Should we go second now? Try to use all the E-switches we can, kind of thing. And it's still kind of standing the test of time here as we are getting to this is the final event of this rotation, right?
It is. This is
Yeah.
this was the final major event, I think, between North America and EU at least
Yeah.
of this
Of this
format.
Yeah.
Because in 2 weeks we have Atlanta.
Yeah. It's super exciting too.
It is, and
Yeah.
Atlanta's going to be the very first post-rotation tournament, which again, neither of us are going to.
Yes.
But I will be going to Seville 2 weeks later, so I'm
Yeah.
still pretty invested.
Yes, definitely. And it's going to be super exciting because you don't have to go into a completely blind format.
No, which
Yeah.
I'm so grateful
Very,
for.
very grateful for that. It's definitely interesting going into a blind format. But yeah, definitely excited to see, what our side of the world does for the rotation. And we're kind of glad to see a lot of these decks kind of leaving the format now.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad to see a lot of these decks leaving the format. I will say, though, Dragapult and Regidrago V-Star, I think they're really interesting, fun to play. Bridge,
Yes.
Julius Brunfeld, congratulations on the
Yes.
top 8. I think it's a cool deck.
Yeah,
It is.
absolutely. Cool deck.
Mo has referred to it as a glue eater deck every
Yes.
now and then, but still good. And obviously, Guardy has been a dominant deck for almost its entire time in format.
Yeah, definitely. And
Oh, Alessandro conceded game 2.
oh,
Dang.
interesting. So,
Okay.
yeah, so I guess Bradner taking the 2-0 to win the Stockholm Regional.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or even if not taking 2-0, because of time rules, if Alessandro wasn't taking enough
Oh,
prizes,
yeah, that's true.
then
Yeah.
Bradner's just going to win on prizes in game 3.
Yeah, very true. Very
All right,
true.
so Brian, I will say there is one deck, well, 2 decks you see in this top 10 that I'm ready to light on fire.
I
Can
already
you guess
know.
what they are?
It's Lugia and Snorlax.
Hell yes. So tired of those.
Yes.
So, Brian, are there any decks here that you're going to miss, though?
Lugia.
All right.
I'm going to miss Lugia for sure. And then this iteration of Gardevoir I actually will miss a little bit as well.
It is
Yeah.
a really interesting build. So there's obviously you have Curlia to draw with Refinement.
Yes.
You have 3 to 7 Monkey Dory in there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's insane.
Yeah, so it's definitely a crazy iteration. I mean, the Refinement Curly has been around since I started playing, so it's gonna be one definitely sad to see go.
Yes, absolutely. 25-minute game 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
So this is something that we will note for all those who are going to regionals. Monitor your pace of play.
Yes.
And
definitely.
I will say this very strongly, monitor your opponent's pace of play.
Yeah.
And I will provide no other context for that conversation in this top 8 or finals match, but
Yes.
monitor both players' pace of play.
Yeah.
And Choirol,
Yeah.
honestly,
Yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for enjoying the stream so far.
for sure. And we
Yeah.
always are open to feedback. If there's anything you guys see that you'd want to see changed, whatever, please let us know.
Yeah, because all we want to do is just increase the viewer quality for the viewer.
Yes.
And we just want to have an experience that you guys are going to be looking forward to watch, week by week, quarter by quarter when we have these events. So any feedback is very welcome, and we're going to try our best to incorporate that.
Murray, don't you worry. That is in progress.
Yes, that is in progress. We're trying to work on something for it. We're definitely trying to bounce ideas about, because a lot of our other card games at Nerd Rage Gaming do have some sort of series or something like that.
They do.
So we want to be able to incorporate something similar for the Pokemon players. And a lot of this is kind of grassroots. Like a lot of this is our team really trying to push this forward. So, it takes a little bit longer, but it's something we're excited to, kind of have in development.
Yes, and Norm, store owner, very supportive. Love Norm.
Yes.
He's got Bryce and Zeke, employees of the store, working here helping us out. But yeah, it's kind of a team thing.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So one thing, since we have a little bit of time, Brian, you had mentioned that we should show off our top prize. And
Oh, yeah.
speaking of other
want me-
stores and other
grab
teams
it.
and all that, we have decided here at Nerd Rage Gaming that there are other games that have very interesting prizing that we want to make sure we keep pace with. So while we are a little different in that we have money as prizing, we know that other games, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh,
Yeah.
has different prizing. So to keep pace, we have our top prize, an air fryer.
Air fryer.
Straight from Costco. And Brian,
Yes.
tell us about this lovely prize.
Yeah, so fellow teammate Kevin Dice, myself, and our friend Trevor, we had dinner after a League Cup at Nando's one time, and we were kind of talking about it because they're both former Yu-Gi-Oh players. So we were kind of thinking, it'd be kind of funny if for this cup, because it's normally looked at as like a major event. It's like an SPE, like
The
kinda
Nerd Rage
thing.
SPE,
Yeah, because
yes.
there's a lot of very high-level players that come to these events. So we were like, how funny would it be to do an air fryer? And we asked the team. They were like, dude, this would be so funny. And I told them, and I was like, if you can find me an air fryer under $50. I'll pay for it out of pocket. I don't care. And
Again, I'll let you know about pricing for other games. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yep. So I had an Amazon gift card, so I was like, I'll get a slightly nicer one. So we have this Gourmia 7-quart digital air fryer, and yeah, that's gonna be also to the winner along with $400 for
Right.
first prize.
Again, $1,000 to top 8, but really, we
This
have an
is
air fryer.
yeah. This is like, imagine being able to be like, oh yeah, I won an air fryer at a tournament.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, we're really excited to be able to give this out, and it's just like a fun way to kind of poke fun at the other communities and stuff like that. Just because at the end of the day, we're all playing with shiny cardboard.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
super fun.
Also, no flack to you, Go community.
Yeah.
I'm glad any
Yeah.
major tournament circuit has prizing at all, but might as well have a little fun
Yeah,
with it.
if a team member wins it, can it stay in the store? See, Dan, this is why I wanted you to come. I thought you would have gotten such a good kick out of seeing the air fryer walk in. Come in.
Karma, we would love to
Yes.
have you from Italy. Absolutely. And we've got Milwaukee Regionals in a couple weeks. So if you
Yep.
want to come in for another tournament here, see Milwaukee, we could do that.
Yes, so we're super excited to be able to
Sorry,
put that in
Weeps,
there.
for frying the competition. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So
I hope someone clipped that of the two of us holding it.
we'll show it off later
Yeah,
too. Just to be
yeah.
sure.
I wanted a new banner for my Twitter profile. So
absolutely.
definitely needed it to be clipped.
All right. So we do have, on that note of kind of celebration, our prizing. Bryce, do we have our next roundup? We're working for it.
Okay,
Perfect.
working.
So we mentioned too that we are losing. Oh, Murray.
Oh, thank you for this.
Fantastic. Thank you, Murray.
Yeah, make sure to mention any of us in it. You can either mention
Yes.
at Nerd Rage Pokemon, at what's your Dan the
I'm
Trainer?
at Dan the Trainer 25.
Yeah, and mine's at Brian DeVeza. It's just my first and last name. So if you just tag any one of us on it, we'll definitely give you a shout out too.
Yes,
So
we'll definitely
yes.
retweet it, post it, re-X it. Is that
yeah,
the thing?
I don't know. I'll
I
just
don't
say
even
retweet
know.
it. So
That's
yeah,
fine. Whatever.
appreciate it.
So so PSP, that's a pretty good
Yeah,
prize.
that's actually a pretty cool
Toy
prize.
World, that's actually pretty
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
All right, so we are
Yeah.
getting into our second round in just a minute here, but one thing that we do want to talk about later is we mentioned some decks that I'm happy to see go. You were a little sad to see go.
Yeah, and there's some that I'm probably happy to see go, and you're probably sad to see go too.
No.
No.
No, I think I'm a hater, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely a hater. So we will be talking a little bit, and I don't know if we mentioned, but we wrote some eulogies.
Yeah, we did write some eulogies. It was a great idea. You texted me a little late last night. And
I
we're like,
did. I was just thinking about it while
Yeah,
holding the baby.
yeah, you're like, can we write out a eulogy for some of these decks? And I was like, that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Yes. So we
Yeah.
have some eulogies that we are going to write and then talk through a little bit of why we're going to miss them. So
Yeah.
I say this now before we get into the round because I would love to hear yours as well. If you guys have a eulogy, a deck you're going to miss, you want to write your feelings about, throw it in chat. We will gladly read it,
Yeah,
talk
or
about it,
discuss
whatever.
About it. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of wanting to encourage a discussion amongst us with chat. Like, we want to be able to kind of talk about what we're excited to see go, what we're sad
Lugia.
to see go. So
Not Lugia.
so definitely want to engage with you guys a lot in the chat and kind of see where we're kind of going from there.
For sure. And you will be happy to know that my baby, my sweet, sweet Lost Zone Giratina, is certainly on the list.
Yes.
Even though I was not allowed to name my baby Tina, Giratina still has a place near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, and I think that's like one of the ones that the two of us actually agreed that we're sad to see go.
Yes,
yeah, because we
100%.
both were actually pretty big into playing that deck. So
Yes.
yeah,
Bastium, 170 unique cards on Lost Box. Holy!
that's pretty impressive.
And I did actually have another Lost Box card on my list
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, it's gonna be a deck that I miss. Yeah. See,
Mike Blocklax, that's also on my list, but it's not.
yeah.
It's not on the good list. We
yeah.
are that lighted on fire. Light it all on fire. Raging Bolt Lost Zone. There is a
Yeah.
shoot. What was his name on previously on the Shuffle Squad? Dominic.
Oh, Dom Ritchie. Yeah.
Yes, Dom Ritchie.
Yeah.
Lost Zone Raging Bolt. Could not
Yeah.
believe that was a thing.
Yeah. I know. There was like a lot of weird, like evolving ones. Like people were playing Lost Zard when that first came out. Lost Pult
Yes.
was kind of like a thing too.
Tony,
Yeah.
Radiant Greninja, also on the list for us. You
Oh,
guys are
yeah.
great. And then
Absolutely.
Troyroll, we do have, I think, 3 Lost Zone deck players, Lost Zone box players,
Yeah.
and 1 Lost Zone Giratina player.
Yes, one Lost Tina player, which is very exciting to see.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I am rooting for him fully and completely.
Yeah.
Radiant Eternatus
Eternatus.
Lost Box.
Wow.
Oh, for some reason I thought Eternatus VMAX. Yes, Radiant
Yeah.
Eternatus Lost Box was fantastic. And
Ooh, we got
Yeah.
our boys on the stream.
we do. So I promise we don't just pick Nerd Rage team members, but I did tell Rafal, as he is the only Roaring Moon EX, if he had won around, we'd be putting them on here. And so we have Roaring Moon EX versus Gardevoir EX, and we are starting off with Roaring Moon here with the Power
Glass. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. So, Brian, what is Roaring Moon trying to do? What is their game plan as we get into this game?
Yeah, so Roaring Moon is very similar to some of the other turbo decks, as it's kind of like go boom, go fast kind of deck. Rafal's very, very much a Roaring Moon player. Both of his top finishes have been with Roaring Moon, and is very experienced with the deck. So,
and Rafal has 3 day 2s, all with Roaring Moon, one of which he unfortunately lost his winning into top 8.
Yeah.
So incredibly good player, especially with this deck.
Yeah.
And so, like you said, it's a big boom boom deck. We're trying to be aggressive. So what does his board look like? What is he trying to do?
Yeah, he's trying to just get a couple of like Moon EXs. I think Rafal also plays the Baby Moon too. All of them have that ancient archetype on them, so they're going to be turboed energy with Professor Sada's Vitality, and there's some water energy and some E-switches I think that he's playing.
Yes,
yeah, because I do remember Rafal did text the group chat a little late last night and was asking if Manaphy's being played in some of these Gardevoir decks.
Yes, he did.
And he's definitely got some stuff cooking here, so...
And to be clear, Rafal is playing 3 water energy, that Radiant Greninja, and I believe it is 4 energy switch?
Something like that.
I'm trying to look here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one.
Oh, yeah, definitely going to be. So, super excited to see how Raf kind of approaches this game here.
Yes.
Okay, so he goes with the Radiant Greninja ability here. Doesn't have a Moon still, but...
No, but we have not used Squawkabilly EX yet, so there is an opportunity to use that. We have at least 1 Power Glass in hand, and actually...
I do. I love this. I love this.
Absolutely love this play. We see the water energy attached to the Radiant Greninja, knowing that Trevor playing Gardevoir EX is likely not taking a knockout turn 1.
Yes.
Oh, man, we could be cooking here.
Yes, and he doesn't play Manaphy either.
Yes. So we actually have, Troyo, we have 2 game setups available. So 2 matches we can look at, and then obviously we have the camera here for us.
Yeah, so we have 1 camera as overhead for each playmat for each table. So we have 2 tables that have it. We have 2 for each of the players that are going to be there. So there's 4 cameras, or 6 cameras on that table total. And then we have the one that points at the casters.
Yes. All right, and so for, just because we missed a couple in the chat, Pidgeot control, oh, we may see it today. Roaring Moon, I think, can be good in rotation, even though losing Dark Patch is a big hit.
Yes.
And Murray.
Yeah, TPC I could never, and I hope they end up doing it eventually.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree. It would be wonderful. But all right, back to the game.
Yes.
We do see Rafal get the town store. We are using that Earthen Vessel, clearing away a Roaring Moon EX to get some energy out, getting another Power or Hourglass, but do we have another attacker?
I think he has a Moon EX in hand.
Excellent. Okay.
So I think that's why he's searching out that Power Glasses so he can have that on the attacker right away. And what Rafal's really trying to do, he's trying to go through his deck as fast as he can, is because at this point, if he's not able to get enough energy on that Radiant Greninja or even on the Roaring Moon EX, he won't be able to use the items next turn because the Budu is going to start using the Itchy Pollen.
Yes, agreed. And so we do actually see that Dark Patch come down onto the Roaring Moon EX. And I can understand Rafal's hesitation to drop more of those because with this Gardevoir EX deck, like, it's a liability.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we do see the Power Glass on the active Squawkabilly EX. Unfortunately, it looks like that Squawk is sticking in the active, but we see the water energy go on it, so Rafal will be able to retreat and I guess play the game here in general.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see Trevor draw for turn. We have lots of Ionos.
Yes, lots of Ionos. Got a counter catcher. Ooh, the Klefki as well. So Klefki's not really going to do too much. If he started the Klefki, that would have been pretty huge.
But we do know that we don't have Ralts.
Yes, there are no Ralts currently.
And that is
why this Iono is probably going to be huge here.
Yes. Fizzle, just checking. Did we miss 2 energy that should have gone into Rafal's hand and instead went into the discard? Bryce, did you see that?
Yeah.
Totally fine. All right, we'll double check on that. But actually, Bryce, do you mind double checking with Rafal on that real quick while we're here? Thank you all very much for paying attention to that. We want to make sure we maintain board state the whole time. So, yes, perfect. Tony, thank you for catching on that. We'll see as they assess.
It might have been like a shorthand thing because I think he played Ultra Ball too, but I don't know.
They're talking through it, thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh, I think the dark patch stays. Or
Perfect.
oh,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Perfect. Tony, Fizzle, thank you
Yeah.
so much for catching that. Really appreciate it. Like you said, we always want the board state to be good. And Bryce, thank you
Yes.
for communicating that.
Yes.
All right. So then moving on from there, Brian, walk us through Trevor's turn. What's
Yeah.
happening here?
So he wants to put down. He needs Ralts. That's pretty much the big thing. The Klefki, he's placing down 2. That could be helpful towards the mid part of the game here. And honestly, just need to play Iono. Yeah. He's probably going to try to thin out maybe like a Bravery Charm or something like that out of his deck first, or the TM Evo.
TM
That's
Evo's a
also a
great
pretty
one.
solid one too. Um,
And yes,
yeah.
Mike, a couple had already gotten discarded from Squawk. And Troy, yes, the energy goes on to the Squawk ability not from hand, but from discard due to the Power Glass.
Yes, and that's why there's. If he could have put one on the Greninja, he probably could have. He probably would have.
I think he was
Yeah.
looking for that Latias
Yeah.
EX to be able to retreat the Squawk ability so that
Yeah.
he could get 2 water onto the Greninja, but alas,
Yeah.
here we are.
Here we are.
All right, so then we get the tool out of the deck for Trevor. What do you think's the next move?
Yeah, so I think he's trying to find an out to 2 different things. He either wants to use the Itchy Pollen, or he wants to be able to push Klefki into the active and play Evo to put those Ralts as Curlias.
So based on Rafal's board, what do you think is the better play for him?
On Rafal's board, ooh, it's kind of tough to see.
Well, so we
Okay.
do see an Artisan come
Yeah,
down.
the Artisan comes down.
So we will be able to get at least 1 Ralts. However, that is the only ball search or Pokemon search in Trevor's hand.
Yeah, it's super tough. The Vessel's gonna be able to grab him some more energy, so he can at least attach to the to the Klefki
Yes.
to evolve, and he might just look to just do that for the turn.
Honestly, I don't actually think in this case you use the Evo TM. And the only reason I say that is because Trevor has to know if Trevor uses Itchy Pollen, there is, at least in my mind, no way to get 2 energy onto that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah,
And if Trevor does Evo the 1 Ralts, it wouldn't be too crazy, especially with a fresh new hand of 6. But we are going to see the Evo TM.
Yeah.
Brian, do you agree or disagree with that?
I partially agree with it, just because I like being able to force the Klefki into the active because there's no discard.
That is true.
Yeah, I like it. There's going to be no concealed cards happening or anything like that. But this does give the opportunity for Rafal to Moonlight Shuriken this next turn, because now he's going to be able to use like E-Switch and all of that in order to start taking out these the Curlia from play.
And one thing we should note, Trevor does not play Manaphy.
He does not play Manaphy. So, Trevor's a good friend of mine. We've been kind of talking about Gardevoir for the last few months. We ended up playing the same 60 to EUIC. So it's we've definitely both talked about how like no Manaphy has been like kind of the norm in Gardevoir, and neither of us have been playing it lately.
So I think
Yeah.
Rafal here, getting the Radiant Greninja turned off is actually kind of a big deal.
It is a big deal, yeah.
Because that was going to be the extent of Rafal's draw. However, Motivate actually seems like a pretty good attack here.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if he decides to go with the Latias too, the Latias also won't be able to have an ability either.
Yes.
So no free retreat either.
Which is a big deal because now that Squawk either has to manually retreat or has to stay in the active. And there's not an easy way to build up another attacker based on Rafal's hand.
Yeah, definitely. So Rob's kind of stuck with the cards that he has in hand here, and that's how he has to really play out his turn. So I wonder how he's going to kind of go about it and how he's going to finish the turn.
I guess, what is your guess here, Brian? What do you think the plan should be for Rafal?
I think he's just going to continue trying to put these energy into play and then kind of take like another turn off. Because yeah, because Trevor's kind of like,
we actually see that Power Glass coming into play again.
Yeah.
Because Rafal's just gonna pass here,
Yeah.
move into the Greninja, and say, find a way around this, or I'm gonna take 2 prizes next turn.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it shows too why Trevor's decision to use the Evo TM was a pretty good idea too, because if he's able to draw out of it, he's going to be able to get a Gardevoir EX into play. Then his board will look a lot more safe than it was before.
So that is true. The only downside is if Trevor does decide to go with the Gardevoir EX and try to knock out this Radiant Greninja, it's going to get immediately one shot by Mooney
Oh
X.
yeah, absolutely. That's definitely one of the tough parts about it. But the thing is with Gardevoir EX is that there's so many different attackers that he's able to use. So as long as he's able to set up more Curlias in play and have attackers kind of like the Screamtail or like the Drifloon, those will be able to kind of help prize trade this matchup.
Jorrel, yes, it typically would, except because of the Klefki and the active. Klefki has an ability that says all basic Pokemon in play have no abilities. So that's not just the active, it's anyone on the board. So that Latias EX ability is not active currently, and that is why Rafal was actually conveniently able to drop that energy into the discard and now have a fully loaded Radiant Greninja.
Yep, definitely.
And that's kind of crazy, man.
Yeah, definitely. And Trevor's got the Monkey Dory in hand as well, so he's got two of them now. Gonna be able to start setting up for that big setup here. The big thing for him is just being able to draw into Gardevoir EX. That's really like what he wants to see here.
I would dare say what he needs to see here.
Yes, what he needs to see, definitely.
If we have two Ralts or two Curlia stuck on the board, Rafal's instantly taking multiple prizes, and we don't have an out to another Pokemon yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ultra
okay.
Ball.
Well,
All
now
right,
we do.
Never
Yeah,
punished.
that's fine. All right.
Yep, never punished.
Now we have an out to the Pokemon.
Yep.
So then, does Trevor go with the Gardevoir EX?
Yeah, I think he does, and he can also put down the Nest Ball too as a way to get another attacker. So if he really wanted to get something like the Screamtail or for like a bench snipe, that could also be a possibility as well.
Well, and here's Jorrel. That is totally
Yeah.
fair. That's why we are here
That's
to talk
why
through
we're
it.
here.
So here's the interesting thing, though. We kind of are stuck because you're right.
Yeah.
We can put down an attacker, but basically all of Trevor's attackers outside of Cresselia are 90 HP or less.
Yes, definitely.
So Greninja can take two prizes pretty easily here, and then Trevor has an EX on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what he's going to end up doing is, I think he's still going to go towards that Screamtail play, but I think he's going to use it to knock out the Greninja.
Ah.
And I like that idea
Wait,
because
do we have enough energy for that?
Yes, so he's got there'll be 3 energy after the retreat, and oh no, that won't be enough. That'll be 120.
Right. We'll be at 120.
Yeah, 120.
And unfortunately,
Ooh.
because there's already an energy on the active Klefki,
Yeah.
there's not going to be a way to. Wait, what are we getting with Ultra Ball? Oh, we have the Gardevoir
Yeah,
EX.
Gardevoir
Okay, good.
EX. Yeah.
Wrongs, thank you so much. I
Yes.
appreciate you being here with
Yeah,
us.
appreciate it. Thank you.
And honestly, while Trevor's shuffling up his deck here, if y'all could share, like just tell people about this, follow the channel,
Yeah.
let people know there's at least a mediocre quality stream happening right now, we would love it.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely helpful for us here.
And
Ooh,
see,
bold move going
this
into it. You know what I was thinking as an alternative? I think Trevor should have gone into the Monkey Dory and go for the Mind Bend here.
I actually would have loved to see that. And Fizzle, I agree that this is a bold move,
It's a bold
Cotton.
move.
And Wrongs, thank you so much. I really
Yes.
appreciate it, my friend. But yeah, like I said, share, guys. Tell people we're talking. We're very excited to have you all here. And we are excited to now see Rafal absolutely unbelievably cook this Gardevoir EX in this
Yes.
moment.
I know. I feel like the Mind Bend, even though it kind of is a risky move, at least it keeps the Gardevoir EX potentially in play.
Well, not only
Yeah.
that, it also puts damage on the board and
Yeah.
enables better setup for cleanup hits from Screamtail, from other Monkey Dory, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
All right, so we do see the Earthen Vessel. Get rid of them. Rotom V. What?
Yeah, Rotom V.
Interesting. I
Yeah.
guess actually that has a lot of good synergy with Power Glass.
Yeah, and it's also a pretty good going first card to put down as well.
And you're already throwing a ton of like 2 prize low HP basics on the board.
Yeah, plus it holds the 4 Seal Stone too, so
That is true.
very innovative deck building from our guy.
Well, fair enough. I was a doubter. I did not need to be a doubter there.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so we do see the attachment. We see the knockout, getting rid of the stadium, knocking out the Gardevoir EX. Rafal goes to 4 prizes.
Yep.
Trevor goes to still just 5 prizes. And we have a Nest Ball, but we have no current out to a Gardevoir E. Wow, all right, that's a good top deck.
Yes, good top deck, but had to discard that Curlia the previous turn, so a little tough for him there.
Yes.
But I think hopefully able to kind of get a Curlia going soon.
Well, I think we're out of Ralts at this point.
Yeah, so I think he's going to probably look for like a counter catcher play Or I don't think even counter catcher play will really help here because the Latias is going to be able to just get whatever he wants into the active.
So we can counter catcher and go
Yeah.
into Klefki.
That's
And I
true.
think that's going to be the only line.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Moon can knock out Klefki without anything else changing on the board.
Yeah, that's true. So it's tough here because Rafal just has such a commanding presence right now with that big Roaring Moon EX on the board.
Absolutely. That Roaring Moon EX just being fully built up, not needing anything tricky is huge.
Yes.
And I love
I
this
love this too.
decision.
Yes.
All right, so why do you think this is so good, Brian?
Because it turns off the Latias ability, and Latias has a 2 energy retreat cost as well. So putting something that's like kind of big means that it's going to be harder to get that out of the active compared to something like the Roaring Moon that he probably could have put up as well, because the Roaring Moon with attachment and Sada, it's going to get out of the active anyways.
Yes. So here's the only thing I dislike about that decision by Rafal to attach to the Baby Moon. I would have loved to see that attachment go on the Latias, actually.
Okay, and what is your reasoning? I'm kind of interested about that now.
So Latias has 2 retreat.
Yeah.
And if he attaches manually to Latias, it eliminates Trevor from being able to counter catcher and try to buy more time.
Oh, because it's already going to be there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with the Professor Sada in hand, Rafal would be able to attach a second time to that Latias
Yeah.
EX and still load up that Baby Moon on the next turn with
Yeah.
the Roaring Moon EX as an attacker.
Yeah, Chorrell, shout out for that. Yeah, 12:17, a little late in the night.
I'm very
but
impressed you're still awake watching.
yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Yes. So thanks for sharing. Thanks for being here. So hope to see you in the future for us.
And we do see Trevor. I don't know if his future is looking too bright right now. We
Yes.
saw the Itchy Pollen for 20 damage on the Moon.
Yep.
And so, Brian, how does Rafal close this game out?
I think if he's able to get another like gust on like one of the Ralts, it's gonna be like a pretty commanding way to kind of end the game. But I feel like as long as he's able to get this Baby Moon kind of powered up, he'll be in a really good position.
I would completely agree. So we do have the Professor Sada in hand. Unfortunately, that water energy does not help the Baby Moon attack, but we have the attachment for turn already.
He's got 2 dark on it, so he's got two attackers kind of ready to go whenever, and his board is just super good right now.
And
Ooh, very
Rafal
good.
seeing the play that I
Sees
was
the
talking
play.
about. See, guys, I know what I'm doing.
Yes.
And then wrongs, the cup is best of 1 for Swiss and then best of 3 for Top Cut.
Yes.
All right, so Brian, what else do you want to see from Rafal?
I mean, if he's able to search out another tool, kind of thin that out of the deck. Ooh, you see the emergency jelly there.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I thought that card rotated already, but
Nope, part
yeah.
of Silver Tempest.
Yep.
And so what does that card even do, Brian?
Yeah, so it's a attack that helps Roaring Moon when uses the Frenzy Gouging ability, because as soon as you go down to below 50 HP, I believe it heals 50 or something.
To 30 or below.
30 or below, and it heals what, 50?
Yeah, it heals 120.
120. Oh wow, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
it's
it
been a
was
while since we've used that card.
yes, because it was in early iterations of Moon for that exact reason.
Yes.
And then it actually got used in a Inteleon Articuno list.
Oh, I do
that
remember that. Yeah.
one of our players here, Jay Gearhart, actually
Yeah.
used in his top 8 run
Yeah.
maybe a year ago now.
Yeah, I do remember that.
All right, so we see Trevor use that town store, get the TM evolution out. But I mean, what does he do here?
Yeah, it's kind of tough because I mean he's burned through a lot of like Poffins and stuff. Doesn't have too much recovery here. It's just tough now because there's no real way to get those Ralts back on, just because they've been kind of coming onto the board like one by one, and they're not able to go back into the deck in any way, so he can search them out at the same time.
And Nestball or Artisan can get him something, but it's not going to get him a Ralt
It's
since
not,
they're all in the
unfortunately.
discard.
Yeah.
And we are just going to see an Itchy Pollen again for
Yeah.
Trevor. We see
Ooh, the Force Seal Stone.
Force Seal Stone is huge to go on
Yep.
Luminion. Just see the knockout, and
Yep.
now Rafal knows he has 2 attackers almost
Yep.
completely set up for a Seal Stone. I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it might be. So seeing what Trev gets on the top here. Oh, he
Okay.
pulled out the fist bump. So unfortunate game for Trev here.
And-
Taking the loss there.
He did get the heavy ball off the last top deck, but that
Yeah.
was very much too little too late,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to really do too much, especially for a deck that relies on early game setup and kind of going slow.
100%. And Bryce, do we have a second game? We do.
Yes.
So we have Matt playing Goldango EX versus Adam playing Dragapult. And
Yeah.
Brian, what's usually favored here?
I would say Goldango is typically the one that's favored into this one, just because Goldango is able to hit so tall. So super, super. Let's see. Are those damage counters?
I think the
you saying-
damage counter should be on the bench,
Yeah.
Goldango.
Oh, there we
Yep,
go.
there we go.
Good,
All right,
good.
perfect.
Yep.
And so we have clearly missed some exciting things here because things are not looking great for Adam over there.
Yeah, but then again, it's like one of those things where deck kind of has to go a little slow, and I think Adam's just trying to get his board kind of going first um, before trying to attack again. Ooh, and going Itchy Pollen into Superior is not a good feeling.
No, it is
Yeah.
exactly what Adam wants to see. It is not what Matt
Yes,
wants to see.
Definitely.
So granted, Matt clearly seems to be ahead of the curve here with only 2 prizes remaining, an excellent board setup. So it's going to be on Adam to try to figure out a way to close out this game. And he's going to need to take 4 prizes, which, oh, I see the vision.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the vision is there. Do you see the vision,
I
Brian?
think I'm seeing something.
What are you seeing?
I don't know. I'm seeing that like he's going to be able to use both of his coin bonuses to get his active Gimme Ghoul evolved and attacking.
Well, I was actually looking for Adam, but yes, that is also a thing. But do we have any energy in hand for Matt?
He's got. Oh yeah, so sequence it out. Come on.
So that thing is
Oh.
we have no other basic energy in hand for Matt. So
Yeah.
we do see the metal energy, but he needs to see a raw basic energy off of this Goldango, and we don't see it.
Oh, he might not be able to attack here, and then I think Adam might be able to take multiple prizes this turn as well.
Adam, unless we have a Professor Turo in hand, I don't know if Adam has game on board specifically, but we're not far off.
Yeah, not far off. I'm trying to
So-
see like a way that he can take because there's 120, so he'll be able to take 2 prizes on that with the Dusk Noir.
So tell me how Adam wins this turn, because I think he can.
I think he can too. I'm just trying to like piece it out right now, but the Dusk Noir is huge in here.
Would you like me to lay it out?
Yeah, please.
All right, I'll lay it out. So what we want to see, or at least Dan wants to see, from Adam is to pop that Dust Noir on the damaged Goldango, putting it to 250 HP. Use Radiant Alakazam to move 10 of that damage to Pheasantipity. Use a Countercatcher or Boss's Orders to gust up
And
Pheasantipity
you take 4.
and take 4 prizes in one swoop.
Yeah.
But it depends on Adam hitting the fire energy off of that Recon Directive, which he hasn't now.
Ooh, this is so huge here.
So the only issue is we don't have the Dragapult and the Gust.
Yeah, I mean the Dragapult.
Wait,
He's got the Gust with the Arven, ideally.
well, we also have the Dragapult because we haven't used our V-Star. So a 4 Seal Stone
Oh.
is in deck. Adam has game.
Yes.
And it just depends on Adam seeing it.
Oh. Okay.
Or
Okay.
you should get it off Pokestop.
Yeah.
And that's fine too.
Yeah,
Okay, so we have game.
I think Adam does have game here.
Assuming there is a Countercatcher and a Dragapult in deck,
Yeah.
Adam just has game. But does he see it?
I hope he sees it.
And I'm whispering because sometimes, guys, I'm a little loud and I don't want them to hear me.
Yeah, sometimes we might be able to hear through the walls a
Well,
little bit.
yes, that's
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, is there anything else you're seeing that Adam may see as a line here?
Oh man. Don't know here. I think he's trying to think it through right now though.
So the only wrinkles I would see is if he knows Forest Sealstone isn't available,
Yeah.
or if he knows Countercatcher isn't available, that's where we could run into trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see it. Ooh, I
Oh.
just wonder what he's going to do first here.
And I mean, so this is so tough because if he has it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think he's
Are we
eyeing.
going to see the Lance? Why?
Ooh.
Okay, don't do it, Adam. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Yeah.
Use the Arvin. You can do it, Adam.
Yeah.
We're all just trying to manifest it for
Yeah,
him.
we really are.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Radiant Alakazam. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, but then we see a knockout on that Goldango.
Yeah, so that goes straight to 260.
What do you think about
Ooh,
that?
I don't know because it doesn't take the full four prizes then at that point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So let's see Adam play this Ultra Ball here to go get that Dragapult. And we have 4 Sealstone. Do we have a Countercatcher? We don't have a Countercatcher.
Oh, we have 4 Sealstone.
Or at least
Oh, so
I
that's
can't
probably
see
that's
it.
probably why he was looking at that play initially.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
So, but we do have a line where if we do Dust Noir that Goldango, All right, we see
Okay.
the Arvin.
So we see the Arvin now for the Force Seal Stone. Oh, a vacuum. Oh, to take out the Pokestop.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think Adam's trying to take advantage of his, some of his outs here, which I'm fine with.
I
Okay.
think it makes sense. The only problem is I don't know how Adam wins without Gust.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, getting rid of that boss's orders is kind of a big deal.
And he goes for the Itchy Pollen. I think he's trying to set up his game within 2 turns.
Koiro, you are absolutely
Yes.
correct. If there is another boss in deck, yes,
Yes.
100%. But I don't know if there is.
I don't think so.
So then we're going to see the coin bonuses here. Is there anything else Matt wants to do aside from just knocking out this Budu?
Ooh, I think he needs to knock out the Budu for sure, though, because now the Dusk Noir isn't going to be a win con anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
So this could be a little tough for Adam now.
the other thing to keep in mind is I think Matt has 5 cards left in deck.
Yeah.
And so there is another win condition
Yeah.
for Adam
there
here.
definitely is, yeah. Deck out is definitely a win condition.
It absolutely is. And so I'm not sure if Adam has recovery. And also, what card did Matt just take off the prizes?
Ooh, I don't even know.
All right, so then knowing that we no longer have this as a line, the countercatcher Gust, do we just Iono and pray?
Might have to. But the thing is, like, Iono and Prey doesn't really always work for Goldengo just because you draw so many cards in a turn.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
But I also get that if this is your only out, it's your only out.
Yeah, and playing to your outs is definitely the way to do it.
It is. So Adam is going to see 4 cards. Matt is going to see 1. There is no Pokestop in play. So Adam's just going to hope that Matt doesn't hit what he needs.
Yeah. It's definitely hard he wasn't able to take all 4 of those prizes the same turn.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And so with that Iono, we don't get to go for the deck out game. So do you think there was a world where it would have been better to keep or let Matt keep his hand and then just use Budu?
It's tough though because like he was gonna go down to 1 either way. I don't know actually. Ooh, so he has a Night Stretcher.
Which will help us do damage. We do need, I believe, 7 energy.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
It's not gonna do much here because he's at 4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so
Best of 1.
yes,
Chortle.
Chortle, it is best of 1 for Swiss and then best of 3 for Top Cut.
Yeah.
We do have an energy. Okay, so then actually going Budu again would have lost the game.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the energy.
Wonder if we go like concealed. Hopefully draw into, because he had a SER in his hand before putting it down to the bottom.
He did, and he may still have a couple Cypher Maniacs code breaking. So if he does have those, we will be able to get double SER and I think close out the game.
Yeah.
But I agree. I want to see Greninja first here.
Okay. See if he can thin out like a Pokemon or something like that from the deck. There is something he can grab.
There is.
He's got to reveal that.
He does have to reveal that. And we'll let him piece that together. If not, we'll tell him he has to reveal it. One nice part about seeing it on stream, we can tell whether or not it was actually a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a Monkey Dory. That's fine.
Okay.
So, Brian,
okay.
I'm going to have a lot of questions for you about this turn.
Yeah.
So, we have an Arvin, which gets us 1 SER. But we need 2.
I don't know, man. I feel like you... I feel like you play the concealed first. If you know that you have Cypher Maniac, you could definitely conceal first, and you use your Arvin as like your last resort.
100%. Absolutely. At this point, Cypher Maniac wouldn't help anyway because there was no more draw available, but...
Yeah, because this only gets him to 5 energy.
It does. And we have no other way to gust or manipulate the board right now.
Yeah.
So...
And I think he's trying to depend on concealed to get the other one, and that's not the most... It's not the most reliable way of getting extra energy.
It is not.
Oh,
or are we
man.
just planning to hit and try to 2-shot this Dragapult?
I don't like that idea either, though. That's the thing. Unless he just never gets punished here.
You see Buddy Poffin?
Oh, he got punished here.
We got very punished here.
Yeah.
Okay, So, Brian, is that just game then?
It might be, yeah. Unless he had like a gust or something like that, it might just be a hit for 200 and hope he can draw on, because he might not even draw out of it too. And I mean, this is like Adam just wins the game off of here.
Spoon Squad, pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for joining. We have 62 players in the house playing for
Yes.
$1,000 and an air fryer.
Yes, and an air fryer. Don't forget that.
We will not. So the only thing now, and this is kind of how we pick this up.
Oh,
No.
retreat.
Oh, no. Brian, why?
I think this loses him the game either way.
It automatically loses him the game if he goes into either of those Goldengos.
Yeah, because the Radiant Alakazam just moves everything.
100%. Is there something we're missing here?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, congratulations, Adam.
Yeah. Unless Adam doesn't see the line either, but I hope he sees the line.
I would hope Adam sees the line.
Okay, you just went with the pass here.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, Adam is just moving the one damage counter
Yeah.
and then attacking and knock out both. And Matt is going, oh,
Yeah.
God, what have I done?
Yeah. Oh, I
Yep,
think
and
he
there
came
it
to
is.
the
There's the
realization.
realization.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So we're just counting out, talking
Yeah.
out, and Adam ends up taking a 4-prize swing to win the game. Oh, what a
Yeah.
brutal ending, man.
Yeah, definitely.
So obviously,
Yeah.
don't do that. Just
Yeah.
for those watching at home, don't do that.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you saw?
I think it's just like kind of end game kind of sequencing. It's like when you see that like you have like limited resources left in the game, I think that's kind of like the big thing. And I think that's why like when we were talking about last like on Thursday about like the purposeful testing,
Yes.
I think like end game testing is like a really big thing. Like knowing what you
Yes.
have, kind of like open handing, talking it out, like are like really big things because you need to be able to close out a game. And you know, it kind of sucks when you're like in that position, that very commanding position to where you are able to win the game, but just some like small little mishaps in your sequencing can end up getting you in that position.
And Coral, you're right.
Yeah.
Like he had some bad luck in what he hit, but
Yeah.
and I think Brian, this is where I'll jump off what you were saying. Whenever you sequence imperfectly or make mistakes, you enable variance to be a loss condition for you.
Yes, definitely. And that's why we were kind of talking about with like G in the first game.
Yeah.
Being able to like use your abilities first, search deeper into the deck when you know that it's kind of like at its fixed state.
Mm-hmm.
Will give you a higher chance of finding something that you need instead of like shuffling it, you know, randomizing everything and then introducing that variance into the game.
I am so sorry that we are missing you today, but
Yes.
yes, we will love to have you out on Thursday.
Yeah, challenge on Thursday is gonna be huge too.
Yes,
That'll
and
be our last event in this format.
it is. It is, yes, because then the next week we will be on to post-rotation testing.
I know we were a little late to the party on it, but we're
Yeah.
excited to kind of close out the format and then go into our new one.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And Chompy, yes, so there were outs to draw that. Here's the thing. Yes, I will absolutely. For post-rotation, proxies are allowed.
Oh, most definitely.
In general, when it's, well, for challenge, for official CP events, there are no proxies allowed. You have to have the actual cards. For post-rotation testing, stuff like that, and honestly, for locals.
Yeah, locals, we're not super big. Like, we're not really trying to, like, rule shark anybody or anything like that. We're just trying to have a more inclusive environment, and that's why we'll usually allow the proxies, especially when it's, like, the first week or two of new format. Because we understand, like, in this current, like round of like cards and stuff like that, it's harder to get cards now. So
Man, in this
Yeah.
economy,
yeah,
it is hard to get stuff.
I know.
And yeah, so in general, honestly, at locals, we want everyone to have like a full legal deck.
Yep.
If there are some proxies, it's okay. Just
Yeah.
please don't come with a 60-card proxy deck
Yeah, or
every
like,
single time.
Yeah, and we definitely encourage like printing what the actual card looks like instead of writing on an energy as well.
Yes, please do
Yes,
that.
yes.
Especially for stream, because we like to
Yes.
stream every locals that we can.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so I have a couple bits of feedback on Matt's gameplay there.
Yes.
So, 2 things. Actually, like 7 things. But
Yeah.
first, starting off, for Matt's turn there. When Cypher Maniac's code breaking isn't out for you, I think you want to save the draw from the active Goldengo or from the Radiant Greninja
Yeah.
for last in order to use that. The second part, though, is if Switch is also an out, use the active Goldengo first.
Yeah.
Because that enables you to get 2 cards, and then you have coin bonuses available on the bench where if you hit a Switch, now you have an out to an additional card.
Yes, definitely.
I'm going to ramble for 2 more seconds.
Yep.
Another thing I would like to say is you always want to play around what your deck list, or deck order is.
Yeah.
So there, Adam did Iono Matt and put his whole hand into his deck. There were 5 cards in deck.
Yeah.
Once Matt got to the 5th card in deck, the rest of the deck was completely random.
Yep.
So there's no benefit to going in and shuffling his deck, searching out a superior energy retrieval, something like that. Once you've seen the 5th card, at that point, save all your outs to go in and get another item.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's basically it. Now, granted, that costs him the game, but that's basically it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, and I think you definitely said all those like well. Like those are definitely all the things that I kind of saw as well.
Yes.
And one big thing too is like kind of knowing what you want to play for the game, like what the supporter you want to use. Like if you know that like Cypher Maniac is the thing that you want to play for, you need to draw into it, then you need to play your turn around drawing into it.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
All right, so Brian, we have a little time. That was just time called a little bit ago. We have a little time. Would we like to start a couple of our eulogies?
Yeah, let's start some of our eulogies. I can do the intro if you wanted to run to the bathroom real quick. And
I'm actually good if you want to go take a quick break.
I definitely want to.
Yes, go take a break. So I'll do the intro for that. So,
give me a second.
We here at Nerd Rage Gaming would like to honor the loss of our cards going into rotation. Am I being overly dramatic about this? Absolutely, but that's okay. So we had a couple cards that we really wanted to say goodbye to, and a couple cards that I would like to burn in the lake of fire for decades and centuries. Good to see you, my friend. How you doing? So, we're going to start off with a couple of these eulogies. So, Bryce, if you don't mind, I have one that's going to be not very controversial. Can you please throw up Heavy Ball? So, as I mentioned, we have eulogies. We would like to say goodbye to a few cards. And one of them is Hisui and Heavy Ball. And yes, I wrote this out ahead of time, but Heavy Ball, you enabled efficient prize checking. You lowered the impact on pricing on your game plan. You supported decks that relied on single evolution lines and important one-ofs. And if I had a vote, I'd have you stick around here for forever. And I would like to know from y'all, how did you feel about the Heavy Ball? Because I'm going to be honest, this card is just such a well-designed card. It enables you to have more consistency in your deck. It makes game time more efficient by saving time prize checking. It did not favor dramatically one deck over another. There were decks that helped more, but it didn't cause anything to become overpowered. This is just a good, boring card. And honestly, I'd like to see it around for forever. Yes, agree wrongs. This is a loss. And Murray, I am glad the team is aligned. You know what? If any of y'all think I am a fool, yes, it is good to have it. Thank you, Bryce. So, and just as I'm going back up there, yes, ends PP ups, very expensive. And yes, Terrabox would so benefit from a card like this. Any deck that relies on one of cards for matchups, on the bright side, and to ease our pain of this card's passing a little bit, it does force you to build your deck with a little more consistency in part, where you really have to have backups if you're reliant on a single card. And I don't actually know. To be honest, Chompy, I think Heavy Ball could have been a really good fit in Dragapult if there weren't so many other cards that could take up slots. And I think this is also a late format thing. We have so many cards available right now. So it's very, very hard to pick and choose the exact cards we need in the 60. But I will say, for a majority of the format up till now, dude, Heavy Ball has been a big, big inclusion for a lot of decks. And so, while this card, I am very sad that it is going. Is Brian back yet, or is he still coming in a minute? All right, then I'm going to throw up another one that Brian didn't have on his list. But can you please throw up Comfy? Yes. Oh, actually, Brian is back. That is a lie. Don't go Comfy. Instead, I'm going to ask Brian first. Brian, are you going to miss, or are you glad to see Heavy Ball go?
Oh, I'm going to miss Heavy Ball for sure. It's definitely one of those things that helps you get out of, sticky situations on turn one. Sometimes you prize 3 Ralts, and you need some way to get something out of the deck, or you discarded 2 of your Monkey Dories and you need the 3rd one, and Heavy Ball will get you there.
Absolutely. And Coral, you're absolutely right. It gets you Radiant Greninja, which is huge.
Huge.
All right, so Bryce, can you throw in one that I think we'll both agree on, Snorlax?
I like how you made the picture too.
Oh, yes.
Flames.
So, Snorlax, I have some thoughts for you.
Yes.
Snorlax, your goal was to make sure your opponents had 0 fun. You got stronger and more random with Flute. You punished any kind of bad starter, so someone could lose the game the moment the game began. But thanks for all the wins when I played Lost on Giratina, though. Brian, do you have any thoughts for Snorlax?
Yeah, so the card is one that not many people will want to remember, but something that Block Snorlax did open the doors to was alternative win conditions in a very fast format, and it definitely took advantage of players who did not know how to play against it. The deck had a super polarizing matchup spread, and many of the top decks in this current era were kind of scared to sit across from it. Pairing into Snorlax could kind of make or break your tournament run, and it's a card that I'm kind of happy to see go, even though there were definitely some skill gaps and a lot of skill in optimally playing the deck and playing against it.
Brian, that was far more nuanced and respectful than my feedback.
Yes.
I would like this card to burn and burn and burn some
And
more.
burn.
But you make a good point.
Yeah.
It is truly, even though I hate it, it is very good and healthy for a format to have win conditions other than racing for 6 prizes.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing too because how we were talking about like deck out could be a potential win condition. I
Yes.
feel like alternative win conditions are healthy for the game, and it also kind of motivates players to kind of think of the game more like outwardly.
Agreed. And
Yeah.
Coral, yes. Snorlax can burn and burn and burn.
Yes, I agree too. It definitely has its time.
Yes.
I don't think we need a format like this all the time, but it's nice to
Agreed.
have sometimes.
I will say, to your point about skillful play, I think that's one reason why I really didn't like Snorlax. There is certainly skill involved.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you have a control or alternate win condition deck, it does require some skill. However, I think this is one of the lower skill expression decks in that case.
Yeah, definitely.
Because-
you've been playing a lot longer than me, so you've probably seen some of the other stall iterations kind of played. Yeah.
Somewhat, yeah. And I think walling, stalling, trapping in the active, like there's nothing wrong with that. I think Snorlax as a card in general is okay, but the deck that was built around it really just relied on your opponent misplaying.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why I love Lost on Giratina into this, though, because all I did was Abyss Seeking and Shred until I could win the
Yeah.
game. And yes, I actually would not mind a big old wall. And Murray, hold on. We may be talking about walls later.
Bryce, was that you that said it's a terrible day for rain? if you know that reference, you're a real one for that.
All right, so we are getting into our next round, and we'll keep on missing some of our cards later. But we have Oliver on Dragapult versus Michael on Gardevoir. And Brian, you're the Gardevoir guy. Walk us through what Michael's trying to do to set up.
So we gotta say, Michael Davidson, phenomenal Gardevoir player.
Just incredible player
He
in
is
general.
one,
but
yeah, he knows this deck like the back of his hand, and he's playing an interesting thing. You saw that E-switch right there.
I did.
That kind of enables multiple Monkey Dories, but he's trying to see what his resources are because it is a slow deck. You want to be able to get your Ralts onto the board, and he's going to be playing towards getting multiple Curlias in at the same time. So he's doing his prize check, seeing what he has to work with, and looking to get some of those Ralts down first.
Murray, I'm just going to say you still haven't been beaten by Michael, so I'm going to call that as a win. And Coral,
Yeah.
yes, the
I
stall
know.
and control players become enemy number 1.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely tough to be a Chicago local when you have to worry about Michael Davidson. Alas, as I have never beaten him in best of 3.
I will say Evan Smith, who is a former Chicago local, now goes to Akron,
Yeah.
plays on their varsity Valorant team. He is a stall pro, and I learned how to play against stall and control from him.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely a really good player in those aspects, and he plays the deck so quickly too. Like he's one of those people who knows his deck so well. He just pieces out the actions like it's like muscle memory.
Exactly. All right,
Yeah.
so then going back to Michael, you're right.
Yeah.
Incredible player, top 8 at Worlds this past year. Just insane.
Yeah.
But we are seeing a Buddy Poffin for 2 Ralts. And then what else is a part of the game plan? Is it as simple as just get more Ralts out?
No, but a big thing about this too is that the Cresselia is huge into this matchup in particular, just because the Cresselia is going to be able to snipe some of those Dracloaks that Oliver's going to be wanting to get onto the board as well. So super huge for that, and making sure that that's not prized.
Yes, and I think that is a big, big deal. Murray, we would not do well in Valorant because I've literally never played the game in my life.
Yeah, I stopped playing that game because it's just a very, very toxic game. I
Yes.
do not like Valorant.
So a big deal for Michael, and then we'll go to Oliver's turn, is Michael got the Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy down turn 1. That is
Yeah,
huge.
It is huge because Monkey Dory is one of the big win conditions going into this matchup because you want to be moving a lot of those damage counters around. and being able to start getting the Monkey Dory set up is really, really important.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, going over to Oliver's turn, we also have turn 1 Buddy Poffin, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, definitely. It is huge here, just because as a Dragon Ball player, you want to go second, and being able to like guarantee that you're going to have at least multiple Dreepies is really, really huge here. And he's also eyeing the Badoo possibly, and the Badoo is going to be kind of huge here as well because Dragon Ball takes advantage of Badoo probably better than any deck in the format right now.
Well, and the other reason to go for Badoo is Oliver's hand sucks.
Yes.
It is just terrible.
Yes.
So we have a Dracloak, we have a Rare Candy, a Dragapult, we have a Rescue Board, and I think a Dusclops, and that's it.
Yep, and definitely. And one thing I do want to see on Oliver's side is I want to see him kind of manually evolving that Duskull up to the Duskmore line, just because Duskulls on the bench definitely turn into double monkey targets really easily.
This is true. And unfortunately, this is the good news about Badoo is it'll buy Oliver a turn or two.
Yep.
But the bad news, it is a single Monkey Dory away from giving Michael a prize.
Yes, exactly.
And so going on to Michael's turns, we see Klefki start.
The research.
And the research is huge. So we have a Curlia down. We have the research for a whole new hand. We have an Artisan to get more guys.
Yeah, and I think this is why Michael plays research, is because in situations like this, you want to be able to get more of your you want to have more of your Pokemon down, and you want more stuff to discard, but you don't want to have to give up like important resources like that. Yeah.
Agreed. And so we see Michael put down the Artisan. How do you feel about that?
I don't think. I mean, Artisan's probably going to come down either way.
True.
What I found in most of my time playing this matchup is either one of us will play Artisan. It's kind of weird because I don't feel like Dragapult really plays Artisan too much, but it will be playing it in the next format. And I feel like it's probably going to stay down either way. I don't think it's really something that'll be bumped.
And I think that makes sense. The only reason I would say that is because Oliver's hand is clearly trash.
Yep.
So if Oliver's hand is trash, does it make sense to provide him more of an opportunity to continue to set up his board?
Yeah.
All right, and then Michael debating the Monkey Dory.
Ooh, he's looking to go for it.
And I think actually this is so why not on the Badoo?
He probably wants to keep the Badoo in play. Just so it takes up a bench spot. Yeah, I think so. Just so he doesn't have to take advantage of like the extra bench spaces.
So, and I don't mind that.
Yeah.
However, the one thing I would say is I would have liked to see the Monkey Dory onto the Badoo, assuming Michael is going to be able to set up for an attack next turn. Because if you monkey onto the Badoo, you can monkey this upcoming turn onto the Badoo for the knockout, and then go into something like a Gardevoir EX to knock out a Dreepy, Dracloak, something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
But what are your thoughts? Is that the right route? Is that not the right route?
So whenever I've been trying to play this matchup, I would always keep the Badoo in play because because I played 3 monkeys in my EUIC list, so I would see if I can try to get like a double monkey play onto a Duskull, save the 3rd monkey for the Badoo, and then use the EX to swing into something else. I would usually try to save it because, like, most Dragapult players aren't going to waste their Turo or anything like that trying to get the Badoo off of the board. They like recognize it's a liability, so it's just taking up bench space, and it's gonna be something that I take inevitably towards the end of the game.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
So one sequencing thing on Oliver's side, and I don't think there's anything wrong with playing this Arvin.
Yeah.
But we decided to use Recon Directive prior to using Artisan, and I really would have liked to see Oliver thin out another Dreepy and then use Recon Directive because he's trying to hit a supporter.
Yes.
Mr. Nick, yes, round started at 11 a.m. That's when we have our start. And by start at 11, we actually started like 11:10.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Just because we have to go through deck lists, this and that. Sometimes people come in a little late. So,
I should mention we did have 62 players, which is a lot of players.
A lot of people to organize. Yep.
Yes. All right. So then for the rest of Oliver's turn, Brian, what do you want to see?
I definitely want to see another. Did that other Dreepy just get into play, or that one was from last turn, right?
That one was from last turn.
Yeah, I want to hopefully see another Dracloak, but
and we just see the Itchy Pollen.
Itchy Pollen.
Why didn't we see an Artisan for another Dreepy, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just forgot.
Honestly, that may have just been it. We may have just forgotten it was there.
Yeah, and it happens.
It does. All right, so
Michael gets the EX here.
We do. I don't think we have more than 1 or 2 energy in the discard,
it's a little tough to use it now.
And we have the Iono, but I see Michael saying, I don't really want to Iono you, even if you have the
No.
crystal, because you evolved up the Dreepy that already has a rescue board on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was wrong. It is on Dusclops. It is a Dust Noir in hand. And Mr. Nick, yes. Yes, it is going to be a long
Yeah.
day.
It's gonna be a long day. Yep.
And I'll be honest, I'm already preemptively tired, but I'm also excited about it
Oh
because
yeah.
I love doing this.
Yeah, I love doing this too. It's a fun way to enjoy our Sunday. Just playing the game that we enjoy so much.
Exactly. And I will say, I have a baby at home, I've mentioned,
Yes.
and my wife was very kind and did the middle of the night get up and feed the baby. So I could
Oh
be a
yes.
little rested for today,
Yes.
which is nice.
Very nice.
All right, so then on Michael's turn, we're likely going to see the Itchy Pollen. We see the Gardevoir EX come down. Is there anything else we want to see? Oh,
Ooh.
we go for the Evo. I love this play.
Yes, I
What?
love this too.
Okay, good. Team is aligned?
Yes, team is aligned here. Just because like there isn't too much of a threat right now. You know,
No.
there isn't really much of a threat to lose this. This Monkey Dory here, and he has like the E switch in hand if needed, like to put it towards another one. And I don't really know if Oliver's going to be able to get an attack off.
Well, so here's the thing. The one thing Oliver could do is take a 3-prize turn,
Yeah.
should he decide, by giving up a prize. I just don't know if that's going to happen. And so we see, oh, that is huge. We
Yes.
see the fire energy come down.
Yes, and he has the crystal already.
He does. And he has the Ultra Ball. He has the Dragapult. I mean, we have a Dragapult attack. Oh my gosh, we have a 3-prize turn.
Yeah, we do have a 3-prize turn here.
Do you see the vision?
Yes, because you evolve into. He has Rare Candy, right?
He does.
Yeah, Rare Candy, Dust Noir. You can take out a Curlia, and then you can knock out the active, and you can take out the Budu also.
Well, I actually wasn't even thinking
Yeah.
use the. We can't really Rare Candy into the Dust Noir because we're Rare Candying into Dragapult.
Yeah.
But we can use that Ultra Ball to get a Dusclops.
Yeah, that's true. We could do that too.
So then we could use the Dragapult, or excuse me, an Ultra Ball, get a Dusclops, pop the Dusclops onto a Curlia, knock out the Munkidori, clear out the Curlia, and no, Fizzle, Michael used Munkidori to clear the damage off and put it on the Duskull on the bench.
Yeah, so it's got 2 now.
Yes, so the Duskull on the bench has 2 from 2 Munkidoris, and then the active has 1 from 1 Itchy Pollen attack. But yes, y'all are on it, and I'm glad y'all are on it.
Yes.
All right, so we do see the Artisan. Is this now the time for it?
I mean, I wish we had it last turn.
I would agree. I wish we had
Yeah.
it last turn.
Yeah.
But regardless, I think we're still going to have a really, really strong turn here.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you think using that Dusclops is the right move here for Oliver, or is there a different route that's better?
I think using it for the Dusclops is fine, but what I would actually do is I would probably just keep it as Dusclops for now and try to manually do it into Dusk Noir during a later turn because Michael's just trying to take it slow right now, and it's not like he needs to rush, like Oliver needs to rush into a 3-prize turn right away.
Interesting. So tell me
Yeah.
about that. Why do you think that?
Because I mean, both decks are pretty slow. You kind of, as long as you're kind of keeping up on like a 2-2-2 prize trade, like you don't really need to like overreach past that because you're still gonna need the same amount of like attacking turns in order to do it. Oh, I guess he just goes with Itchy Pollen here.
Interesting. So why do
Yeah.
you think he went that route?
Probably just wants to set up more, just more
That's
setup.
fair.
Yeah, more setup is really what it is.
So I would say on my end, and we'll get to Michael's turn in a second, I actually disagree with that for better or
Yeah.
for worse. Because Gardevoir plays about 7 Munkidori at this point,
Yeah,
it is going to be very, very challenging for Oliver to keep pace placing those damage counters if Michael's able to set up 2 monkeys.
yeah, that's true.
So, in order to limit that, Oliver probably has to try to limit Michael's draw so that way disruption sticks later. So, attacking now gives him an opportunity to go in and clear out one of his draw and take a big prize lead and clear out a Monkey Dory. But now, based on this and deciding to Itchy Pollen, Michael's going to be able to item lock Oliver, set up his board to be swept by a monkey, and now Oliver would have to use a gust to clear that Monkey Dory from the board.
Yeah, definitely, and it's tough too. So I think this is kind of forcing Oliver to take a knockout now.
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. And it's forcing Oliver to use a Phantom Dive on a Budu, which is atrocious.
Yeah.
But
Ooh, Iono's kind of huge here too.
Iono is big here.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's gonna look to use it.
I feel like you have to at this
Yeah,
point, right?
definitely.
And so
Okay, goes for it.
the big deal is I think you need to evolve up that Duskull with 3 damage counters on it to a Dusclops.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And is there anything else we're missing?
Um,
Brad Pitt,
yeah,
I get it,
yeah,
but he's playing the same list as Bradner and some of the other guys over in Stockholm, so it's a good deck, man.
yeah, definitely.
All right, so we do have, and Fizzle, I agree. I'm telling you,
Yeah, when he had the chance.
even though Brian disagrees,
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
All right, so then, do we just see an Itchy Pollen here, Brian?
Ooh, I guess we are here. Interesting.
What do you think about that choice?
I don't know. I don't like it. I feel like it's too late at this point. I feel like you need to start taking the knockouts now.
So the only issue with that,
Yeah.
though, is if he did take the knockout, he would have to place a bunch of damage for Monkey Dory to take advantage of.
Yeah, that's true.
And I see Bryce nodding along when I share these thoughts.
Yeah.
So thank you, Bryce, for the
Yeah,
confirmation.
for the confirmation.
All right, so then on Michael's turn, what are you expecting him to see?
He's gonna start using the Monkey Dory stuff. Monkey Dory shenanigans. Gonna start moving some of the damage counters first. Take a knockout on one of the Duskulls.
Yep. And we see the Duskull go down.
Yep.
And then we see the Itchy Pollen and the Budu goes down. And this is the tough part because now
Yeah.
that counter catcher isn't even active.
Yeah, because the item lock is going on now.
It is. And so we have Lance. I think we have Pheasantipity, which is a big deal.
Yeah, Fez is really big in this matchup too.
And this is such a key thing in this Dragapult to Gardevoir matchup. You would think that because Dragapult places damage counters on small basics or small evolving Pokemon, it would have an advantage. But Monkey Dory is just such a strong card.
Yeah, and the fact is that there's only one Monkey Dory putting this much impact in the game too. When a lot of the Gardevoir decks have been playing 2, 3, I mean, which they all do, but just this one Monkey Dory on the board is just having such a really big presence.
Well, Michael also has that Devo TM in hand, which could be a big deal later.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why the triple Monkey Devo is such a good combo.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the Artisan. Again, would have loved to see that first, but
Yeah.
here we are. But I don't think Oliver has anything to
I
grab.
don't think so. Yeah, there was that one Dreepy he grabbed last turn. It's the only option he kind of had.
Yes,
Yeah.
very true. All right, so then, Brian, what is Oliver's goal this turn?
I think he just needs to start taking some prizes. It really is all he can really do. There's no way for him to gust because ideally you'd probably want to gust either a Curly or a Monkey Dory, kind of get that out of the board.
Yes.
But yeah, it's definitely a little tough.
And it's a tough balance of figuring out how to be aggressive versus when to take your time.
Yep.
And I think you're absolutely right in your feedback before or at least I agree with you. I don't know if you're right, but I agree with you that you don't want to be hyper aggressive with Dragapult, but
Yeah.
you want to be aggressive in taking out the important resources.
Yes, yes. And it's the same thing on Michael's side too, because he doesn't want to be aggressive in taking in his board state and accelerating and starting to take the prizes, but being able to, completely set up his board is the biggest priority for him.
It is. All right, so we see Oliver go into the Dragapult. We have the boss's orders
yeah, so
now.
the boss might be able to do something pretty important here.
And we
Yep,
boss the Monkey
taking the Monkey
Dory.
Dory is good.
I mean, that seems like the best choice here, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So then I think we knock out the Budu, correct?
Yeah, I would say so too.
And then where do we want to have the other 4 damage counters go?
It's tough because usually you would try to spread them amongst the Curlias, but they're just going to get Cresselia'd away.
And that is true. So I do actually like this decision, though, because if Michael... Oh, we're actually not knocking out the Budu, just going 3
Yeah.
and 3. What do you think about that?
It's tough. I mean, it's just going to end up taking out I think what Michael's going to end up doing is doing a Cresselia play. Yeah. I do like the start here. You go into the Gardevoir EX, you get the 2 energy into the discard. And then yeah, I think you're going to try to put down another Monkey Dory.
I do think Monkey
Yeah.
Dory is essential.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the line to start knocking out either this Duskull on the bench or knocking out the Dracloak on the bench.
Yeah.
Because hitting into this Dragapult EX doesn't really do a ton, since there are ways to reach on it later. But if you can continue to clear out Oliver's draw engine and then Iono him into Oblivion, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
The downside is Iono's not going to do much because Oliver hasn't done anything. The upside is Oliver hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
So then, if you are Michael, what do you think is the target you want to knock out this turn?
Definitely want to get the Duskull out of the way. and I really like being able to take out the Dracloak because currently that's the only onboard draw that Oliver has.
Yes, that is very, very true. And so Oliver, or excuse me, Michael will be able to take out that Cloak with Monkey Dory.
Intervision, I don't think he buddy-buddied for the monkey. I think he went buddy-buddy to search and then artisan.
He actually had the
Yeah.
monkey in hand. So he used the buddy to search, just get it out of the deck, failed it, then benched the monkey from hand.
Yeah.
Again, Inner, glad you and everyone are on it, though. We want to make sure the board state stays
Yeah,
correct.
I also saw that too, because like you look at the discard pile and you see like a, you'll see like just a random buddy popping in there.
Make it a monkey. Yeah. Oh, the Halucha is a very important inclusion here.
Yeah.
And I'd have to double check to see if Oliver actually plays it, but
Yeah,
it has been in a lot of lists.
it has been. Yeah, and I think going into rotation too, like a lot of people are starting to put Halucha in more lists.
Which is understandable because, especially with so many basics having 70 HP, since you need that HP or less to use Buddy Poffin,
Yep.
like it's just a great math fixer.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I am looking for Oliver's list here. So, Brian, keep walking us through. Like, what are the decisions Michael's making? Why is he
Yeah.
going this route?
Yeah, so he searched out the Fluttermane in the prizes, and the Fluttermane would have been so huge here. But he's just going in for the Cresselia play, and the Cresselia play is really great because it's going to be able to take out the Dracloak. At least I
Dude, Blunt,
hope
we could
so.
also Cresselia
yeah. Or the
Duskull.
Yeah, the Duskull. He might just look for that, to be honest.
I think that may actually be the move here
Yeah.
because the Duskull is how Oliver stays in the game. Yes.
Yeah.
Because if
Looks like he's
Oliver's
taking the
only able to
Duskull.
Phantom Dive, like he's got no shot.
Yeah.
All right, so then going into Oliver's turn, Brian, what's the move?
So he's got Lance in hand right now. I feel like Lance is really good here. He'll be able to get another Dracloak out, and then potentially Oliver can start to search out his last Dragapult EX. I don't think he's going to go that route completely, but he's eyeing the Buddy Poffin right now, and I'm a little wary about the Buddy Poffin just because if you put stuff like Duskulls this late into the game, they're just going to be like double monkey food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a little tough in that aspect, and he doesn't really have much he could Buddy Poffin for either. It's just the Dreepy right here.
And I don't mind a Dreepy because 70 HP is hard enough math to work on.
Definitely.
And Spoon Squad, yes, creating that monkey was a huge, huge deal for Michael. So then, Brian, what's Oliver's plan here?
Probably just another Phantom Dive. I don't think he's able to find a way to get more damage on this Curlia. This Curlia is definitely surviving. He might just be forced to take out the Badoo now.
Which is awful.
Yeah.
So the one thing is we do have a counter catcher in hand. So we can knock out either a Curlia or a Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
But even then, Michael's still set up enough and far enough ahead on prizes where now being able to break apart his draw engine is not that hard to do.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
It should be noted too that Oliver does not play Halucha.
Yeah, Charles, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Hope you
Yes.
sleep well.
Sleep well. Thank you very much for joining. So I mean, with no Halucha, we do see the Lance. What else does Oliver do?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to just get more attackers kind of set up. More draw, because at this point of the game, like, more Ionos are going to be more inevitable, so just being able to get onboard draw is definitely a priority.
It is, and I think that's one of his ways to avoid, like, closeout disruption by Michael, but I really need to tell you guys, everything I'm saying is based on the assumption that the game plan has gone, Dragapult takes a lead, and Michael is trying to win by a comeback and disruption. But in this game...
Yeah, Michael's taking the lead here.
he's just winning.
Yeah, he definitely is.
And so that means that Oliver needs to do more or be more aggressive, and gosh, we're just not in a spot to do that.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel about really taking this Dracloak and putting it into Dragapult here, just because now it just takes off another onboard draw from Oliver.
I know exactly how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I think it's a terrible choice.
Yeah.
But I also get it that you want to make sure you have an attacker post-disruption, but
yeah.
Michael doesn't care about disruption at this point.
Yeah, definitely.
So then we're going to see the attack here. We're going to see knockout on the monkey. Where does the rest of this damage go?
Probably take out the Badoo, and then, he's just going to go 6 straight onto the Curlia, which is interesting.
Yeah, what do you think about that choice?
I don't really like it that much.
All right, why is that?
Well, actually, I'm not as critical about it, just because keeping the Badoo on the board makes it that Michael won't be able to get double monkey.
That is true.
Yeah.
I still hate the choice.
Yeah.
Because I would rather see 3 and 3,
Mhm.
3 on each Curlia. Because
Yeah.
sure, even if you monkey, you would have to evolve up the other one to eliminate the option for a double prize turn.
Yeah, and either way, I think that if you spread, because like one thing that I saw is that like when I played the deck to EUIC, whenever my Dragon Ball player like opponents would like spread to my Curlias like that, it was just the easiest Cresselia play ever.
Yes.
Yeah, and Cresselia was just eating in that matchup, but um, now it's like it's just different though because there's so much limited monkey use here.
And
Yeah,
I think that's why the Duskulls and Dusknoirs are so important
Yeah.
because you accelerate so much damage onto the board that Gardevoir's engine of Cresselia and Munkidori don't have enough time to clear it all away.
yeah, definitely.
So Michael honestly seems to be in a pretty dominating position here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's pretty much like a knockout ish away from like winning the game.
Basically.
Yeah, he's definitely got like a crazy board kind of like set up here. Monkey's already in hand. He can Night Stretcher for the dark energy.
And we have
Yep.
the monkey down. We did put one dark into the deck, but I believe there is another one in the
Yeah,
discard.
usually they're playing like 2 to 3 dark energy anyways.
Is this a Cresselia turn?
I would say so. Just because it maximizes the healing, and you do need those Curlias as like your draw.
That is very true.
Yeah.
And so we do have Tutor Cloak down, which means the odds of finding another one aren't super high.
Ooh.
And we Turo the Badu. All right, I actually love.
Is this a mind bend angle?
I think this is a mind bend angle because I think we want to force Oliver to have to make very uncomfortable decisions.
Yeah. Ooh, just draws into the dark too, which is huge.
We did. We also have Devo.
Oh, and now there's two
And we
monkeys.
have the E switch in hand, I believe.
Oh, so I think what Michael might try to do here is he might just because that's the one that was rare candied.
It is.
So he might just put 3 more damage counters onto the active Monkey Dory or into the active Dragapult, and then Devo.
Oh, we are just going to go with the Cresselia play here, though.
Yeah.
And actually, I like that a lot
Yeah.
because we're still going to be able to set up a knockout on the Dracloak on the bench, go down to 1 or 2 prizes remaining, which is enough where if we clear out a Dragapult EX, that's game.
Yeah, there's so many moving pieces with this deck that there's so many lines that you can kind of go about, and I feel like there's like kind of like marginal amounts of like what is right or wrong with each line, but I think that like with this line, it's definitely like the most right way to approach it.
I basically assume whatever
Yeah.
Michael's doing is the most right way.
Yeah.
He's such a good player.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we see 60 damage. We see
The
the E switch.
The E switch.
The second Monkey Dory coming down here, putting 3 damage counters onto, is it the active? Onto the active.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness. And now we are going to see the Cresselia. I know, Fizzle, E-Switch is gross.
Yeah, the E switch is crazy.
And I think we're going to see knockout on Dreepy.
Yeah, I think so too.
Michael strongly considering his
Yeah.
choices here.
About where he wants to put the energy.
All right, so we do see it on the Gardevoir EX. So we see 2 on the Monkey Dory, 2 on the Gardevoir. This is all going to add up to 70. And then, yeah, I imagine we knock out the Dreepy.
Yeah, and then this is nice too because it's going to keep 6 damage onto the Dragapult as well. And at that point, do you have Michael's list?
I thought I did pull it out. Maybe I did
I wonder
not.
if he's still playing like if that group
Yes.
is still playing the Drifloon or not.
So they actually don't play the Drifloon.
Okay.
So here's actually the play I'm thinking, Brian. I think Michael made Cresselia. Okay, so we knock out the Dreepy. We could have Cresselia the other Dragapult.
Yeah, that could definitely be a play as well.
And then Devo next turn,
Yeah.
wipe the Dragapults and the energy from the board. And then at that point, say, hey, Oliver, you have to now candy into Dragapult from your 1 remaining Dreepy.
Yeah.
Now, Oliver is still behind on prizes, so that countercatcher is active, but Brian, I don't know what he wants to countercatcher up.
Yeah, because it's kind of limited because the Dragapult damage is a little limited right now because you're able to hit tall with Dragapult because of the Dusknoir line, but now that those aren't really a factor, it's a little limiting in damage now.
And I will say, this is advice for anyone watching these games or anyone who's considering playing into the next format. Dusknoir is so powerful
Yeah.
that being able to remove it from your opponent's game plan is a big, big deal. And keep that in mind because it could buy you turns and it could buy you a few wins if you
Yeah.
don't let your opponent enact their game plan.
Yeah, definitely. And being able to go like for like a big Dust Noir play, well, it like takes a lot of presence on the board away, but it allows you to take knockouts that you shouldn't be taking in the first place.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I will say, I do have a lot of feedback about Oliver's first decision on whether or not to not take out the Monkey Dory early,
Yeah.
but I think his game plan's been pretty solid since then.
Yeah, definitely. The plays definitely cleaned up a little bit, but sometimes some of the early game mishaps are just because you're playing on a stream. Even though, it's not like you're playing against like a 5,000 person stream or anything like that, but it could still give you a little bit of like jitters here and there.
You're also still
Yeah.
playing against Michael Davidson.
Yes, that's also true too.
Who is a very, very
Yes.
good, formerly on the Nerd Rage Gaming team, which
Yes.
we were apparently a farm league for DDG or something.
Yeah, I know,
but
right?
now Michael's with FCBC, who, by the way, has great sleeves and everything.
Yes.
Really appreciate, or would recommend you guys checking him out. But yeah, Michael's just in a dominating position.
Yeah, definitely. And he's going to be looking to kind of close out the game from here as we see another Monkey Dory coming out.
And there's only one E-switch in the deck, so we're not
Yes.
going to do anything super cool there. But,
Yeah.
I mean, we can still set up checkmate here
Yeah.
with that Devo TM.
Definitely.
And let me ask you, do we think we Devo?
I think so. Just because I think what Michael's depending on is that there's going to be no more energy to use.
Dan, I'm restraining
Yeah.
with you. We kind of were AAA for DDG, which is
AAA
fine.
for DDG is actually such a funny way to put it.
It really
Especially
is
now
true.
that the baseball season's just starting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't mind being called AAA at all.
No, not in the slightest.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love our team, man. We
Yeah.
got a good crew here.
Yeah,
so.
definitely.
All right, so we do see Michael continue to draw through the deck, and here's what I would actually like to see, Brian. I would actually love to see a Cresselia on the other Dragapult EX.
Yeah, definitely, because you're just setting up it's just like what you're saying. You're setting up the checkmate for the next turn.
Yes, and I think that is the route Michael's going to take because why take one prize? Why take two prizes here? Oh, we're just using bigger nice. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much for that, Oliver. But yeah, I don't see a downside to just setting it up for a Devo checkmate next turn.
Yep.
Rather than go down to one prize and be unable to do something like counter catcher or
Yep.
the like.
Oh.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Little focusing error.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So Brian, what do you want to see from Oliver?
From Oliver, it's tough just because there's no damage counters to work with. That's why it's so tough right now.
It is.
Yeah, I think you just Iono and you pray. Yeah,
Iono and Prey feels like the
Yeah.
move here.
yeah. I mean, it's not like there's anything that like the vacuum will really take out because you're going to take out the Artisan when Michael has a fully developed board.
Right.
I think you just kind of play the Iono and just hope that he doesn't have whatever he needs to complete the game, which is pretty much just the Devo, right?
It is. He really just
Yeah.
needs Devo. And to be honest, Oliver may not know that Michael plays Devo, although context clues, Michael's spreading a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He may see that coming eventually.
Yeah, definitely.
So the tough part too is, and we mentioned how important Dust Noir is, because Michael's had 1 to 2 Monkey Dory available, Oliver hasn't been able to bench another Duskull.
Yeah, definitely.
And so not being able to do that, I guess, what would you have seen Oliver's plan be if Duskull was available?
Oh yeah, definitely gonna be some plays like being able to like Dusk Noir Phantom Dive into a Gardevoir EX. There's definitely plays where you can take like a Gust onto Curlia, Dusk Noir the other one, and all of a sudden Michael wouldn't have any draw support. There's so many plays like that, or being able to take out Monkey Dory with Dusk Noir. There's just so many things that it could enable.
For sure. Bryce, do we know if time's been called? Okay, we have not heard time
Yeah,
yet, but
typically time works a little bit differently with the stream game because they have their own timer.
yes.
So yeah, it's
Which
usually a little
we
different.
appreciate them staying on schedule with us,
Yes.
rather than us trying to keep on schedule with them.
Yeah.
All right, and so we see the Ultra Ball for Dragapult
Yeah.
debating between Fez.
Yeah.
I think failing that is the worst option.
Yeah, because I mean, you're gonna end up trying to play Iono, and then you're gonna end up drawing into it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And again, for those watching at home, is this sequencing error going to be the end of the game? Probably not.
yeah,
But it's little decisions like this that add up over time.
yeah, definitely.
All right, so we do see the Iono. We're going to see three fresh cards for Oliver.
2 for Michael,
And
and
we're going to see a third card for Michael as well. And then we're going to be able to see 2 Curlia. So, I mean, To be fair, Oliver is in a position where he could close out the game next turn,
Yeah,
but Michael's probably got it.
most likely.
All right, so we
Let's
see the monkey.
see.
Ultra
Ooh,
Ball.
Ultra Ball.
So we do not play Pheasantipity. We do not play Luminion. We're just going to have to draw with Curlia and see what we get.
Yeah.
But Michael wisely getting out of Dark Energy, so we'll be able to double Monkey.
Yep. And this might be just like double.
Oh, yeah,
double
it's
monkey
just game with knockout.
Yeah, with
Because
Miracle Force.
Yep, because we'll be able to put 90 on, put 60 on there, hit
Yep.
for 190. There you go. We don't even need anything complicated.
Yeah, definitely.
And do we have a second game, Bryce? That makes sense
Yeah.
because that was a
It's
long
a very,
game.
Yeah, it could be a very drawn out game. I definitely won a couple of my Dragapult games at UIC 1-0.
That,
Yeah,
yes.
it's definitely not uncommon.
That is a very guarded game plan to
Yes.
have it be best of one
Yeah,
and best of
one.
three.
Yeah.
Please don't slow play those watching to make that happen. Just don't do that. All right, so Brian, any thoughts on that matchup or decisions we saw either from Oliver or Michael?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a thing where it's like, when do you get aggressive, right? And we saw a couple different ways about it because like both players played it slow in the beginning.
Yes.
And I think it just took a little bit longer for Oliver to start to get aggressive than Michael. Because like as soon as Michael started taking prizes, he was trying to build a lead that was like insurmountable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's not usually how Gardevoir goes.
It isn't. But if you see the opportunity to, I feel like it's one of those things that you kind of have to take.
And yes, agreed. And also I think the situation was different there because a lot of times you don't go that route because your opponent is being sufficiently aggressive to put pressure on you.
Yeah.
And Oliver chose not to. And to be honest, there are going to be games where that's the right choice. But in that situation, you got to take opportunities to destroy their draw engine while you can.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I don't really have any other feedback. I think we talked about everything I wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
do you think it's time to play a little homage to our favorite cards going away again before we get to the next round?
Absolutely.
All right, so Bryce, can you throw up, we'll go with one of yours you brought up. Can we throw up Arceus V-Star, please?
Yeah.
So I do not have a eulogy to Arceus, but I know you had one.
Yeah. I'm just very, I have a lot of, good memories with this card because Arceus was around when I first started playing. I first started playing like end of Lost Origin, beginning of Silver Tempest, and Lugia just came out, but I really liked Arceus a lot because I felt like it was a very streamlined deck. It was one of those decks that I felt like kind of helped teach players how to learn, like how to play the game. It had like a great engine, that Trinity Nova, 3 energy, put them on Vs any way that you like. Starbirth, search up 2 cards, any 2 cards. There's so much deck building diversity that you could do. A lot of partners you could play with it. Like, there was Duraludon, that Inteleon engine.
Arc Intel was
Arc Intel.
very annoying for a while.
Yeah, Vulpix, Umbreon, Gudra, Giratina, even like Regigigas towards the end of its life.
You missed my favorite partner, but I'll come back to that. So keep going.
Yeah. So there were just so many like different partners and ways that you can kind of play the deck. Powerful ability, useful attack. It kept it in the format for a long time, but honestly, I think this card was kind of phased out of our format a little bit earlier than I kind of expected. I kind of thought that Arceus V-Star was going to be around till it rotated, but stuff like Miraidon and like other turbo decks kind of like phased it out just because they were able to just hit 220 turn 1.
Dan, that's awesome. You played Arceus at your first Worlds. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Arc Aggron is a great one. And Brian, I will tell you, do you know my favorite partner for Arceus?
I mentioned Giratina, right?
You did, but that's actually not
That's
it.
not your favorite one? Oh,
No.
man. I'm starting to like blank out on some of the other partners now.
It was a unique one, as in literally
Oh,
me,
is
Reno,
it-
and Kevin.
Is it Corviknight?
Corviknight VMAX,
Yeah,
baby.
I only say that because I know that Reno top 16 with that. With that
Exactly.
deck. Yeah, Corviknight.
So I will say Arceus V-Star with Corviknight VMAX and Crobat VMAX
Yeah.
actually got me my Worlds invite in
Yeah,
2022.
Corviknight. Yeah.
And I will tell you, it was Kevin Krieger, Dr. Kevin Krieger.
Yeah.
Like, hope you're doing all right on your shift still for work.
Yeah.
And Reno and I played it to Indianapolis, and
Yeah.
I went 6-3. Kevin went 10-2-3,
Yeah.
and Kevin went 10-3-2,
Yeah.
and Reno went 10-2-3.
Yeah.
So 3 people played it. One got 16th, one got 17th, and it was awesome.
Yeah, Dan, I got you on that one for the Lugia one. I did see your tweet this morning about it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll cover that for Lugia.
Yeah, we'll do that when it comes around to it.
But I will say, Brian, you're absolutely right. I think the issue is because Arceus alone was good,
Yeah.
but as power creep happened with the EXs, and in a good way,
Yeah.
the 280, 200 for a relatively steep attack cost with no acceleration
and
that
it was
works with
mostly
it.
180 because of double turbo, because a lot of
Exactly.
the time it kind of depended on double turbo.
And with EXs coming out, it could no longer accelerate to EXs.
Yeah.
It was only to Vs, which
Yeah.
was wild for its time, but then it kind of just got phased out of the format.
Yeah, and I remember like watching when Andrew Mahone made his Worlds run, and every single time during that vlog, he was like, "All I want to hit is Arceus. All I want to hit is Arceus" during like those final like tournaments because he was able to just take those really big 2-prize leads by taking out Arceus V with Miraidon. Yeah.
And I will say for Worlds 2022, I played Palkia V-Star with Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. And I also loved hitting Arceus because Ice Rider hit 280 straight up with Choice Belt, which was a big deal because then my deck, anytime I saw an Arceus, Palkia could kill it. Anytime I got into a V-Star, Palkia could kill it or Ice Rider could kill it. And it was very, very hard for them to ever one-shot me back.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I think it's one that we kind of forgot about towards like the end of our format time just because it really did get phased out like maybe towards like a year or so ago, but I know like the people who really loved Arceus really played it until they couldn't do it anymore.
Yes, and it was one of those decks where it had its partners, like we talked about.
Yeah.
But Dan mentioned Arc Intel. It kind of became its own deck more than a few times. Regigigas is an instance where that really was just a pure Arceus deck with a 1/1 Regigigas V-Star in it.
Yeah, for real. And like there was like that arc control that they were kind of playing around like LA time last season that I know Olive played on stream as well. That played like the Hero's Cape. It played like a bunch of like Charon's Cares and it played Ursaluna too. So
yes.
Yeah.
Bryce, are we getting ready? Do you mind throwing up one more and I'll let you pick whichever one you want?
Yeah.
Let's maybe save Lugia for after
Yeah,
because
we'll
we could go into that one.
Yeah, definitely. Lugia's gonna take a bit. Oh, this one already rotated though.
Well, I just put this as a placeholder for all VMAXs.
Oh,
and
for
so
all VMAXs. Okay.
I do have a few words to say about all
all
VMAXs.
VMAXs.
VMAXs, you shorten games. You made the game consist of all 2-prize basics. 3-prize Pokemon clearly negatively affect the game. And I'm really glad Pokemon learned their lesson and will never have 3-prize Pokemon again.
Oh. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I know. But Brian, what are your thoughts on VMAXs as we're clearing the very, very last ones out?
Yeah, so my point of view on them is a little different because I didn't play when there were tag teams around. And VMAXs were like my intro to the game because Mew VMAX was my first deck that I ever played. So, I mean, I kind of do agree. It did speed up the game a little too much, and it didn't really open up too much, you know, outcomes for, you know, different prize trades besides like 2-2-2 or 3-3. But yeah, definitely made games really fast, and yeah, definitely was one that I am definitely glad to see them go. I do like the current way that we're at with like everything has to evolve.
Yes.
It makes the game more like what I feel like it was originally intended to do, which was to take advantage of the evolving mechanic that Pokemon do. And being able to just plop something down and just like make it go boom right away, it's not really the way that the game was originally intended to be played.
All right. Yeah. Not as God intended it. Yeah. But we are going to get to some interesting gameplay here because we mentioned Miraidon a little bit, but we get to see the deck of the hour, Lost Zone Giratina.
Let's go. At 3-0.
Bryce, just so you know, Daniel's playing Lost Zone Giratina. And this is very important to clarify because it is very important to clarify. So we do see on that heavy ball, Comfy, Giratina V, and a couple Buddy Poffin.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Do you happen to have the list for this one?
Oh, do I? I need to dig it up. But yes.
I'm just wondering because I remember at the beginning of the prismatic format, I got absolutely cooked by my boy Keon on Giratina. And it had some really cool stuff, so I just want to make sure that this list also has the cool things that I was kind of looking at.
I can absolutely check that out. But I will say, in general, for Lost Zone Giratina, like, the deck works where it's the same as almost any other. Lost
okay.
Zone
So
deck.
it's not using like all of the crazy stuff that I was seeing.
After Crash,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're asking about Stream 2. Please let us know and clarify.
Maybe asking about the backup.
Oh, we do have a backup, but last game they finished before our first game finished. But going back to this, so Lost Zone Giratina really just uses Comfy and the flower selecting ability to get cards in the Lost Zone. Giratina also has Abyss Seeking to put more cards into the Lost Zone. And then it sets up that Giratina V-Star that has 280 HP, can, for Psychic Grass Colorless, do 280 damage. And then for Grass Psychic, if you have 10 cards in your Lost Zone, just delete a Pokemon. And this list also includes stuff like Blood Moon Ursaluna to do 240 for low energy cost, Radiant Greninja, which I believe, yes,
Yeah.
Daniel plays water energy, so we can still Moonlight Shuriken,
Yes, Moonlight Shuriken.
and we still, per usual, just draw a ton of energy in Mirage Gates and not actual cards we need.
Yep.
So we are going to see Daniel, though, be able to get a couple flower selectings off, and this is a big deal. And we see a Colress.
Yes, Colress, huge.
So Daniel is going to be able to play the game, and actually, he may be able to get a Blood Moon knockout if John pulls off an Amp You Very Much, because, Brian, I'll let you talk through this, but John's playing that Miraidon EX.
Yeah, so Miraidon, the ability, like, it's just, the goal is just to go turbo, go boom, go wide, because it plays the Area 0 now to be able to go really wide with the Pikachu EX. So Miraidon just wants to get a bunch of Pokemon down, use the electric generator to kind of gamble to see if energy is going to go on the board or not. The Latias gives the free retreat, just so hopefully these Comfies might go boom. So the Arvin is going to do the search here. Looks like we are going for maybe a generator and a Forest Seal Stone. I didn't get a good look at John's hand, so it might just be that he's looking to he might have like a Miraidon or another search card available.
Well, he certainly had an Iron Hands EX in hand.
I know he had the Iron Hands, and that's like the big key with this matchup because, I mean, you can kind of see 6 prizes already laid out here with 2 Comfies and a Radiant Greninja.
Oh, and we do have 2 generators in hand.
never
Oh, and
punished.
there we go. Why look at more?
Yeah.
Just hit the first
I
2.
know, right?
And so John really wanted to just get this Amp You Very Much off to apply a ton of pressure to Daniel, but man, if Daniel can somehow get to 7,
Yeah.
he'll be able to knock out this Iron Hands EX.
Yeah.
We got 1. Is that all John needed?
Oh, he just got 1. I mean, he has 4 Seal Stones, so that could definitely get the last one.
Does he have an
He
energy in
needs-
hand, though?
I don't know. I didn't see. I saw that he has Rotom, so if he really needs to use like the Forest Seal Stone, it's an option.
I think that's the thing he was trying to avoid,
Yeah.
is because he wants to save that Forest Seal Stone to continue to play the game later.
Oh, he does have an energy in hand.
Oh, man.
Oh, and I think that's really why
And a
he went.
Squawk. Oh,
Yeah.
boy. John is
Yeah,
cooking.
he is really cooking right now.
So why do you think he decided not to bench the Magnemite?
That's a good question. He probably either plays more. I don't think he's playing more of them, to be honest. But
No, and honestly, I would have loved to see him bench the Magnemite.
yeah, I think so too. But maybe if he recognizes that the Pikachu is prized, then he might not look to go super wide on the board yet.
Well, he has the Raichu.
Yeah, but the Pikachu EX.
Oh,
yeah.
oh, I see what you mean. So,
Yeah.
and yes, however, unless does he play just a 1/1 Magnemite?
Yeah, it
So,
is.
and so I hear that. The only issue is, though, with that Magnemite going down into the discard, like, he doesn't have a way to set up another hands.
Yeah.
But if he had gotten the Magnemite down, he very well could have popped another Iron Hands EX and just gone 2/2/2 on prizes without ever having to one-shot a 2-prizer.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see, though, the 4 energy on Iron Hands EX, free retreat with the Latias EX, and Daniel doesn't really have a super stable board right now.
Yeah. I mean, Colress is a good start here. So I'm wondering what he's gonna look to do here now.
Honestly, I think we're going to look for a Blood Moon knockout.
Yeah, I think I see the Blood Moon knockout too.
The only issue is we are going to need Colress and then
Like 2 more Comfies, I think.
2 more
Yeah.
Comfies. Because, yeah, if we get to Colrus, 3 Comfies, it's 5.
Yeah, there's our guy.
Yep. All right.
Yes.
So, what was the question?
No.
Food.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the game.
Okay.
So, we do see Colrus from Daniel, which is huge. Oh, and we see the Klefki, and what a cool inclusion to slow down decks like this.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, and that actually would have been a huge thing to be able to go into, because that Latias EX would have been stuck.
Yeah, definitely. And it helps with other matchups too, like Raging Bolt and stuff like that, just because it closes all opportunities for like stuff like energy acceleration, ability use, and all of that stuff.
Yes. And so we do have the, oh, shoot, what was it even called? The town store,
Yeah.
which is a big deal because that could enable us to get a forest seal stone if Dan plays it, which I believe Daniel does.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, to get
Yeah,
forest
Forest
seal stone
Steelstone.
and then also get a lost vacuum to accelerate the lost
Or
zone
that maximum belt.
or the maximum belt. So, okay, Daniel's in a position where he can take this knockout.
Yeah, definitely.
And so we have the Giratina in hand, and this is exactly why I wanted John to drop that Magnemite, because he could have responded with a Magnemite, throw the energy on that Miraidon, and suddenly he's down to 2 prizes and
Yeah.
has applied so much pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this deck is like one of the first iterations of like it's okay to be slow, you know?
Right.
It's okay to kind of like take your game plan a little slow because it can be very rewarding towards the end. And we're kind of seeing that right now because even though like Daniel's like first turn wasn't really that crazy, all of a sudden now he's got like a big knockout and John went a little too fast, used 2 generators already, and now is not going to have any sort of energy on the board to work with.
And to John's credit, he went exactly as fast as he could or should.
Yeah, definitely.
We just don't have a stable enough board to follow it up.
Yes. And who knows? Like, I mean, maybe like a Luminion can work some magic, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
we never know, but there's definitely still opportunity to be had here.
And we see the vacuum anyway. We have
Yeah.
a switch in hand. Ooh, do we maybe keep that comfy?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that too now.
Oh, no. So we go
Yeah.
straight for the vacuum. Oh, but this does mean that we can use that for a seal stone for a different target.
Yeah, or not even use it at all. Maybe like the Force Sealstone could be like a little bit of pressure, and later on, that could turn into a
Oh, that's so
Star
true.
Requiem instead.
Yeah, because now we can use that vacuum on the town store, put ourselves down or up to 7 cards in the lost zone, use those Mirage Gates.
Yeah.
That Iron Hands is going down.
Yeah, definitely.
So I see Daniel is having the exact same experience I do with Lost Zone Tina is, oh God, I'm losing. Oh God, I'm losing. Oh,
I'm
can
winning.
you sign the match flip?
Yeah. This is so exciting. I'm actually really enjoying like watching this. It brings me back, you know?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
I am glad to see Lost Zone Tina actually doing well too, because it would not have been my pick for this format. But
Yeah.
when I saw Daniel today when we first got in here, he did say, yeah, I knew Dan's going to be commentating.
Yeah.
So I figured he'd be really hyped about this.
Yeah.
Yes, Daniel.
Yes.
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 Yes, I am. All right. So then what energy do you want to see go on this Blood Moon?
Probably the water energy, like at least a water energy. Yeah, and then you can use the other one, put like another water, and then maybe put a psychic or a grass onto the Giratina.
And I would want to see the water on the, oh, but we only need one of
Yeah.
those. And I think Daniel's doing that math right now to say, wait, I can
Yeah.
probably throw one of these on the
Yeah.
Giratina. So I would have actually really liked to see the grass come down on the Giratina.
Yeah. I can see that too.
And we'll see. Maybe he may ask John, like, hey, can
Yeah.
I just like throw one of these onto the Tina?
Yeah.
And John may be fine with it, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
So outside of that, is there anything else you'd want to see here?
Oh, I guess they're just gonna put off. Maybe he's got a plan that we don't know.
I think he was laughing because he blew it. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the switch cart, which is huge.
Yeah. Switch card's gonna allow him to go like attack again.
For those who can't see, Dan Defcon is just saying as the second best guy named Dan who really likes Tina, lives in Chicago. He is also enjoying this. And so we have
Yes.
a Dan watching, a Dan talking, and a Daniel playing. And
Yeah.
we're all Giratina fans.
Wow. Who would have thought in this day of age, right?
All right, so John's hand consists of 4 lightning energy, an Ultra Ball, a Raichu, and a Miraidon, it looks like. So what's happening here,
Yeah,
Brian?
so the bundle just went up just to put the Comfy in play. And it's great because now the switch card can automatically be used, and now that that Ursaluna is going to be able to be played again. And this is also kind of like might show tiny little mistake now because there's no more one prizers that John can put into play to kind of hold off the prize trade.
And hypothetically, should he have had an Ultra Ball in hand, like the one
there's
in
a Zapdos.
hand,
I think the Zapdos is still in.
there is.
Yeah.
But if he had had the Ultra Ball, he could have taken 2 more prizes here.
Yeah.
Because he could have used that Magneton, set up Iron Hands, go in, amp you very much, And then he's one generator away from closing out the game on
Yeah.
Giratina.
Definitely. Yeah.
However, that's not where we're at right now.
Yeah, definitely.
So on the bright side, John still has his V-Star available, so we could do something, but what do you think the move is here?
Yeah. I think he plays Luminion. I think you kind of have to grab Luminion here and hopefully get started with like grabbing like Arvin and then or even like that secret box that he uses. Try to thin out as many cards as you can so you have a higher chance of getting the lightning energies off of those generators.
Well, you could also get Pheasantipity here.
Yeah, Fez
And that-
also a good one too.
But
Yeah.
it looks like he is going with your approach, getting Luminion, which
Yeah.
guarantees it.
Yeah. Because I feel like with Fez, sometimes you can just draw into 3 energy, and all of a sudden now your turn's kind of ruined.
Yes. And with 4 energy in hand, unfortunately, the odds in these generators are a lot lower than John would like.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely not ideal. But hopefully you can just kind of thin out whatever you need.
And I say odds are lower because of the 15 energy John plays, there are currently 8 in his hand and or discard pile.
Yeah.
Theo, yes. John is an excellent player, and Lugia was an excellent deck, even if I hate it.
Yeah. He cooked me at a cup once, too, playing Raging Bolt against my Reggie Drago. But I know he's a big Chen Pao player, so
That is true.
hopefully he can regain some of that glory being able to play Chen Pao again.
All right, so we do have an interesting thing for Daniel. If John does pull this off and get the Bravery Charm on the Iron Hands EX, ooh, that is the
Ooh,
wrong
whiff.
energy to hit.
The whiff.
Oh, Lagzuzu, we'll certainly talk about Gudra too. What a
Yeah.
good card.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we see the charm go on Iron Hands, which makes sense because it
Yeah.
means only a Giratina V-Star can knock it out. What else do we need to see here?
Yeah, I think he was hoping to hit 2 off the generator so he could force Sealstone for double turbo energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately, he hit the double turbo off the generator,
Yeah, I know.
which you're not allowed to apply.
Yeah.
And yes, John, member of the Lost Zone Kitchen, great team, great group of dudes.
Yeah.
We did a really cool charity event with them last year where we raised over $2,000 for local food depositories. So y'all should check them out too. They're a
Yeah.
great group of guys.
Definitely. Ooh, I guess he's just gonna force up the Miraidon here in instant charge.
This
It's definitely not the most. It's definitely not the play he wanted, but I think he's kind of forced into it.
So Daniel now goes from just scrambling to try to keep up to in a very, very good position here.
Yeah, definitely. Because if he's able to kind of keep drawing out of this, maybe we could see a Star Requiem here.
We could.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Vacuum here is crazy.
It is.
Yeah. You could probably take out that Buddy Poffin. Probably don't need that anymore.
Honestly, I would want to Ultra Ball away. Actually, yeah. I would want to Ultra Ball away the Buddy Poffin and Comfy. Or. So this is the only issue. Actually, it's not really an issue. We still have Lasso. Yes, Bastium, absolutely. So yeah, so we have the switch card. I actually would love to see this vacuum get rid of the Buddy Poffin or the Comfy.
Yeah, I was about to say the Comfy also is also a decent one to take out a play too.
But I don't mind benching the Comfy just so you have more draw later since
Yeah.
you already have 2 one-prize liabilities down. And we do see the Buddy Poffin going away.
Yep.
Bravery Charm going away. Giratina on the board ready to go. Benching the Comfy. We have Roxanne in hand. And we
Yep.
see the knockout. Daniel going down to 2 prizes remaining.
Yeah, no Thorn to answer Spoon Squad's question.
Yes, but the nice part is for Daniel, this Blood Moon Oyster Luna is loaded. So
yeah,
for Jonathan to remove an out for Daniel to win the game, he has to knock out the Blood Moon, and
Yeah.
then he still has Giratina on the bench with the 4 Sealstone.
yeah. So there's so much pressure on this board right now. It's actually so crazy.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah,
It makes me so happy.
yeah. I know for real.
All right, so John does have the Arvin, so we will be able to get a generator. We do have a couple other good pieces in hand. So and John just scoops it up. Ooh.
Tough.
And Blatanism, yes. Daniel is an incredible player with Lost in Box, and we see Lost Zone Giratina go to 4-0.
4-0. Wow.
Love to see it. And so, Bryce, do we have a second game? We do. Excellent. We have
Okay.
Chris Franco versus June. This is a pretty good matchup, too.
Yeah, definitely. So Goldango and Dragapult again. So we'll see if Goldango can kind of get the get back on Dragapult again.
Which, to be fair, Matt was in a very good position.
Yes.
And then decided to no longer be in a good position.
Yeah.
All right, so then we're on June's turn. We have a set of Dragapult. Chris isn't only taking one prize. What are we expecting to see from June here?
I don't know. So hopefully, I mean, this Dragapult has energy now, so hopefully he can kind of spread some of the damage around and take like a multi-prize turn the following turn.
Which would be wonderful.
Yeah.
And After Crash, love to see the fandom. Yes, we are
Yes.
so happy to have June here. They have
Yes.
been performing really well recently.
Yeah, definitely have been kind of seeing it. So super excited to see what everybody's doing today. There's a lot of deck diversity here today, and a lot of just different people here today as well. So super glad about how great our turnout is here today,
Yes,
and the amount of top level talent we have.
which is a lot.
Yeah, there's so many great players here. I think I would have dropped by now if I was playing.
Fair enough. All right, so it looks like we see the Itchy Pollen from June, and Chris is going to be able to draw a ton of cards, just if any of them are items,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to use them.
Definitely.
So we do have a couple energy in hand. We see another coin bonus. We
Yep.
almost saw 2, which we're not
Yep,
allowed.
Not allowed to do.
We see 2 more coin bonus available. And then Chris could knock out this Budu, but that would kind of open things up for June.
Yeah, definitely.
So with that 1 energy in hand, with metal in hand, do you think Chris takes the knockout here?
I think so, just because it's going to put Chris back onto even prizing, and that's kind of like what Goldengo wants to do anyways, is just to have that kind of even prize trade, just attack tall and kind of close out the game that way.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so with that Cypher Maniac's code breaking available, Chris can draw once more with coin bonus and then set up the top of their deck so that way if June tries to disrupt, wait. Oh.
Yeah.
So, Bryce, can you
Yeah.
go let them know we saw it was a
Yeah.
Roxanne?
Yeah.
So we can confirm what it was. And then can you yell for Michael, please?
Yeah. So we're just going to take care of this. Yeah. I think we're trying to get that figured out right away.
Yes.
We are able to confirm the card. I thought it was Roxanne, right?
It was Roxanne. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
And
So we got
then-
that figured out.
And then Michael will handle the rest of it, I think.
Yes. So we do. Well, it'll be up to Michael on whether or not there's a prize
Yeah.
penalty there.
I think there probably is going to be one.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
one of the issues is whenever you do see the top card of your deck, it does give you additional information.
Yeah.
If the deck is completely random, that's less of a big deal because it doesn't give you anything else like that you wouldn't know otherwise, especially if you've already done a prize check. But Pokemon's rulings are if you at any point see extra deck information, that is technically a penalty.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to Michael if he enforces that. But
Yeah.
here we are.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to get our answer for that yet.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
But Chris is going to just use that Cypher Maniac's code breaking, put the 2 cards on top, and then we will use Make It Rain, it looks like, to. Oh.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we will knock out the Budu. So, Brian, what does June do here?
So I don't see any sort of. This might be the slow pull, the really slow pull that plays like the stamp and stuff. I don't know if they played the
Oh, I think it
Dustmore
is.
line.
Because we see a Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
So there's no Dustmore typically when you have Monkey Dory in the list.
Yeah, so this might be like the slower approach to playing Pult that doesn't like attack as tall, so gonna be having to take advantage of more of the of that, spreading damage and trying to take multiple prizes at the same time.
Yes.
So ideally you're probably gonna attack the active, put 6 on one of the Goldengos, and hopefully take another 2 prizes with that one the next turn. Yeah.
And that makes sense. And I think the idea here is exactly that. The tough part is with Chris having 4 Goldengo up, Chris is going to have a ton of draw no matter what June does in taking those knockouts. And going down to only 2 prizes remaining, even if June does sweep 4 prizes, it means that Chris is going to have an opportunity to still draw 3, 4, however many more cards, and then try to reach on a knockout.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough way to take the next turn, but we don't know what if there was a penalty or not. But honestly, if the double prize penalty was put in here, then Jude can honestly finish the game next turn.
We only need 2 attacks.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, did
Yeah.
you mind asking? Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, perfect. Kevin is eating some pizza, and then he's going to go check on that
Yep,
for us. It is
appreciate
good
it.
to have supports in this process.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so then we do get the Dragapult out with the Ultra Ball. We currently don't have a Psychic. Do we have a Psychic Energy on that Dragapult in the active? I
No,
think
but
we do.
ooh, but I don't know if I don't
There
know
is
if
a
there's,
card underneath the Fire Energy.
it might be the, no, I think there is an energy there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we will be able to attack.
Oh, just a
Just
warning.
warning. All right,
Just warning.
perfect.
Okay.
And to be honest, good. That
Yeah.
shouldn't disrupt the outcome of this game.
Yeah.
All right, so we see our first Recon Directive, and it looks like June gets an Ultra Ball off of that. Yep. And this, unfortunately, is not a great hand. We may
Yeah.
need to Luminion. Is there anything else you think June needs to do here?
Oh yeah, there is a psychic. I don't know actually. Yeah, I don't think so.
Because it's tough, too, because
Yeah.
Iono doesn't really do much here.
Yeah, it
Chris already
doesn't.
put the 2 cards they wanted on top of their deck.
Yeah, and there's also 4 Goldengos in play as well.
There are, which is so much draw.
Yeah.
So then, Brian, is there ever an argument for June saving their disruption for later in the game?
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to do it towards like the end of the game. And I feel like if you were to play like some sort of disruption, it kind of depends on like the ace spec, but if it was like unfair stamp, I'd probably want to see that first before Iono.
Oh, after Crash, you may be right. We did not see Unfair Stamp in the deck,
Yeah,
so
it might be prize, yeah.
that is problematic
Yeah.
for June.
Yeah, so that's probably why we're going with the Iono straight up here first.
So the one argument I would say, too, is there are currently 2 Cypher Maniacs code breaking in the discard.
Yeah.
Chris probably plays no more than 3, although we just saw Chris draw 1.
Yeah.
So saving that Iono for a turn from now, after Chris goes down to 2 prizes, that probably would be the best way to secure the win.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, yeah, just pray. Yes, we'd already used 1 Recon Directive, not both.
Yep.
Okay. We kind of just got to pray at times that they
Yeah.
don't hit it.
Definitely. Let's see what that grabbed. Is that a Lost City?
I think it is a
Yeah,
Lost City.
Lost City's
Interesting.
pretty cool. Yeah. I do like that card.
So we have a counter catcher. Do we think we use it here?
Yeah, I do like that idea, just because you can bring up one of the Dengos that doesn't have any energy on it, and it's going to force Chris to have an extra energy to attach.
Blatanism, I also love the enthusiasm on GG
Yes.
Win. I'm totally fine with that.
Yes.
All right, so we do pull up one of the Dengos without energy. The issue is Chris has a Turo in hand.
Yes. Turo in hand definitely hurts, but yeah.
But I don't think you can play assuming that they have that.
Yeah, definitely.
So if Chris does Turo this Goldengo, the issue isn't so much that, like, they get to go into a different one, get more draw, I think that. It's that they will completely undo one of June's turns. And at this point, with the amount of
Yeah.
pressure they're applying, that's a huge deal.
Definitely.
Why not draw with the front one?
I think saving in case, because there's a Pokegear in hand, right? Maybe wanting to go instead of go for the Turo play. Oh, I guess we're gonna still use it anyways.
Well, so, and that was
Yeah.
my thought is I would want to see that one first.
Yeah.
Just to enable Turo as an option to still see more cards and
Yeah.
hope to dig for that superior. But I
There's
guess,
Cypher in hand either way.
yeah, we only have 3. Oh, no, we have 4 in the discard. We have 3 in hand, it looks like. So we actually have knockout here, even with the Turo.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a huge deal.
That is definitely, yeah.
So then if Chris does take this knockout, is there an out for June to win?
It's gonna be tougher too. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit tougher because now it's just gonna be a 2-prize game for Chris to win, and June's still not taking any.
Right. June has
Yeah.
not taken a single prize yet, which is not what you would call ideal.
Yeah.
And Chris isn't up. Well, I guess we use Turo, but
Yeah.
with Cypher Maniac in hand, like, Chris still has a good chance to do something cool here.
Yeah, definitely.
So why do you think Chris got rid of the Pheasantipity?
Because I mean, you can get it back from the discard pile using something like Turo, or not Turo, Night Stretcher, and it's pretty easy just to get back on the board.
I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense. I guess I'm just wondering.
And there's no like immediate threats, at least that I see, like no immediate threats that any sort of Dingo is gonna get knocked out without Gust.
True. But June does play at least one, probably two counter catcher.
Yeah.
And with that Fez coming down, I guess Fez coming down doesn't really add a liability.
Yeah.
So I think that's where my concern is. Why not set yourself up so that way if there is an unfair stamp or something to follow, you're able to handle it better.
Yep. And there's the big 7 to take the knockout on the Dragapult.
Chris goes down to 2 prizes remaining.
Yep.
And the Dragapult gets lost zoned.
Yeah, that's a big one too.
It is. So now Chris has Roxanne in deck, has Turo in deck. There are outs for them to continue to draw and play the game effectively. Callie has the Dragapult EX built and ready to go. And Chris has a big old hand.
Yeah, Chris has a big hand, and even with disruption, it's going to be a little tough to work around.
It is. And with unfair stamp prized for Callie.
Or for June.
Or for June, excuse me. They're in a tough spot.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have an Iono in hand, did you see, Brian?
No, I didn't see one.
So that's tough
Yeah,
because
I saw like Lance.
with Lance, I think we have Turo of our own, which doesn't
Yeah,
really help.
Turo
Oh, no,
doesn't
we
help.
have an Iono.
Oh, there's Iono?
Okay. So is there a world where you do anything other than Iono here?
If you have Iono, I feel like you just play it.
I think that is an Iono
Yeah.
underneath the Buddy Poffin,
Oh,
right?
yeah, you might be right. Yeah, you're definitely right.
So the only other route I would see is if it makes sense to try to find a boss to knock out the Goldango.
Yeah.
But
And either way, it's not going to feel like a great knockout either way, just because, I mean, Chris only needs 2 more prizes to win, and all Chris would really need is Gust.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, not even Gust, even just a superior or 2.
Yeah, 2 superior will definitely get you there.
Which, to be fair, would only take a Cypher Maniac's code breaking
Yeah.
and then 1 coin bonus.
Yeah.
Well, and a couple extra cards. But you get me. You get me.
Yeah.
All right, so we will see the Iono.
Yep.
And at least we have a Phantom Dive.
Yep.
And a Phantom Dive this turn is really good.
Phantom Dive is important.
And then I didn't quite see what was in Chris's hand.
Yeah, I didn't see either.
All right, but June does get 6 fresh cards. We have Switch. I can't quite see what those
Yeah.
are.
Buddy Poffin.
Not very helpful. We do have a boss's orders. And we will be able to draw with Fez. So I think June's hoping to hit a counter catcher.
Yeah.
But did you see what they draw? They drew?
No, I did not.
Okay. So
Super Rod.
Force
Force Seal
Seal.
Stone, Boss. I guess if Countercatcher is still in the deck, Force Seal can grab it.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I think I see a Countercatcher.
Is there a counter catcher in there
Yeah,
already?
I think I see one. Yeah.
We're gonna force Seal
Yeah,
Stone
we're gonna
here.
Find out.
Oh, I think
Um,
June may have been looking for the counter catcher,
yeah,
but
might not realize it's not there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is tough because they're still in a position where they're applying a good amount of pressure, and Chris is going to need a pretty hefty response.
Yeah.
But Chris is still going to draw 5 cards, including their top deck. And that's a lot.
Yeah.
So then, is there anything Callie should, or excuse me, June, why do I keep saying Callie? Is there anything June should get here?
Think they ended up grabbing, might be an earthen vessel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Why is that, do you think?
Don't know.
I also don't
Yeah.
know. So we can certainly get Monkey Dory, or we can get Radiant Alakazam. Looks like we're going for Monkey Dory.
Yep.
We already attached to the active, so we can't attach a Dark Energy.
No, but could be for like a next turn thing if there is a next turn, you know.
Yes. So let's see here.
Yeah, there's that dark energy.
We have a Temple of Sinnoh.
Do we attach return already?
We did. Do you
Yeah.
mind, Bryce or Brian, let him know we
Yeah.
already did attach return? All right.
All
That
right,
just
thank you,
undo that thing.
Eli.
Thank you, Eli. So Sky also fully supporting June here. I
Yep.
dig it. So then we'll see the Phantom Dive. Where does the 6 damage go?
Probably on the other Dengo that doesn't have damage counters yet.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I think that makes complete sense.
Yep.
Yeah, because, I mean, doubling it up on the Dengo with damage doesn't really help. There's not a
Yeah.
lot you can do there.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to see Radiant Alakazam come down.
Yep. I'm not gonna have too much use yet.
Oh, but we are going to
Oh.
move damage to the active.
Okay.
Okay. So trying to set up the active so that way you are a Monkey Dory and an Alakazam away from a knockout 2 on its own.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't mind this.
Yeah.
All right, and then where will we see that 6 damage go? Is it still on the other Dengo?
Yeah, I think so. I think you kind of need it.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
fine.
So,
All right, so we have an Arvin in hand, which can get us a Superior. There's plenty of energy in the discard.
Yep.
What else do we need, Brian?
A second Superior. That's probably the way to win the game.
Yeah.
Either that or Gus. And I think since it's going to be one of those things where we, randomize the deck and then start the draw.
Yep. We see Pokestop, which is huge. We see...
Is that a Superior?
I didn't quite see. Chris's hand
Oh.
is it's an Energy.
Energy.
So we still need a Superior.
I think that's...
I think
Oh,
that's
that's
a
Cypher. Oh, Cypher would just win the game, right?
Yes, because you can get
Ish.
double Superior
Yeah.
and then draw with Greninja.
Yeah.
Yep, double Superior. Chris can get those,
Yep.
shuffle it up, and I think that's just going to close it out.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, let's see it. Let's play it out a little bit. Or Pokestop. Pokestop can put it down.
Pokestop can also just get
Yeah.
them. So we'll draw the 2 Superior. Oh, and
Yep,
a Night
and
Stretcher,
yep.
sure, just for fun.
Yep.
Superior a couple things, Superior a couple things, and then suddenly we are one-shotting this Dragapult EX. And I mean, Goldango kind of does have a great Dragapult matchup.
It does. Yeah, definitely. Just because just able to take such easy knockouts.
And then we see the second Superior to get 3 remaining energy.
Yep.
And that's going to do it.
That's
7
gonna be game.
energy, make a rain,
Yep.
knockout. Chris goes to 4-0.
Yeah, look at that.
That is incredibly good. It is free as aggressive, but it's a pretty good matchup. So,
Yeah, definitely.
Brian, do you want to break to get some pizza?
Do you want to
So-
break to get some pizza?
I'm actually good. So I was going to say, do you want to grab Daniel and I can do a quick interview with
That
him?
sounds like a fun idea.
I thought it was a great idea.
Let me go
Thank
grab 'em.
you.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then, Bryce, are we confirmed we have 7 rounds today? 6 rounds today. Perfect. So both of those players are X and O, which means they can double ID, which is a great place to be in. And so Brian is going to grab Daniel. So, Bryce, if you don't mind, could you please throw up Comfy? So Daniel Thompson, local player, fantastic Lost Zone player. He's been playing for a while, and he actually started with Sablezard. And I played him in Peoria this past fall, and being the classy man he is, we did a gentleman's agreement, and I was able to go up on prizes in Game 3 to get into Day 2. So he got his Day 2 a little while later, but man, what an excellent player. So I want to ask him all about Lost Zone Giratina now and how he's managed to bring himself to 4-0. And for those who are watching, like I said, confirming with Bryce, we're actually going to have 6 rounds today, followed by top 8, top 4, and then finals. And so in the meantime, when we do finish up our 6th round of Swiss, Brian and I will play a little post rotation to hold over while the players get a break. And then we'll be right back. And as we said too, this is a best of 1 in Swiss, but for top 8, it's going to be best of 3. And Daniel, thank you very much for coming by. Appreciate you joining us. So, Lost Zone Giratina.
Yeah, it seems pretty good right now.
Apparently. You can throw us back up if you want, Bryce. So, Daniel, I know you walked in and said Lost Zone Giratina, and you were very hyped to tell me about it because I am very hyped about it. So
Yeah.
why did you decide to play it today?
Well, I just wanted something with a good Pult matchup. So I have Max Belt in there.
That's pretty good.
Right.
That's-
so
that's
the
pretty
idea
good.
is just we're taking 4 prizes with Tina.
Fair enough.
And then hopefully getting Greninja off. If we get Bidoo locked, we can just Abyss Seeking. You know, we have all the Jets. Yeah, I don't own the one new Regigigas. so
Okay. That's
I'm
how
not
we're
playing
going
regular
this.
Lost Box because I don't have that. So
That's very reasonable and a good reason to play Tina.
yeah.
So I think that's one reason why Tina was so strong is because you could reach for those knockouts on VMAXs before, and now it's reaching on EXs. So is Abyss Seeking still an attack you can use effectively?
I think so. Like if we get Klefki locked by Guardy or something.
Okay.
If we get Bidoo locked, like it's better than passing sometimes.
Well,
It's not
that is
nearly
a
as good as it
fair
used to
point.
be, right?
Right.
But it's
Because before
still,
there was very little that could knock it out turn 1.
yeah. But it gives us something to do right now, when we're getting floodgated.
That is very reasonable. And yes, Tina V can be tough to one-hit KO, except for stuff like Goldango and Miraidon, stuff like that. So, Daniel, what are Tina's good matchups right now? What are you hoping to see?
I like Dengo.
Okay.
You don't have to bench the Tina.
That is nice.
I have max belt with the bear, right? So
That is also nice.
yeah. So like against Dengo, you just take your first Dengo knockout with max belt Blood Moon, and then you want to bench Tina V on the same turn that you do that.
Makes sense, because then if they go after the Tina, you just knock out the next Dengo with Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I think Pole. I mean, I haven't tested this deck at all. This is my first time playing Tina.
Well, you're 4-0 with it, am I right?
I don't know. I feel like I've just been high rolling.
That's fine.
Yeah,
There's
like
nothing wrong with that.
my first 2 matches were against Guardy, and like both games I got turn 2 Greninja and killed their Ralts.
Dang. Oh, that's fine. That's what the deck is supposed to do.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be clunky. It's been very consistent for me so far.
All right. You and I have had very different Tina experiences.
I guess
But I'm glad
so.
it's working out for you.
Yeah,
Nice.
I hope it keeps going that way.
I also agree. So you're 4-0. I think you're basically one ID away from being into Top Cut.
I think so.
How does it feel?
Good. I'm very stressed out.
Never mind. Our Tina experience is basically aligned. All right, perfect. Has it been tough to play?
No.
Okay.
It just feels like normal Lost Box. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So are you just stressed about the fact that there's like a lot of money on the line, or?
There's money. There's a lot of good players here.
There are a lot of good players here. Yes. But, dude, you're an excellent player yourself. You've crushed it with Sablezard for a long time. And if I remember correctly, you got at least one day 2 with Sablezard, right?
Yeah, I day 2'd Orlando with it, and then I day 2'd NAIC with Lost Zone Pult, which is basically Sablezard.
It's basically Sablezard, yeah. Dude, that's incredible, because those are not easy decks to play.
Yeah, I don't know. When I first started playing, like the general consensus was like, oh, Sablezard is the easier version of Lost Box. But now that I've like played all these different variants, and especially like Sablezard like later in its lifespan, like with no Clara, like
yeah. Murray, thank you very much for joining. It's been awesome having you here. And Bastium, absolutely top 10 player. Yeah. But sorry, please keep going, Daniel.
Yeah, I've realized more that like, oh, Sablezard is actually kind of hard sometimes. Like
It
compared to
is.
some of these other Lost Box, like you don't have Greninja. A lot of time you're just praying you hit Colress off your Pokegear.
Yep. Well, and also, Sablezard, I played Tina, and Sablezard was a horrible matchup for Tina. But it was because you had to map out your game plan so specifically, because you're only outputting 12 damage counters a turn, best case scenario, minus a like a Charizard here or there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very, very important to plan out everything as perfectly as you can. And dude, like, that's a deck that'll get you good at the game real quick.
Yeah, I'm glad I chose it.
Good. I'm glad. Well, all right. Well, Daniel, thank you for checking in with us. Is there anything you're really hoping to see in the next couple rounds to lock up top 8?
No, I just hope the deck keeps drawing well. That's all I can hope for. I really don't know how the matchups go exactly, so.
I appreciate the honesty. Well, and
Yeah.
last thing, any shout-outs, anything you want to share while you're on stream?
No. Shout out Good Game Chicago.
Yeah.
Shout out my mom for playing Pokemon with me every night.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's awesome. Nice. All right. Well, Daniel, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. I will let you get on out of here and get ready for your next round.
All right.
Appreciate it, man. And then, Bryce, can you throw up Comfy one more time? Because this is a card we're going to celebrate. You can get out of here, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we will hopefully see you in top 8.
Yep.
All right. So, Brian is able to join us? 1 second. Take your time. So, Comfy, as you all saw, has this lovely ability called Flower Selecting. And apparently, our computer needs to be rebooted. But we have a ability called Flower Selecting where you put in the active spot, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes away forever, one goes into your hand. And oh God, is that a stressful ability. But I do have a eulogy for Comfy. Comfy, the Lost Zone engine was so cool. You enabled crazy combinations and interesting archetypes. Sure, it could be overly aggressive, but boy, did we have a lot of fun. And I think this card did inspire so many cool archetypes. Daniel even said it. Sablezard, Lost Zone Dragapult. I had a lot of fun with that deck. Lost Zone Giratina. We had Turbo Lost Zone. We have Lost Zone Iron Hands. We had Lost Zone Charizard get top 4 at a regional at one point. Dude, Brian, we've seen some cool stuff with Comfy.
Yeah, definitely. And it was another one of those things that came out just as I started playing it. But I think that like the difficulty and like the skill expression with the deck kind of pushed me off of it until I started playing Tina, and that's when I actually started like actually doing well at stuff.
Oh, Bastium, don't you worry. I didn't put Green VMAX up here, but we're
will
going to
not
talk
forget.
about that one.
Yeah.
But no, exactly. It was a very skill-intensive deck. And kind of like Daniel's saying with Stress, like, playing Lost Zone Giratina took years off my life.
Yeah.
But it gives you such control over the game within reason.
Yeah, and it's also like crazy to see like how much of your deck you can possibly see
Yes.
just within like 2 turns. Like the Lost Zone engine is one that I'm really glad that they revisited, and even though I don't really think it will be revisited for a couple of years, it'll be great to kind of come back to it eventually and see what they can do with the Lost Zone in the future.
I completely agree. And so, because Bastium said Green VMAX, Bryce, would you mind terribly throwing up Arceus one more time? Because one of my favorite decks I've played in the last couple of years is with Arceus, and it was Arceus Greedent VMAX.
With the G-Max Gimme Gimme?
No,
What
that,
was that? That was one of the
and
attacks.
Turn a Profit.
Oh, Turn a Profit was like the Iron Hands like attack, right?
So for 2
Yeah.
colorless energy, it does 30 damage, and if you knock out a basic Pokemon with this attack, you take 2 extra prizes. So when you played a Psychic Gloves to do 30 more damage to Psychic Pokemon, and you include powerful energy with that attack, you one-shot a Comfy and take 3 prizes on said Comfy. And so I played Greedent in Lugia. I played Greedent with Arceus in Peoria 2023. Loved that. And I only played 1 Lost Zone deck, and I played 4 Kyurem VMAX. And I did not make day 2 because I played 4 Kyurem VMAX. But, dude, it was a fun deck. It was
Yeah.
very fun.
I was about to say, like, that's like some next level cooking right there.
That was some next level cooking. I had a couple guys play Turbo Palkia Greedent, but I stuck with Arceus because you know what? Worst case scenario, I Marnied past people and say,
Yeah.
good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
All right, so we are setting up our next game. So, Brian, is there anything else you want to mention with Comfy? Just while we
with
had it up there.
Comfy, yeah, it's just like one that I kind of wish I played earlier, you know?
Yeah.
I was definitely tied down by Arceus for a very, very long time, and yeah, I wish I definitely gave Comfy a little bit more love.
We
during its
sometimes
time.
have that regrets. We
Yeah.
had a love, we had them come by, and just we didn't give them the time they deserved.
Yeah, definitely. So
And then they rotate.
rotate, and then we'll find another thing to play.
Exactly. And Bastium, yes, with Comfy and Lost Zone, you threw away so much of your deck, but it let you keep just the resources you needed. And
It's cool that you mentioned the Galarian Zigzagoon. because
yes,
that with Scoop Up Net was like a really, really big
Yes.
thing too. Yeah.
that was such a good combination. And that's something we used, believe it or not, with Corviknight
Yeah.
to fix math.
Yeah. Fixes math. Yeah.
Because Corviknight plus a Choice Belt plus a Zigzagoon, one-shot Arceus V-Star.
Yeah. Definitely.
So it's good to kind of like have those fun decks you think back on, and like whether or not it was actually good, it was so much fun. Bastium, yes, toured in Peoria that same year, or that same regional I was talking about, won with Lost Zone Box playing Oranguru.
Was that the Oranguru that like switched the top card?
Exactly. You
Yeah.
switch the top card of your deck with a card in your hand. Hi,
Yeah.
Michael.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, let's get going.
Let's go.
All right, so we have the players set up, so we're going to jump back into our game, and we have Roaring Moon back versus Ceruledge EX. Oh, baby, do we have a game for us here?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so Jesus is going first with Ceruledge, and Brian, what is his game plan turn 1?
Yeah. So Ceruledge, you want to get the I don't even know what is the previous evolution for
Charcadet.
Charcadet. Yeah,
Yeah.
you want a bunch of the Charcadets down, and you just want to start discarding energy. So this Ceruledge EX thrives on having more energy in the discard pile because that's how it ramps up its damage. 270 HP stage 1 Pokemon. And yeah, it's definitely been one that's gotten a little bit more popular lately. But yeah, seeing the Ultra Ball take away 2 of those is definitely not ideal. But usually this deck runs stuff like Squawkabilly and Brilliant Blender in order to get those energies discarded.
It does. And so I think Rafal probably would have preferred to go first, especially with that Power Glass, but still, that Radiant Greninja could be really, really big here.
Yeah, and I think Raph can actually take like a traditional 2/2/2 here. When you see like the Squawkabilly, you see the Pheasantipity come down. And then you can probably like frenzy gouging like another like Sarah Ledge or something like that. So I think he does have like his work kind of cut out for him, and I think he made a good call for this event.
It sure seems like it at
Yeah.
4-0. And yes, I completely agree. So because he's going to be able to reach and one-shot those Ledge, it really is just going to be who takes a 2-prize knockout first.
Yeah.
And not that I love every matchup being boom boom games, but we saw a couple of those Dragapult games being kind of
Yeah.
long setup. Here, we're just going to see us burn our decks to the ground and try
Yeah.
to take a knockout.
Definitely. And I mean, seeing that Stadium come down already is already going to help Roth too. So I don't know if Jesus really realizes that yet, but it could be a possibility.
Ooh, and so we see that Briar, unfortunately for Jesus, got rid of the Pal Pad, so that
Yeah.
Briar is probably not going to be played this game. And just debating benching the Palkia. Ooh, do you think you should have benched it?
The Palkia, I think so, just because I think it's a reliable attacker. And I think in this matchup, Palkia in particular can definitely help.
I would agree, because I think
Yeah.
it's a very stable attacker.
Yeah.
And there's already two prizers down on the board. It's not like having the third one's going to be the game changer for
Yeah,
a fall.
definitely. Because either way, it's going to be like something that's going to get chased after anyways. So that's what I think.
And normally I'd say, okay, maybe Rafal goes for the line for a double Charcadet knockout, something like that. But I mean, if Jesus just leaves his Pheasantipity in the active,
Yeah.
all Rafal has to do is get off a Calamity Storm.
Yeah,
and he's
that's
good.
all he needs. Yeah, so I want to see what Roth's kind of working with here and see if he's going to be able to kind of get that turn going.
So with this board for Jesus, the double Charcadet looks like a research in hand. How do you think he's feeling going into his next turn?
I think Roth's kind of chilling here. I think he's kind of happy to see what he's got on the board, happy with the matchup, and I hope to see him sequence out this turn.
Agreed. And I have faith. Rafal, excellent player.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be able to sequence this pretty
Oh,
well.
yeah. I don't doubt it at all.
But then from Jesus' side, do you think he's feeling good?
I think his setup is okay. I mean, he's got some energy in the discard. He's got Sarah Ledge ready for the next turn, so I think he's kind of got a little bit. He knows what to do for his next turn, and I think he's just hoping that he can kind of trade up with the two prizers.
And that makes a lot of sense. I think the part where he's a little stuck is leaving that Pheasantipity in the active
yeah,
is
definitely.
rough.
It is rough.
So now all Rafal has to do is just set up a Roaring Moon EX, and we're one-shotting that and still leaving a ton of HP on it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Rob's going to kind of look for some energy here, start to get those in the discard so the Sada can take advantage of that.
And so Roth is in a tricky position, though, because with no ancient Pokemon on the board, this Sada isn't active yet.
Yeah, the Sada's not really doing much yet, and I think that's what he's hoping to do, is that the Greninja is going to be able to kind of help him draw out of that.
Well, he hopes.
Yeah, hopes.
So we're going to see two cards, and these are going to be a big two cards for him.
Yep.
Now, granted, he also still has Petron, and Petron's actually a really good mid to late game attacker.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to retreat up the dark Pokemon in there is really huge, too, so hopefully we're good here.
All right, we see the Ninja for 2. We see a boss.
And a
we
nest
see
ball.
a nest
Nest
ball.
This is huge.
So now the question is, Brian, do we just get a Roaring Moon EX here, or do we go for like a Squawk?
Oh, it's so tough to see because part of me wants to say that he should grab the Squawk here. But at the same time, I think the Roaring Moon is probably the idea to get here because you have attachment, you have Dark Patch, and you have Sada, and that's enough that you need to attack.
And I completely agree with that. You
Yeah.
have the... Yeah, I think it's guaranteed two prizes.
It's guaranteed 2 prizes, and I think Sada can also potentially get him another attacker.
Yes.
Yeah.
So take the guarantee. Take the 2 prizes because like we said, it's a racing matchup.
Yeah.
You need to start off hot. All right, and so we see the Sada. And the nice part is because the attack is dark colorless, attaching that water energy from hand is fine.
Yep. Let's see here. He's got Luminion, he's got Fez, he's got another Nest Ball, so he's kind of chilling now.
That is the dream. And to be honest, he could get Squawk now if he wanted
Yeah,
to.
he really wants to. He can.
Do you think that would be the right call?
That's tough. I want to say, yeah, I think you do now.
I'm not opposed.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it either.
Because that the boss's orders is good, but Jesus is going to go up with a 2-prizer anyway.
Yeah.
So at no point does Rafal really need to stress about gusting around it unless he doesn't have a Roaring Moon EX available.
Interesting to go with the Latias here.
So why do you think he's not getting the Squawk?
I think he's kind of depending that the trade is going to be taking out the Roaring Moon EX, and then Fez can kind of get him out of it.
Fair. And Fez
Yeah.
will be big to get him
Same
out of
with
it.
Greninja. Greninja's still there too, and he probably wants to keep the Lumineon as a way to kind of get another Sada too.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And so
And keep the Dark Patch too.
yes, and keep the Dark Patch. And so we get 2 prizes. We get the Dark Patch. We have Iono. That's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah.
And so now with no damage counters on this Pokemon, that is an additional energy that Jesus is going to need to reach and knock out this Roaring Moon. And if he had poisoned it, that's 1 less energy.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we see the Ceruledge. I think we only have 3 energy in the discard right now.
Yeah, it's not really doing too much damage right now. Yeah, and Jesus had to get rid of a lot of like Pokemon, but not like energy.
And that's it. The things
Yeah.
he discarded were not things he wanted to burn down. So there's a ton of energy in deck that he's going to see, but
Yep.
this is still going to be tight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he draws into something like Blender, that'll be super helpful for him. But right now, with how big the deck is, it's a little hard to kind of guarantee that.
Agreed. And so we will see 7 cards. If he does see an out to Pheasant, does he play Pheasantipity?
Yeah, Pheasantipity, who? Jesus?
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
he does
it
play
got,
Pheasantipity.
it just got knocked out.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Goodness.
Oh,
we-
double Pal Pad.
We do have another, which is a big deal for getting that Briar back, which
Yeah.
he may need.
Definitely.
But the bigger deal is
Getting the energy. This is no other way to get the energy in the discard, which is kind of unfortunate right now.
no, we're just stuck. And
Yeah.
so Rafal will have an opportunity to, if he wants, give up 2 prizes and knock out this Ceruledge.
Yeah.
And now he'll knock himself out, but
Yep.
to be honest, he may not care.
Yeah.
All right, so
And I just don't want to see this Carmine go back in the deck.
no, and I think
Yeah.
it's definitely.
Okay, good.
What do you
It's
think
re-
about that?
I think that's fine. To be honest with you, I don't think Briar is really much of a win condition here, just because I don't think there's another way for Jesus to really get the other 3 prizes, unless like Greninja was in play. But there's no Palkia or anything like that, so it's not really a win condition we can really rely on.
And that makes sense. I was
Yeah.
more thinking if Rafal decides to go in to clean up with a single prizer to try to throw things off.
Yeah,
But you're right. If you have an attacker set up, a Gus on a 2 prizer is the same as Briar on a single.
yeah,
All right, so then we will see that shuffle in. We'll see manual attachment to.
okay.
How do you feel about that?
I was thinking if there's another, oh, is this just a, okay,
And so this is where things are interesting
yeah.
because Rafal could decide to.
He still has boss in hand, right?
He does, but we don't have a
Yeah,
stadium.
there's no stadium. That's unfortunate.
So I think we certainly see the draw with Raining Greninja,
Yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Kind of need more of those energy in the discard in order for another attacker to kind of get set up here.
So here's an interesting thing we could do. We could Dark Patch and attach to Petron, and then we could Iono,
That's true.
try to set up another attacker, and knock out that Ceruledge and put up Greninja. In doing that, we would go down, and by we I mean Rafal.
Yeah.
Rafal would go down to 2 prizes remaining, have another attacker set up,
Yeah,
and then have an opportunity for a Sada or something to close out the game.
definitely.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I kind of like that idea too. Let's see what he ends up going with though. I think okay, so the Iono's coming up.
Yep. And I think the Iono's a good play. We still have 4 cards remaining, or 4 prizes remaining, so we're going to get a decent sized hand
Yep.
here. But then what does Rafal want to see?
Probably another. Probably another moon.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
We see the secret box, which is the ace spec of choice, and I agree. We just get another moon here, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So with the moon coming down, this will enable Rafal to use that secret box to go get a Dark Patch, a Sada, and then for a Seal Stone, should he desire or something.
Yeah, and then like a stadium if he needs it or anything like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now I think he can just use frenzied gouging, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any sort of harm in like knocking yourself out here. And just going up into the Greninja.
Because we have other attackers set up, I agree.
Yeah.
Like I think you just do that and then go down to 2 prizes remaining, go ahead and give up the 2 prizes, and then say, all right, dude, you got it or you don't.
Yeah.
Because also, if Jesus knocks out this, Latias EX, Petra knocks out Squawkabilly EX.
Yep.
All right, so, Brian, what the heck is Jesus doing here?
He's probably hoping to finally get another Sarah Legend to the active.
Phoenix, if you're looking for deck information, we do have the list here. And Jesus is playing Ceruledge EX, Rafal, Roaring Moon with Secret Box, Power Glass in order to accelerate Radiant Greninja, and a couple other cool tweaks. We don't have the lists posted yet, but if you're interested in them, certainly reach out and we can try to get you the lists if the players are comfortable with us sharing them.
Yep.
All right, so Brian, keep talking us through. What is Jesus doing here?
Yeah, Nestball's probably looking for that Pheasantipity that was just put back in the during that Super Rod. Try to draw a little bit more here, and then hopefully that Ultra Ball will be able to search out a Ceruledge.
Mm-hmm. Which is good, because then we will get an attack in. I don't know if we're going to reach.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just want to see. Yeah.
Why? I guess maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Are we attaching manually to the
Yeah.
Ceruledge now?
I think so, and then we're going to research the hand after.
So why do you think it's right to attach rather than research that energy?
I think just so you don't whiff it. Because I think that if you wanted to have more in the discard, you might have a better chance of drawing into like the Brilliant Blender or something like that. Yeah.
I guess that's fair. I think for me, I would want to see it go because the risk is you draw the energy without a way to discard it.
That's true. Yeah.
Especially since you're using your supporter for turn.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Radiant Greninja or anything. I would just be a little concerned we get stuck.
Yeah. I can see that too.
Because that's actually what happened last turn.
Yeah, definitely.
But all right, we will see if it is the right choice here. Jesus finishes the shuffle, and then we'll see the research. So, Brian, what does he want to hit?
Oh, I think he's going with the Fez first.
I actually love that choice.
Yeah. Okay, we get a bunch of energy there too.
And that's exactly why.
Yeah, definitely.
So why do you think it's better for him to Fez first as opposed to other decks and other players Fezzing second?
Because for this one, you want to hit the energy, and it just gives you more stuff to discard.
And I agree. I think that
Yeah.
makes sense. So now with this Nest Ball, what do you think he goes for?
I think he would probably put down maybe another Charcadet. That could be a possibility. I think he's just going for the raw research here, though.
So I would have loved to see Radiant Greninja come down.
Yeah, definitely.
And do you think there's a reason why he wouldn't get it?
Maybe it's prized. I don't know. Did you know if he saw it there?
No, because he played a heavy ball turn one.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm kind of surprised, because if he does draw additional energy, that will give him more outs to
Yeah.
draw.
Oh, and there's that fire energy for turn 2.
Well, and here's the thing. We don't have any other way to discard.
Yeah.
Did we hit it? We needed 9 in the discard pile.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing we do have 9 if we're saying that's knockout.
Yeah.
And then I think Rafal just has game here.
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't the Petron kind of just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Secret Box should be able to get Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders, Squawkabilly
Yeah.
EX. And then hit for 240 in game. So Roaring
we
Moon
go.
EX goes to 5-0.
Yeah.
So we all saw that coming, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
No question.
No question.
All right, Bryce, we have a second game. Beautiful.
Yep.
So,
Ooh, Mo and Michael.
interesting. All right. So, wait, hold up. Oh,
did
okay.
they ID? Okay.
Okay, perfect. So then we do see they're actually playing the opposites. Wait, what? Oh, okay. They ID'd. Okay,
they
so
ID'd,
were
but-
they both 3-1?
4-0.
Got it. Okay, perfect. So Mo and Michael did ID. They're just playing a game for fun here. So to be honest, I think this is probably a good opportunity to do an interview if you want. Unless, Bryce, you think we should watch this one? All right, sounds good. So, Brian, do you want to interview Rafal?
Yeah.
Because I think talking about Moon could be really, really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to go grab them real quick?
Yes, and I need
yeah.
some pizza.
Yeah. Take your little break.
I will.
Yeah, so kind of go over this real quick while we're grabbing them. Yeah, Mo and Michael playing, current energy versus former energy here. And we're going to bring Rafal in. I think he's on his way in. If anyone in chat has questions for Rafal too, we can definitely approach those as well too. But it looks like Raf's going to be coming in just a sec here. Hello, Raf.
Hello. Shout out to Hisui and Heavy Ball.
Yeah,
for
shout out to that.
single-handedly winning me that game.
Yeah. All right, Raf. So moving on to 5-0.
4-1.
Oh, 4-1.
I lost to Mo.
Oh, you lost to Mo.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4-1. Gotta be feeling good going into the last round, right?
Yeah, it feels good. My only
Yeah.
loss is 4-0, most 4-0-1 now. So
Yeah.
as long as my opponent wants to ID, I'm pretty much a lock for cut,
Yeah.
just with the resistance. So
Yeah.
I think I'm in a good spot.
Definitely. And so what was with the choice? What kind of made you lean towards Moon today? And yeah, like what made you like pick some of the cards that you did, like playing the water energies and the power glass and all that?
Yeah, so part of it was like I was definitely going to just like play Archaladon. And then
Yeah.
I saw Lee Bowie got top 4 at Vancouver with Moon, and I was like really cheering him on because like
Yeah. That's your deck,
you know, I
man.
did really well with it in Baltimore, and then it top 8 at Baltimore. I got like second at some like Latin American regional. It just like Moon just like refuses to win a major, so I was
Yeah.
like really rooting for him. And after I saw that, I was like, I looked up because I've just been like locked in on post rotation.
Yeah.
And Moon's just like a deck I feel comfortable with because I played it so much over the last year. So I like looked at its online results and I was like, oh, it's actually like have pretty good matchups. And then the more I like thought about it, I was like, I don't like really know how the Guardy matchup is because like Guardy was always like kind of awkward. And now like they have Badu. The Guardians are kind of at like the peak of its power. So like I don't know how I felt about it, but then I saw Andres, the Pokey Hive Twitter guy who does like all the charts.
Oh
for, like,
yeah,
the
he does
matchups.
all the percentages and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he is actually the top ranked Moon player in the world. He has like the best Moon finishes.
Oh.
And he was posting this like Power Glass water energy version. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
So and I was like, well, water energy, like, you know, I was like, and then last night I was texting you and I was like,
Yeah.
does Guardy play Manaphy anymore?
Yeah.
And I know Pult doesn't. So I messaged Andres and I was like, hey dude, like, big fan of your of everything you do. Like, can you give me like the rundown? Like, why is this list so good? And he's like, if turn 1 you can just get Ninja in the active with an energy and a Power Glass on it, you can literally just go Moonlight Shuriken 3 times in a row. And I did that earlier today. I like and you can like chain stuff because like you play the town store.
Oh yeah.
So I saw that my previous run I saw Ninja was prized. So I like town store for Sealstone, use Luminion for Carmine turn 1, and then like Sealstone for Heavy Ball. I was able to get a Ninja in the active, put a water on it, Power Glass. When you end your turn, it puts an energy from your discard on it. So then I ended my turn 1, going first with a Ninja with 2 energy.
Dude, that's saucy.
So then Adam, who I was against,
Yeah.
he's playing Pult, and he, you know, benches. He's like, oh god, he sees what's kind of happening, and he like benches all these Dreepy. I attach an energy to Ninja, knock out 2 Dreepy.
Yeah,
and
one
then
goes back, right?
one of the energy reattaches
Yeah,
itself
yeah.
with Power Glass, and then I just did it again the next turn. He's like, all right, like. So like that's the idea. The idea is like you just kind of bang on the fact that like no one's really playing Manaphy right now.
Yeah.
You go first as Moon, which like people aren't expecting. I had opponents like see me pick first, and they were like, well, "What's he playing?" Because
Yeah.
like I usually play decks that go second unless it's Archaladon.
Yeah.
So like it's interesting. It's obvious. It's like not as consistent as like the traditional Moon deck in terms of like racing against like other turbo decks. Like
yeah.
I did beat a Raging Bolt earlier because they had kind of a slow start, and it still does fine because it's still Roaring Moon with like
Yeah.
Squawkabilly, and you play Sealstone and Luminion, but you can't do the same stuff as like the regular list where you play like Trekking Shoes and Poke Gears and like three or four Poke Steps. Like, so it's not quite as fast as getting like the turn 2 attack or like the going second attack. But in exchange, you just have this like insane combo you can do going first, and the deck's kind of tailored around doing that as much as possible.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, super cool for that. And you kind of mentioned earlier that you're kind of locked in on post rotation now.
Yeah.
Is there any way you would consider Moon post rotation?
I've seen some Japanese lists. I think it's like it's awkward because there's no way to get without Dark Patch. You have to have some because like you know you would attach return.
Yeah.
You would Sada and then your Dark Patch is your third energy.
Yeah.
So you need something to make up that difference, and the only thing is just like Sada to 2 moons and energy switch and energy onto 1.
Yeah.
Or
Or
I guess
energy sticker.
I guess energy sticker. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
So like the issue with the energy switch though is like now you can like because of Dark Patch you can like preemptively set up attackers. Like you saw like I had that Petron ready to win the game when my active got knocked out. Like
Yeah.
I was ready for that. But if you're playing like E-Switch, you can't do that. Like you attach return, you Sada, both of those energy go onto 1 moon, and you're like, well, hope next turn I can do that
Yeah.
again. Because you can only set up 1 moon at a time. So it's definitely not as consistent at that attack, but like no deck is as consistent. So like
yeah.
maybe it's fine, but I don't know. Terrabox is just looking real good.
Yeah,
so
that was
just been
gonna
testing that a lot.
good to transition to that because that was gonna be my next question. Just because I know out of everyone on the team, I think you were the first person to kind of like start doing like the post rotation testing. Kind of like describe like how your the process has been so far, what decks you've kind of like are starting to lean towards, and what like maybe some potential plays could be for Atlanta.
Yeah, so well, there's a lot of like different Japanese resources that are available for players that like you have to kind of learn to navigate a little bit, like because
Yeah.
it's like there's like certain cards that have like particular Japanese translations with like Google Translate that like booster is Flareon. There's like
Yeah.
Surf Go, which is Goldengo.
Yeah.
So there's like certain things where like you can go onto a Japanese website, read some articles, look at some lists, but like with Google Translate, you have to kind of like teach yourself kind of how to navigate it.
Yeah.
And then I did see this Terra Box deck that at the time, this was like right before Fukuoka, so I was like, I got into post rotation really early because like right after San Antonio, I was like, I just have like a lot with work, like I'm not really going to a lot of cups. Like, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna start looking at the next format. And I saw there was this like Clefairy Ogerpon deck, and I was like, well, the Ogerpon beats Zard, the Clefairy beats Bolt and Pult. This is really cool. And I sent it to some people, and they were like, this looks kind of silly. But then like a week later, Fukuoka happens, and then the decks that ended up doing well were a bit more like refined. They had the Ditto, they had the Pikachu, they had the Blood Moon. So like the lists that I was looking at weren't as clean yet. But then after Fukuoka, I was like, this is just so good.
Yeah.
And it's not like an unstoppable deck. It's not like it's like if you don't play this deck, like you'll lose. I think like it can lose a lot of games. I think it's really prone to like disruption. I've seen like Dragapult in Japan start moving towards playing like Unfair Stamp
Yeah.
to try to like if you get turn 2 Ogre Pond, you lose 2 Pokemon, and you can just like stamp them, Badoo them, and just kind of like pray you can put your board back together,
Yeah.
which is better than playing Crystal because like then you get nothing. I owned them the 4, and it's like that's more than enough cards for Terra Box to kind of do stuff. But yeah, the deck is just very versatile. My list like keeps having more and more one-ups.
Yeah.
Like I definitely like you need like in person. I think like if anyone wants to play it, like you need games. Like
Yeah.
I've seen even like big name YouTubers like they'll be playing. I've seen like them try to do some tabletop games, and like I'm like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Like why aren't you doing that? Like you just need a lot of games with the deck.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely seen that because I remember when I sleeved it up and tried it out, like my first game I played against our fellow teammate Kevin, I like water pond my first turn. I just didn't know what to do right after. So it's definitely a very skill intensive deck and one that you definitely need the reps on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So yeah, I would recommend if anyone's interested in this deck. It's really good. It can do just about anything. The list is really tight. Like
Yeah.
there's really few things you can drop. Like of the list you're looking at here, which is like I think basically just what Tord played to Fukuoka. I think the E switch, the 4th Crispin is a E switch in Tord's list.
Yeah.
So there's like 2 to 3 cards that are swappable in the deck because the list is so tight. Like Pikachu is too good.
Yeah.
Ditto is too good. Blood Moon's too good, right? Like
Yeah, the Clefairy is super
the
good too.
Clefairy is so
Yeah.
good. Like you can do some crazy stuff, and a lot of it is like it just comes with reps and like always thinking about your options. Like you never think about Mew being an attacker until it is. You never think
Yeah.
about Fez. Like I was kind of doing some tabletop against myself. I like had 2 monitors open. I was
Yeah.
like playing, just kind of getting some reps in, and I had a game where I was like, if I crisp into Fez, I can then move an energy to Fez and like take my last prize. Like
Yeah.
no one's ever attacking with Fez, which like maybe as a Moon player, like that's more intuitive to me because
Yeah.
I've attacked with Fez many times. But literally anything in the deck can attack. You just have to get the games in.
Yeah, definitely. So how about you give like a couple more decks that you think are pretty good, and let's
Yeah.
like go over a list real quick.
Yeah. I mean, I think Dragapult is like inherently really good. I think Charizard is a little underrated. Do we happen to have a Charizard picture? We do. Yeah. So Zard is what I was looking at before I found out about this Ogerpon deck because I was looking at some Japanese results and I was like, it loses the Pult pretty bad.
Yeah, it's always been like that.
But just about every other matchup's like pretty good. All of the other like fat 2-prizers like Goldengo, like you trade with them fine.
Yeah.
Raging Bolt, you trade really well with it. Terra Box is like actually an okay matchup. It's like about 50-50.
Yeah.
It really comes down to like how much they like demolish your board, and how effectively they can keep your Duskull off the board. Because if they keep your Duskull off the board, you're probably losing. But Zard can do a lot of plays where like hypothetically like Terra Box takes 2 prizes. You evolve one of your Charizards, you knock out the Water Pond, they knock it out with their Grass Ogre Pond, and then you could just go like Dusknoir, Noctowl, or like you go Briar, Duskull and Noctowl, and then you take 4 prizes in one turn and you win the game. And like, it's tough because like you kind of need Pidgeot, you have to have a backup Charizard, you have to make sure your Duskull don't die. So like, there's a lot of pieces you need. But I think it's like a pretty okay matchup against Terrabox, which like I think is like a good thing to have. The Pult matchup is horrific. There's a lot of different things you could play to try to make it good. Like I've seen decks play like Colress's Tenacity and a Jet Energy. So if you get Buddied, you have your Terrapagos benched.
Yeah.
And you can Noctowl for Colress to get the stadium, and then you jet up Rotom to knock out the Budu. You can like play you can play like Maximum Belt. Like there's a lot you need to make Pult like a not auto loss. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, I have like one horrible matchup against like a top deck. I have a fine matchup against the other top deck, and you beat just about everything else. Like our Chaladon without Dialga now
Yeah.
is so bad against
Even with the Dialga, it's still pretty awful matchup.
Yeah, they have to do a
yeah.
lot of like damage manipulation with
Yeah.
like Black Belt and Relicanth damage. Like, and if Zard plays it carefully, like it's so hard to lose for Zard. So like I think Zard is a good deck, but it really comes down to like how popular Pult ends up being.
Yeah.
Because I've seen some people hype it up, some other players are kind of putting it a little bit lower on their tier lists, but I feel like it felt similarly when Pult came out. You know, it just wasn't being built right, and then people figured it out, and it was really good. So like I think Pult is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just like not the deck for me. It's like I'm not really that interested in playing it, but it is really strong.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have the Pult list? Kind of transition into that. So you're saying that Pult's really good. I'm kind of the opinion that Pult kind of loses out on some power going into next format just because there's no bench barrier, and I feel like stuff like Ogre Pond are going to kind of take over. Like, what do you think Dragapult kind of keeps its power? And I also think that Walls is also going to be like a very real deck too.
Yeah.
So what are some of your thoughts on Dragapult going into the next format and why it's going to be good?
Yeah, I mean, if wall decks with like Melodic get really popular, then like it is really bad for Dragapult because you don't have like a very intuitive way to beat it.
Yeah.
The Terrabox deck, like you can make it closer, like you see the Unfair Stamp here. If you can like counter catcher, like ideally, like it's a 3-card combo. Ideally, you stamp them, you counter catcher a Noctowl, and you like Buddy it.
Yeah.
And they're usually stuck for a turn or two. You know, the best they can typically do is like Crispin, retreat, and like knock out your Buddy with Rotom, which like maybe is enough. Because I was watching some games and like Dragapult can hypothetically win in 2 attacks. You just do 200 to the active Ogre Pond, you put 10 on something else, you put 50 on a Noctowl, and the next turn you kind of counter catcher the thing with 10 damage on it, and you do the thing again. So the thing with 10 on it takes 200, gets knocked out. The Ogre Pond that had 200 on it gets 10, gets knocked out, and the Noctowl with 50 takes 50 and gets knocked out. And then the last prize you have to take with like a Dusknoir. On the other hand, you're playing a much less consistent Dragapult than what we have now. You don't have Lance, you don't have Sealstone, you don't have Lumineon, you don't have Rotom, and you're getting just bombarded. So if Terrabox is like blasting, 2 of your Dreepy, honestly, like Dreepy's not even really an issue. It's like if they're blasting your Duskull, because you need that Dusclops, that Dusknoir to take that 6th prize with that like 2-attack combo. If they're really going after those, like it's pretty bad. And then obviously Clefairy just like nukes you.
Yeah.
So like, on paper, I could be like, Dragapult only needs 2 attacks and a Dusknoir. But like if you're getting your your Dragapult one shot by a basic, if you're losing 2 of your Dreepy turn 2, like that's like obviously easier said than done. But it can be done, and I've seen it be done. So like I think Pult. And on the other hand, Pult is just Pult. It's a really good card. I mean, maybe there will be a little bit too much hate for it, and it might be a little bit awkward at Atlanta. But I think Rowan Stavinow did like a tier list, and the way he does it is like he kind of shows like he like lists like the pros and cons of every deck.
Yeah.
And the pros for Dragapult was just like I think it was just like Phantom Dive, LOL. And
Yeah.
like he's not wrong.
Yeah,
like
for
it's
real.
Phantom Dive is really good. So it's by no means a bad deck. But there's a chance that there might be just a bit too much like hate for it.
Definitely. All right. So we definitely appreciate a lot of your thoughts here. And yeah, I think our next round might be starting a little bit soon. So I'll let you.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll let you.
Is our round up? Dan doesn't know. Dan's eating pizza.
Oh, they just
Timer
called
call?
time. Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wrap up. I'm
Yeah.
excited to hopefully win an air fryer.
Yeah. Hopefully you get to take home an air
I got
fryer.
one at home, but I'll take another one.
Yeah, for sure. For
Um,
sure.
Yeah, and hopefully, well, honestly, the thing I'm hoping most is that I can just ID and
Yeah,
chill a little bit.
yeah, definitely. So
It's
good
gonna
luck.
be crazy, man.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
It's gonna be crazy.
it'd be crazy apparently.
What is?
There were 18 people at 3-1 or better.
18 people?
Oh,
at
18
Oh,
3-1 or
God.
better. Okay.
All right. Well, we'll see
Well,
how
give
it
or
is.
take. But
Okay. Well, hopefully my opponent is willing to ID because
Yeah.
I probably have good resistance. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Well,
sure.
thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Thanks for your thoughts on the post rotation, and yeah, good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Dan, do you want me to keep talking, or do you guys want to take a little break?
no, I'll jump in.
No, he'll
All right.
jump back.
Dan's on the way. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll see
Yeah.
you guys in a minute.
Yeah, perfect.
Aha!
Yeah, I hate this card.
All right. So let's start the eulogies back again. So just want to shout out Dan Ibarra. He's been tweeting out the last few days about putting stuff in the binder. Sometimes at rotation you got to put away some cards and put them in the binder. Maybe you'll play expanded. Maybe they'll come out for GLC, which is cool that they're adding that to TCG Live. But yeah, some of these cards are just gonna stay in the binder forever. And he showed off his 4x4 binder that has the Lugia line and a lot of the partners that he used with it. So like the Archeops was there. I think he put some amazing rares in there and just like a bunch of other partners here. So I know this is a deck that Dan is very happy to see go. One that I'm a little sad to see go, but I'm kind of ready to let go now.
That's
Yeah.
good. You're right about the second part.
Yeah.
Wrong about the first part.
Yep.
But yes. All right. So Brian, yes, I hate this card
Yes.
so much. And Dan also showed a page full of Giratina V stars.
Yeah,
and
he did that one
Giratinas,
too. Yeah,
yes.
that one was crazy too.
All right. So I have a eulogy to Lugia, and it goes burn, 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 burn. You were too overpowered with an inconsistent engine. You made games relying on coin flips. You could run over matchups and then drop past 7 times. You made formats less fun since decks had to keep up with you. I never want to hear the word summoning star ever again.
Yeah, and then for me, I just wrote, not many players will miss this card leaving, but this is one that I'll miss for sure. It was a card that was released when I first started playing and one that I was always able to kind of go back to when I needed something to play for an event or just for locals. There were many partners for this deck, and Archeops was always with the archetype, but many people will remember the deck with amazing rares, Stoutland, powerful colorless energy, and Aurora energy. My favorite iteration of this was actually the single strike package because Tyranitar is one of my favorite Pokemon and Karen's Conviction is my favorite card of all time. I know it wasn't played with the deck, but I played it. Even though the deck was a brick and it will always be remembered like that, it was one that I think I'll remember for my time playing.
Brian, that was like real and nuanced,
Yeah.
and I hate that I can't just hate on this deck. You have reasonable points. Gosh.
I know.
I will say, when this card originally came out, the Silver Tempest format with all the different colored energy and all that, the deck was wildly overpowered, but it was interesting.
Yes.
And the matchup and the mirror match was very, very interesting.
Yes.
Sandy Beach, Matt, I don't even know
Yeah.
what Sandy Beach means in this case. Is that a euphemism? I don't know. Anyway,
know.
but Brian, why are you going to miss this card? Like, is this really one we want to keep in the format?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Okay.
I think it had its time.
All right.
The card had its time. I think it'll be fun to like bring back because like I feel like maybe if you play expanded or maybe if you play like retro formats, I think it'll be a fun one to kind of go back to. I think the only one I'd probably play for like retro stuff is probably like the Broken Lugia. with,
And
like-
I would
yeah.
agree. That was actually fun. And
Yeah.
the mirror matches, if you didn't set up super well, you could still win.
Yeah, and thinking and like looking back at it too, like a lot of people like played around like hitting Lugia at like major events. And like even though it did win a lot of events, there were a lot of people who knew how to play against it well enough that, they could beat it. So it's definitely like a card that had its time. It's definitely gonna be known as one of the best decks like ever printed. But yeah, definitely had its time, and I'm ready to see it go. Yeah.
I'm also ready to see go. I
Yeah.
think that was really the issue for me is I don't even mind if there is a tier S deck. Like, there's
Yeah.
a deck that's just super good.
And that's inevitably what's going to happen with like most formats. I feel like.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that bothered me so much is that it was so blatantly inconsistent. And
Yeah.
that if you set up, the power level was so high, you beat everything.
Yeah.
But there were so many games either you didn't set up or you bricked because there was so much energy.
Yeah.
And so when you sat down, it just felt like playing against it, the game was completely out of your hands. And
Yeah.
playing it half the time the game was completely out of your hands.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like that could be more said for like the iterations of it, like the single strike, the colorless,
Yes.
and the legacy energy versions, because I feel like with the original version, like you had stuff like Evo Incense, Quick Ball, and stuff like that that really made playing the game a lot easier. But as soon as some of those cards started leaving the format, it definitely got a lot more difficult. Like even like after this, like after the past like E block, and you're losing Professor Burnett, it just felt like even more of a brick than before. Like to the point where like at the beginning of the rotation, you were playing Master Ball as the ace spec.
Right.
And I feel
Well,
like yeah,
And that was it too, because also early Lugia, with all the colored energy,
yeah,
you could fall behind. Your opponent could set up better than you, and you
Yeah.
could still win the game.
yeah,
And so for Lugia in the recent iterations, that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
If Lugia popped off, either you were just blowing through your deck or you lost.
yeah,
And if they didn't pop off, you just won. And it was
Yeah.
the same thing. It was, well, we'll see what happens.
yeah, definitely.
All right. So then as we are setting up, so Bryce, you don't have parents yet, right? All right. So I'm going to go to one more on here that I have at least,
Yeah,
and that's Giratina. Giratina, my
bel-
one and only,
my beloved.
my beloved Giratina V-Star. And I have a eulogy for Giratina V-Star.
Thank you, Mo.
It is, you carried me for a season. You had powerful attacks, an efficient basic, and supported a deck that made every game interesting. Did you take years off my life due to stress? Sure, but it was all worth it.
It's a very nice way of putting it. Let's see what I had written for Giratina. So this one is another one that I'll remember very fondly, and a card that I wish I used more while it was in the current rotation. It was a card that was used in a couple of archetypes, and many players saw much success with the card during its time in Standard. A partner in the Lost Zone, or a partner in Arceus V-Star, the card was sometimes dependable, and was able to live a very long life in Standard. Very powerful attack and a very powerful V-Star power will never be forgotten, and the combo of Path to the Peak and Roxanne is something that players still long forward to this day.
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
It was just so beautiful.
Yep.
I won so many games with Path Roxanne.
Yep.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Yes, Bryce.
Yep.
That is my emotion captured in a little box.
Yeah,
So the reason I think I love the card so much is it's obviously very powerful.
Yep.
But it's hard to set up, and the deck itself was so hard to play effectively,
yeah,
but had such a high ceiling for power.
yeah. And I think that's kind of like why I liked it too, is because it was one of the, it was literally like the
Etchy, that
Yeah.
doesn't hurt. I do love this card because it did make me a lot of money.
And I think my thing with it too was it was one of those decks that had such good matchups besides itself. Like it was like the poster child of like no bad matchups beside itself.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
that's a lie.
Well,
Lugia was a horrible.
Lugia was
matchup.
horrible, but at that time, Lugia wasn't even being played that much.
It was
Because like
it
from
was
the
not.
Paradox Rift format all the way up till rotation, there was like no gear, there was no Lugia around just because like
Yes.
everything else was kind of destroying it.
which
Yeah,
brought my heart so much joy.
yeah,
But it also had the advantage of it was the best deck in format, I think, for almost that entire year.
yeah,
But because it was so hard to play and it was kind of bricky,
Yeah.
there weren't enough people that put time and effort into it
yeah.
to let
definitely.
it actually be kind of discovered as best deck in format until we started to see in Portland and in Charlotte of
Yeah.
last season
Mhm.
that top players realized, oh, wait, why aren't I just playing this? This is clearly the best deck.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I forgot. Did one of the Fernandez brothers win?
Yes,
Charlotte with it.
Gabriel
Yeah.
Fernandez won. No, sorry, Vinny Fernandez
Yeah, Vinny
won
won it.
in Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte,
and then John Eng won
Eng-
Portland with
yeah,
it.
Portland with it. Yeah,
And Gabe, sorry, I've already forgotten the name. But myself and one other player were in top 8 in San Antonio, and they lost in
Yeah.
finals.
Oh,
then-
Grant Manley. No, not Grant Manley. The other Grant.
Grant Hayes.
Grant
yes,
Hayes,
Grant
yeah.
Hayes. And then Zhao, round 6 is being paired currently, and it'll be
Yep.
up shortly. And then for Portland, I bubbled out of top 8, and there were 3 other Giratinas in
Yeah,
top 8. So
yeah.
it was so strong. But like
Yeah.
it was so strong because you had we are just going into round 6, and then after that we will have top cuts. So top 8, top 4, and finals.
we're just taking a little break
Yeah,
while they're
we just
pairing.
we could shut down the stream while things
Yeah.
are on break, or we could just like talk about Pokemon things,
Yeah.
which is the route we have taken.
Yes.
But no, so the fact that it had so much consistency, even with it being bricky, you could
Yeah.
Abyss Seek, Comfy let you draw, and you had so many different things you could do. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, definitely. And Adam's asking who's in the hunt. Maybe it would be a good idea if we can get like the standings.
That
or
would be
something
good.
like
To,
that.
here, let me do that.
Yeah,
You keep
grab it.
professing your love for Tina, and I'll go
Yeah.
grab current standings.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be something we'll talk about too. But yeah, it was another one of those things where it's like one of the only decks at the time that was like comeback oriented. You wanted to fall behind with this deck, and it just had outs to pretty much everything. Like Roxanne Path was really good end game. Lost Requiem was able to attack tall. You're able to use the Lost Impact to take knockouts on pretty much a majority of Pokemon in there. And then you still had the Lost Zone engine, which was a very reliable one as well. Just because you had stuff like Cram, you had Sableye just to be able to help uptrade a little bit. And it was just a very solid deck overall. It's one that is going to be remembered pretty fondly, and we'll have a lot of good memories for it. So, yeah, looking forward to the future, but we're kind of glad that a lot of these cards are definitely leaving. If there's anyone in chat that has like a particular card that they're kind of wishing well or anything like that, you can let us know, and we can definitely have a little discussion about it. But yeah, we're definitely excited to move towards the future and kind of see where we're going from there. Bryce, do you know who we're putting on for the next round here? Okay, putting Eli on there, and is that Grace Tran? And well, what's Eli playing? Oh, Goldango. Oh, okay. And then Typhlosion. How many players do we have here? So I think it's like 60 something masters. Yeah, 60 something. And we do have the standings here. So Dan, why don't you go through the standings and let us know what some of your thoughts are and like what you're kind of seeing.
Absolutely. So we have Daniel Thompson, the aforementioned player, at 401 with Lost Zone Giratina. Michael Davidson at second with Guardy. Mo, also, or is Mo playing Dragapult?
Yeah.
Mo's playing Dragapult. We have Kenneth playing Pidgeot Control.
Oh, okay.
John playing Miraidon. Eli playing Dragapult. Rafal, as we saw, playing
Yep.
Moon. We have G playing Raging Bolt, currently in 8th place. And then we have Sandy.
Oh,
Sandy Beach. Okay, yeah,
that's-
fair enough.
That was who Etchy was talking about.
Then I don't think we actually have them on stream, but we have Chris Franco and then Larry Rossano at 302. So we have 11 people at 302 or better.
Wow.
So it's going to be tough, and we have a bunch of people playing it out. And Matt, that's my bad,
Yeah.
dude. And Mark, yes, Top Cut will be best of 3. So yeah,
That's exciting.
it is. So we definitely have a couple people playing it out, and we actually have Eli versus Chris Franco as our first game. We also have Rafal on there as a backup game because apparently they're the only 2 tables playing it out. So
Oh, okay.
this is
Yeah.
going to be interesting.
Who did Roth pair against?
Dude, Matt, then Sandy's probably Top Cut more Chicago Cups than I have in my life because
Yeah.
this is not my skill set.
Yeah, not my skill set either.
No. All right, so we do have Chris and Eli up here. So Eli playing Dragapult, Chris playing Goldango, and I know in our last time we saw Chris, they were able to cook June a little bit, but curious to see if Eli
Yeah.
can do better. And starting Luminion is not the way to do that.
Yeah, they're both at 4-1, I think. Yeah.
No, yes, they are both at 4-1. 4-1.
Yep.
The goal is to be 5-1.
Yep.
Chris is here hanging out with Liv and Callie and everyone else. So we will see. Absolutely, Mark. It is
Yeah.
awesome to have you here.
Appreciate it.
And we kind of said this to everyone, but y'all, we got Top Cut coming in a little bit. I keep forgetting to do this, so I'm trying to remember to do this. You should follow us.
Yeah.
You should like us. You should invite other people to come watch and just have a good time. And Eli is
Starts the whole-
bailed out with a buddy poppin'. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty good.
So what is Eli trying to do now that like there is life in his eyes again?
Yeah, he's definitely trying to he just needs the Dreepies down. And definitely, hopefully he can get something else so we can get that Luminion out of the active because Chris
Yes.
definitely wants to knock that out.
So Eli has the advantage of there is a rescue board in hand. So he can attach it to the Luminion. But now the question is, do you nest ball for Rotom or do you nest ball for Duskull or was anything else?
If there wasn't Luminion in play already, I would have said definitely for the Rotom. I think you still might have to, but I just know that the Rotom is just such a powerful card going first. I remember, I did get that master class that they did, and Kuz and Brent were kind of just talking about how good Rotom was in that matchup, or not just in that matchup, just in general when you, especially going first, because you just start with so many more cards in hand, and it's just a great way to kind of start your game.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And especially with Eli having kind of a crap hand outside of that,
Yeah.
it's very nice. Oh, and that is excellent for Eli to be able to set up next turn.
Yes.
But going to Chris, Chris also has a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, Chris definitely has Buddy Poffin as well, and probably looking to get down more Gimme Ghouls just to get the rest of the board kind of set up here.
So for Chris, is there anything else Chris wants to do except for just get a whole slew of Gimme Ghouls down?
I think there's not really too many ways to kind of set up from there. You could definitely play like the Arvin or anything like that to get, like a TM Evo or something like that, just to get some of your Goldengos in play. Other than that, you can kind of just like chill for now until the next turn, and then you can save that Arvin to get yourself like an Energy Search Pro or something like that.
And that makes sense, because
Yeah.
3 Gimme Ghouls is plenty, honestly. And using the Energy Search Pro now would... Oh, and there's a 4th Gimme Ghoul in deck.
Yeah.
So why do you think Chris is going with... Oh! And so Goldengo is now doing this more often in having that TM Evo to try to set up a board of Goldengos.
Yeah, because a lot of the time it's kind of just to prevent like bench snipe and stuff like that, just because you can just get an attachment going, get your Goldengos ready and drawing. It also helps too with like stuff like Miraidon, just so you just have an attacker ready and you don't have to give up too many other one prizers that can get amped by Iron Hands.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And so this also has a benefit too from an attacker standpoint. It gets your attackers up, but this is also your draw engine.
Yeah, definitely.
So being able to establish your draw engine and your attackers in one go is awesome. Well, now Eli has a choice here. We just top deck Lance.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you think it's Iono or is it Lance?
I think it's Lance here. I just like the idea of being able to just have multiple Dracloaks, get the Dreepy as well, and then you can kind of try to get, draw out of like getting like an energy so you can take this Luminion out of the active. Or you have the rescue board to do that too.
You do have the rescue board to do that. So here's where it gets tricky though. If we do go for Lance, then that means we're kind of limited on what we can do this turn. And we are giving up a chance to... I'm trying to think the right way to say it. I think Lance is good here, but the only issue is with that Buddy Poffin, getting the Duskull and the Budu, we only have 2 Dragapult pieces.
Yeah, definitely. It is a little tough now because, I mean, having to put all these 2 prize liabilities in play. But I think this is probably the best that Eli can do with his setup.
And
Yeah.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Mark, is Energy Search Pro in deck?
It's in the deck.
I think it is in the deck.
I did see it.
But Chris definitely doesn't want to get that now and
Yeah.
play it, because then it's just at a big risk of Iono
Yeah.
shoving it all back
There
into
have
the
been
deck.
definitely times where players have like gotten the eSearch Pro out too early, and it just gets all the energy just gets Iono to the bottom.
Because I will tell you, if Chris had played eSearch Pro, Eli would not be lancing right here.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we do see the first recon directive. It does get a Forest Seal Stone, which is a big deal.
Yep.
And so now I think Eli may be deciding, do I go in with Dragapult?
Yeah, this could be a very real possibility here if Eli knows that he has the crystal in deck. Just because now, oh, never mind. But it was definitely a possibility though.
It was.
Yeah.
And so we do see the fire energy, which is important, but we also have a Dusclops there,
Yeah.
which could be used next turn to evolve this guy up. So that's kind of a tough choice.
Yeah, I do like the Dusclops here too, just because it can help, attack a little bit taller too, and it could help take like an extra like knockout.
I actually would have liked to see him keep the Dusclops, kind of like per your point, because now, exactly, we attach the other Psychic Energy, and now we go into Budu and Itchy Pollen, and this is pretty good.
Okay.
So Michael is stopping by. If you're like, why'd you guys get silent? Our
Yeah.
judge is stopping by to pick up deck lists to start pulling people out for top 8. So I'm going to hand the rest of these over to him. So now, going into Chris's turn, we do see the Goldango in the active. We see the Goldango on the bench use coin bonus. Probably going to see one more. But I think this Budu's obviously going down. I don't know how much more is happening.
Yeah. Definitely having a lot of the damage here. Yeah, but to your point too, I think that keeping the Dusclops is really important here because after this Itchy Pollen, That's a clean 260 knockout right there.
It is,
Yeah.
absolutely. Now, I don't know if this is where Eli's going to want to spend that damage, but I don't think it's too bad to then Iono Chris down to 4, knocking out a Goldango, and setting up another one for a knockout. It's just going to be tricky for Eli with only one Duskull available.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
just getting the Superior out of here.
what are your thoughts on that?
To me, when I'm seeing this as Eli, I'm like, oh, that thing's going to the bottom of the deck.
100%
Yep.
yes. All right, and then we do see the one make it rain for 1, just enough to knock out that Budu. And then now Eli goes in, has a chance to bench another Dreepy. Lost Vacuum, which doesn't help, but
4 Sealstone is huge here, though.
4 Sealstone is huge.
Yep.
And we have a counter catcher. Is this a turn to use that?
I don't really think so yet. I think, I don't know. I feel like you don't really need the counter catcher yet.
And I would
Yeah.
tend to agree. I think
Yeah.
it is extremely powerful, but it's extremely powerful for later.
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So now we have a Nest Ball, which we can use to get either Pheasantipity or another Duskull if we don't want to bench that Dreepy.
I think the Duskull is ideal here. You don't want to put another 2-prize liability onto the board.
And I completely agree with that. Well, actually, I don't know if I agree with that because we already got 2.
Yeah.
So one more, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker since Chris is easily going to be able to reach on a Dragapult anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so then we see the evolution to the Dragapult EX. We have the Fire Energy to attach, and we got an Iono, right?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely have to Iono here. Just because Chris has so many energies in hand, just got to put them all towards the bottom.
And that makes sense. And so I think this is where we save those Duskulls and instead try to set up for a big swing turn, like a 4-prize turn, coupled with an Iono, so that way Chris gets shoved down to like 1 or 2 prizes remaining with the Iono.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what Eli ends up grabbing here.
Oop, let's not look at extra cards.
Yep.
All right, so we do keep, it looks like a Rescue Stretcher.
Yeah.
Well, it's 2 Rescue Stretcher.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to get the 4 Sealstone used here.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I'm looking to see what he could grab here, unless it's probably the Dusclops.
I assume it is. But why do you think we would be using it here for a knockout?
I think just so it can get just a clean 2-prize knockout and start to put a just to put clean damage counters onto another Goldango for the next knockout.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think just to get another part of the draw out of the board so that there's fewer resources for Chris to like draw into.
And just for those watching at home, we do recognize that he evolved the wrong Duskull. It does not matter.
Yeah, they're both the same one.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's fine. It is all fine. All right, and so I personally love this.
Yeah.
I think you hold it so that way you can have a big swing turn where you remove the outs Chris has to draw and play the game.
Yep.
And Iono low.
Yeah, definitely. I can definitely see the use for a play like that as well. Just
And-
because like as soon as something like kind of happens, like a big knockout, Goldango's always going to be able to respond anyways.
Exactly. And so that's something I think Tina taught me a lot that some players don't do as well is spamming Iono can be good, but a lot of times you can't afford to do that,
Yeah.
especially if you're playing something like land. So it's
Yeah.
not about can you continuously disrupt, it's can you disrupt at the right time on like the right turn.
Yeah.
And I think Chris is laughing because there's a dark energy still in their deck that they did
Yeah.
not get out with Energy Search Pro.
Oh, okay. Definitely. So let's see what the next coin bonus grabs.
And actually, we haven't used a coin bonus yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a ton.
Yeah, a ton of cards being drawn here.
So
and
is there
yeah.
ever a world where Chris tries to find Turo here?
Turo would be huge here.
I think Turo would be huge.
Yeah.
And then I think that's what Chris is going to dig for. So we see 2 more. Do we have a Pokegear in hand, it looks like?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So Chris is going to reach. And this was another reason why maybe it was better to use that Dusclops here.
Yeah.
But we have Harvin. All right, so I mean, we're in a position where Chris is clearly going to knock out this Dragapult.
Yeah.
Go down to 3 prizes remaining. And then Eli will have an opportunity to use possibly 2 Dusk. Good God.
That's a big hand.
We could, if there's no Turo here, use double Dust Noir and take 6 prizes, Brian.
Oh, that's true.
That is terrifying.
Yeah, because the Gust, double Dust Noir onto one of the full HP ones. Yeah, this is real.
Well, with Monkey Dory, this is now less real.
Yeah.
But there's still an option to do some real.
Oh.
Now it's very real
Yeah.
because
I think it's more real than before.
It is significantly more real from
Yeah.
before because now we can use that Pheasantipity as a target for the double Dust Noir and use that Monkey Dory or take advantage of the fact that Monkey Dory's moving the damage. Oh man, guys, we are pokey gaming here.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a real line here, and I'm hoping that. I wonder if Eli even sees it.
I know, I'm not sure. But I'm curious if Chris decides where to take that damage off of.
Yeah.
And where do you think Chris should take it from?
The one on the bench.
I agree.
Yeah.
Completely.
Oh man.
Okay, so we are going to Superior for 2.
Yeah, Eli wants the special prize.
He is fighting for that air fryer.
Yeah, Eli wants that air fryer.
And so we do have 1 coin bonus available. We do see Pokestop.
Yep.
All right. We did play the Arvin for Superior, correct?
Yes.
All right. Chris, you got to move it from the bench.
Yeah.
I'm trying to speak quietly so I don't influence this
Yeah.
decision, but
Yeah, with Turo.
we did whiff Turo. Don't do it, Chris.
Oh,
Don't do it
man.
from the active.
Oh.
Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a crisis for Chris.
Yep.
Not for Eli. For Eli, we have salvation.
Yes.
But do you think he can pull it off?
Oh man, I just want to see if he can do it.
Sorry. So, Brian, walk us through what Eli needs to do to win the game this turn.
So he needs. Okay, so the fire energy's there. He's got the
Dragapult's there.
Dragapult's there. He needs a way to find a Dusk Noir and then a rare candy because he has Stretcher to get back the Dusk Noir.
He needs Dust Noir, Rare Candy, Radiant Alakazam, Gust.
Yes.
Because we have the Dragapult and the Fire already.
Yep.
And we have used the Force Seal Stone, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I think we need Fez to pull this all together.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just tough because there's already 5 spots, but I mean, once those Dusk Noir like the Duskull lines start to leave play, it opens up more space.
Yeah, we're gonna have plenty of bench
Yeah.
slots. That is not a stressor.
Definitely.
But all right, so we have Gust
we
even.
have Gust, yeah.
So wait, so all we need is Radiant Alakazam and a Dust Noir.
Yeah. And the rare candy.
And the Rare Candy, yes. Is Radiant
Ooh.
Alakazam in deck?
It might not be.
Okay, so that's a key piece of this.
Yeah, it can kind of influence the order that we kind of go on things here.
Agreed. The tough part is we can't use double Dust Noir until we have that Radiant Alakazam available.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is tough for Eli.
Yeah, it definitely is. But honestly, I don't think it's really the end of the world here either. Just because, like, with Chris having 3 prizes, I think this is fine for him to go over 2 turns.
So the only issue is it's
Yeah.
not.
Is it?
Because then we wouldn't be able to use double Dust Noir.
Okay.
And if we attack in with the double prizer, we won't be able to use even 1 Dust
Yeah.
Noir. Oh, I would have loved to see Pokestop first.
Yes.
But at this point, I think you have to Pokestop now, right?
Yeah, I think you have to Pokestop now. Honestly, maybe Pokestop now isn't as bad because he was able to get 2 of the supporters out.
I would agree. And
Yeah.
actually, I think you just want to do it now because you want to discarding a Dust Noir is huge.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably have a higher chance. Oh, I
Oh,
think
don't
he's-
do it.
no,
don't do it.
Ah,
No, don't do it.
Play the Pokestop.
Pokestop. Pokestop. Don't do it now.
Oh.
We are seeing the Iono first.
Yes.
So why do you think that's what we're seeing? And why is it so incorrect?
I think Eli just wants to be able to draw into like another out. Because I mean, Countercatcher can still get him there.
Well, we do see Countercatcher.
Yeah.
We do see Earthen Vessel. We see Lance. We see
Yeah,
Fez.
We Fez. So
Oh. But here's the thing. Without Dust Noir,
yeah, It doesn't get him there.
It doesn't, and there's no way to clear a bench spot
Yeah.
without popping Dust Noir.
Or Dusk Clops.
So we
Yeah.
have to Pokestop here.
Yeah. And there's no way to get like the like there's no Night Stretchers anymore.
They're at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
Now we can thin out the deck and shuffle it up with Earthen Vessel, but I think honestly we want to Pokestop first.
Yeah.
Brian, is there any reason why we are not Pokestopping?
I think Eli might not want to mill some important resources. I think that's probably why.
But what would be important to not mill?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that right now too.
And so this is the other reason why. And obviously he wouldn't have hit it,
Yeah.
but I think this is the other reason why we wanted to see the hold, because now Chris got additional cards to hand
Yeah.
and will still be able to draw.
And be able to use Fez.
And now Chris can win the game just with a big knockout because there's a 2-prizer in the active.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, it definitely is. See
All
if
right.
Fez comes out here.
Well,
Oh,
we see the Dust Noir, but unfortunately
Yeah.
we don't see Rare Candy or anything with it. So, I mean, Brian, I think Chris is in a dominating position
yeah,
at this point.
definitely. Yeah, Chris can definitely close out the game this next turn here, especially with all this draw power. You know, get 2 from the active Goldengo, and then another 4 cards from the bench.
And there
Yeah.
was Radiant Alakazam in the discard. I'm surprised Eli put all the damage on the active,
Yeah,
but I think he may have just assumed that he's cooked.
yeah,
Unless there was anything else you saw that he could have done differently.
yeah. I don't know.
All right.
So Cypher for what? Double SER.
Cypher for double SER.
Yep.
I think we're just going to Pokestop. Well, that should just about
Yep.
do it. Because I believe we have 5, 6, 7 in the discard. Well, we're
Yeah.
actually 1 energy short. Oh, no, there is an electric hiding.
Yeah.
That'll do it. So there's 4. And then there is 4.
Yep.
And that is going to be enough for Chris Franco to take the
Yep.
game, go to 5-1. Eli goes to 5-2, is going to have to hope to bubble in. But Chris is 1 step closer to that air fryer.
Yeah, definitely to the air fryer.
All right, and so we go over to our second game, and we do have Sandy, who Etchy over here was very hyped to see,
Yes.
playing Cloth, going against Rafal playing Roaring Moon, and it looks like Sandy's in a really good position here.
Yeah, just needs 2 more prizes to take the dub here.
And so we'll see, is Sandy able to get the cards they need? So we see a bear, we see an S-ball, we don't see an energy yet.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have a double turbo. The double turbo wins the game, right? Am I missing something? Does double turbo not just win the game?
Who's the attacker on Terrapagos?
Bear.
Bear.
Because we have bear in hand.
It would be 220.
And you can poison.
Oh, poison. Yeah. Don't know what we're seeing here yet.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
So what do you think Sandy is missing here?
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
So we do see an S-ball, so we could get another attacker. But I feel like this is the attacker we want, right? Oh, are we going to go in with Badu? Zhao, I
Yeah.
actually love best of 3 way more than best of 1. However, for a cup, homie does not have the time of day to do
Yeah.
a 6-round best of 3 on a given weekend day. I don't know about you, Brian.
No, I remember when I first started playing, one of the other stores I used to play at did best of 3 locals, and I was like, man, we only had time to play like 3 rounds, and we were out late.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
Yeah, for the major events and and all that stuff, best of 3 definitely, but yeah, best of 1. Sometimes there's just a place for best of 1.
I would
Yeah.
agree. All right, so we do see the crystal come down. We see the Petron come down. We see the bear. We see the double turbo. Oh, we
there's
don't have
no
Latias
Latias.
yet.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So we're going to poison everything. Oh, but the capsule is on the moon. So, and that makes sense why Bear wasn't an out because the capsule is
Oh,
down.
The capsule.
And so we will be doing 50 damage or 100 damage on this Roaring Moon with
Yeah.
Budu. Whew,
Oh, wow.
that is intense.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a Night Searcher. We have a Sada. There's no items available, but we'll be able to take a knockout with this Baby Moon.
Yeah, the Baby Moon's going to be kind of huge here, too.
And so what's tough is we aren't going to be able to disrupt.
Yeah.
And Sandy does have Pheasantipity down, but, I mean, Rafal could be in a position to steal this game still.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah. So I was also seeing as a potential to get 2 prizes, too, is that that Koraidon. That Koraidon could also put in some work.
It definitely can. So here's another option, too, if we want, Brian. We could go into Baby Moon and pass.
Yeah, Baby Moon can also pass, yeah.
And so why, I guess, do you see my line?
Baby Moon to pass for poison, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because if we do see a bounce back in poison,
Then there's no Fez.
exactly.
Yeah.
So we did find the Latias EX. Okay.
Yeah.
And yes, Zhao, exactly.
Yeah.
It is a lot of time.
Ooh, I think Roth went for the knockout here.
So how do you feel about that decision? Do you think that was right?
I don't think so.
Okay, why is that?
Because now this is activating Fez.
It is.
Yeah.
However, Sandy has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand.
That's a pretty good card.
Yeah, that is a pretty good card.
But 2 cards in hand, still needs an energy to attack with Bear, still needs an energy to attack with Terapagos.
Still needs Gus, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think if there is a time to kind of try to lock in and be able to take your next couple prizes, this was a good time for it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree, Jolly. Unfortunately, that's all we can do.
Yep.
We had the energy. We had a switch cart.
Oh, wow.
We were very close.
Yes.
All right, so what's Sandy's out to win this game?
I wonder if Sandy plays Luminion.
That is a great question.
Yeah.
Do we have Luminion in deck?
Oh,
do. Do we have a
the
boss?
Gus in there? Oh,
We
the boss is there.
do. Slen, I think that's going to about seal it up. So Luminion for boss's orders.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
attach the energy,
There
boss
we
up,
go.
Cloth Terapagos.
Yeah, Cloth Terapagos.
So takes the win against Roaring Moon.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you saw there Roth could have done differently?
I don't know. Yeah, it's just kind of tough that, the Ultra Ball off the top was really what made the difference here. Yeah.
So I will say, I think letting the Budu die to poison may have been the right choice.
Yeah, definitely.
Or forcing Sandy to go into something else and just leave it there. Because Budu does have free retreat,
Yeah.
even if nothing else on Sandy's board did. So it kind of sucks for a fall that applying the right pressure still ended up burning him in the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's just like a really minuscule thing, and that's kind of been like the theme for the day. Is like a lot of minuscule kind of mistakes have really turned games.
And
Yeah.
so we can talk about that for
Yeah.
hours. But Typhlosion, yes. So Swiss is best of 1. Top 8 is best of 3. Do we know if it's 60 or 70 minutes?
Probably 70.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we tend to do it in the long run just to make sure
Yeah.
we don't have a chance for ties or anything.
Yeah.
But yes, we will have best of 3. All right. So, Brian, you say minuscule. So tell me about that. Why do you think that's a small play there?
Because it's like a really small interaction that you kind of don't think of because poison historically in the last few years hasn't really been a big big win condition,
Yes.
and it's not really something that people will think of, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are streaming. I think out of the top 4, I think we picked just one of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we just do one round at each,
Yeah.
not because I don't want to see both top 4s. I'd love
Yeah,
to.
it's just for our players' time because
Exactly.
yeah, we don't want to keep them here any longer just because this is an all-day thing. So we just want to make sure that we respect their time too.
And our time
Yeah.
because I have a baby at home.
Yeah,
That my
that's
wife would
true.
probably like me to be home to hang out with at some point in the next 8 hours.
Yeah.
All right, so kind of going off that, I see what you mean about minuscule.
Yeah.
It's not a play you typically think of,
Yeah.
but it's still kind of big in this scenario. Is that
Yeah.
Rafal by any chance? Brian, can I kick you off for a
Yeah,
second and ask Rafal a
absolutely.
couple questions here?
Yeah, need to use the bathroom anyways.
All right, perfect. So we're going to bring in Rafal. Yes, now will be top cut to top 8. We are waiting for the rest of the matches to finish, so we will know exactly who will be in top 8. And Rafal, that was a rough run.
Yeah, I had the win the next turn, but Yeah, they had the Luminion for the boss and the energy.
So I had a question for you because Brian and I were talking about this. Why not just pass?
Well, Buddy doesn't get knocked out there.
It does coming back into your turn.
Yeah, but I would assume they just retreated, wouldn't they?
They would, but if they retreat it with no, what was I going to say, Latias or anything in hand, they can't put up anything that can attack.
Say that again.
So because they had
Sorry.
no, you're fine. So they had no Latias EX in play, 2 cards in hand. The Badu could retreat, but if they retreated, there was no attacker on board that could attack. And if you go into
I
a
see.
single prizer, even if they could have the energy to attack, take a knockout, they don't win the game.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think just the issue was just that I needed 3 prizes, so I was like, I feel like doing that doesn't really bring me any closer to like taking that 3rd prize.
Yeah, which makes sense, and that's reasonable.
Yeah.
That was our only thought because, especially with Pheasantipity down to draw and having to use an energy to retreat, I think what both of us were thinking is that if you force them to try to draw once and then once again to try to hit their outs, you have a more stable board. It gives you more opportunity to do something with it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, it was a weird game because I was like kind of always like at like the edge of my resources because like I don't know if you saw the heavy ball, but I like had Latias and Petron prized and Squawkabilly. So I was like, well, I need the
Ooh.
Squawk. So like everything else was like, I just had to like waste the weird resources because like, I guess it's not really an answer to your question. I'm just like
It's not.
I'm just reflecting on the game.
That's okay.
Because like I obviously like ideally I get to like use Koraidon to like boss like the Fez or something.
Yes.
But I like had to like burn energy to retreat and like all that junk. You know, but yeah, I mean maybe passing was right. I just assumed that like they would not let me go to 2 prizes left and just retreat it, you know, make me do something else. Like inevitably I think they would have promoted something that I would have to knock out. Like I don't think they were gonna give me that free prize. I think inevitably they would retreat to something. I would knock it out and they would get that Fez. So I was like, I'd rather put up a 1 prizer and do it now than like give you another turn or 2 to like play with your whatever's in your hand, you know.
I think that makes sense. The only reason I was thinking for that line too is even if they do retreat it and give you a turn or 2, did you hit a gust off of that Sada?
Yeah, I had a boss.
So my thought would be you can wait there and then go in and knock out Pheasantipity, even with your
Yeah.
Roaring Moon, especially to knock out the Area Zero Underdepths.
Yeah.
And then even if they do Budu you, like they had gone in and just passed, it can give you a chance to still win the game with them
Yeah.
having a very, very small hand. And I mean, if they hit it, they hit it. But
Yeah. The issue is I had boss, I had Sada, but I only had 1 energy on the Koraidon.
yes,
But
but you could still
so-
moon it.
I had with the big moon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have
Zhao.
to watch it back. It's definitely a. Oh, sorry.
No, real quick. So, Zhao, thank you so much for joining. I am very happy to have you here. Honestly, we're so happy this is getting spread out a little more and people know about us. It's awesome. But sorry, Rafal, please keep going.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a weird matchup. It's I was kind of telling Brian earlier, like the way that this list is built, where it's like more tailored to do like the Greninja play against like Gardevoir and Dragapult. You are exchanging that strength for like not having catchers and Pokegears and
True.
like, you know, ideally I'm just like hitting catcher 3 turns in a row and I never have to be bothered by like knocking out Cloth, for example, right? That was kind of the issue. So like that was the frustrating thing. Like the deck is not quite built for like the turbo matchups. It's more built for the 1 prize matchups. It's still fine against the turbo matchups, as you saw. Like the game was close. But yeah, like they were able to go boss, and I was not. You know.
Yes, and that makes a big difference. TCM, thank you so much for joining. We're glad to have you here. And yeah, honestly, Rafal, you can actually add on this too. I feel like a lot of what we do well is trying to give feedback on decisions, lines people are taking, like what they can do differently better. And I mean, for me, it's a good way I try to learn and grow is by looking back on plays and what route should I have taken that was different.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna like watch it back and just kind of think about it. Maybe a little bit, maybe not a lot, because like this is not a matchup that will be existing in 2 weeks. But you know, I was able to at least you know, have a couple games on stream with the Moon, gave it a good run. Said I couldn't win the cup, but you know,
There's a small chance you still bubble. Things could go crazy.
4-2.
Also, you have a fan in Zhao, apparently,
Oh,
for
Zhao, thank you
Dunsparce's
very much. Yeah, that deck was very fun. I don't know if it's actually any good post rotation, but it's definitely a lot of fun to play. All the Dunsparce decks are super fun. You just have like a massive hand.
Dude, people keep talking about it in podcasts and stuff, the Zard Dun. A lot of times it's that it's not real, but they do keep talking about it. And no, so we had 11 people at 302 or better, and at least 2 tables, I think more, may have played it out. So
there was a mistake. John Vanguard was supposed to be a 4-1 as well.
yeah, he's there, 4-1.
Oh, then never mind. They changed it. Okay.
So there
I don't know.
There is a chance.
I played against Mo, and my opponent just made cut. So who knows? I guess we'll find out. Maybe I kind of need some food. So do you mind if I?
Not at all. Thank you very much for joining, Rafal.
And see if I make cut. Maybe we'll see.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining, Rafal. Appreciate it. So one of the reasons why we do pull Rafal and other people on after those matchups is we want to talk through the lines they took and why. And honestly, this is going to be a shock to you guys. I'm wrong a lot of the time, and there are very good reasons why they take the routes that they do.
Someone took the screenshot.
All right, so we are very hyped about what screenshot?
Yeah, the screenshot of the air fryer.
Yes. So thank you for those who are sharing the screenshot of the air fryer.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. So I've said it a couple times. I'll say it again. If you are new here, please follow us. Please like us. Whatever the things are you're supposed to do on the various channels in which you're watching, we would love to have you come back. We'd love to have people know that we've got a pretty good stream here. And since we have top 8 coming up, we're going to have hopefully some really good gameplay up here. And Brian, I know we've got some very interesting matchups on board.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm really excited to see who made cuts so we can kind of go over like the archetypes and all of that stuff.
Yes.
And then we can kind of see where to go from there. Yeah.
And so a couple of these archetypes are still going to exist come rotation. So we're still going to have Gardevoir, even though it's going to look very different.
Yes, very different.
We'll still have Dragapult.
Yep.
We'll still have Raging Bolt.
Yep.
We will still technically have Miraidon.
Yeah.
Not really, though.
Yeah, I think people are going to transition to future hands over it.
Yes, which, how do you feel about that?
I like that deck.
Okay, all right. So
I like that deck.
Tell me about future hands, because
Actually,
that is a deck I have not thought about much.
Yeah, I actually played it to Indianapolis last season.
Did you? That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I didn't do too well with it because I was hoping that, so Josh Frink, the event before, had made top 4 with Gardevoir,
Yes.
and I was hoping that a lot of people were going to be like, oh yeah, Gardevoir, and then like Gardevoir historically had a good matchup into Charizard, and it was a whole Charizard meta at that time. So I was really hoping to ride off of that, and I ended up hitting 1 Gardevoir during that run, and just like steamrolling them, but from there on, it was 6 Charizards. So
Yeah, that's not the best. And that is actually a lesson for those trying to play
Yeah.
matchup roulette. There are now 2,000 to almost 3,000 people in these events. Even if it's 50% Charizard, that still means there are 1,500
Yeah.
people not playing Charizard.
Yeah,
So
definitely. So it was definitely something to kind of like look at. But the deck was fun. It took advantage of the Iron Crown that would increase Iron Hands' damage.
which is awesome.
Yeah, which is cool. Yeah, and it definitely took a lot of like really interesting matchups. Like before hitting all the Charizards, my round 1 I hit Arctina, and you were actually able to kind of play that like Miraidon, because if you put down the booster capsule and 2 Iron Crowns, you were hitting for 220. So it was kind of like having a Miraidon in a way.
That
Yeah.
is awesome. So one quick
Yeah.
second here, Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, Rafal.
Yeah.
So we were going to take a break to play a little post-rotation before top 8. Is there any chance you're available to talk for a few minutes?
Sure.
Or
Yeah.
commentate us playing post-row?
Can I see if I made top 8?
Yeah.
Well, 100%. Yes, absolutely. Are they
Yeah.
almost done?
Yeah, there's like 2 matches left.
2
Okay.
matches left,
Could you
yeah.
snag Ryan and ask him to come up and do the same if they're still sticking around?
Yeah.
Or find 2 people?
Yeah.
Thank you, Rafal.
Yeah, if anybody's still around. So
Yeah, if anyone's still around. So
yeah.
one of the things we try to do, and then we'll get back to future hands, because I do
Yeah.
think it could be interesting,
Yes.
is when we have a break, as you guys have seen, we try to not just disappear for a while. We're trying to still get you some good stuff. So we're going to play a little post-rotation before
Yeah.
top 8.
Definitely. Do we have other decks? Because all I brought was my Terra Box deck.
Rafal, do you have decks?
Turbox.
Mo said he had a
Yeah.
couple,
Okay.
and then Alex has a couple, and we got a
Okay.
couple around.
Okay.
Deck by you, by the way?
No. Oh, no. All right, so anyway, sorry, back to it. So TCM, yes. Raging Bolt and Teal Mask is actually a really, really good archetype,
Yeah, I've been
especially going
trying
into Atlanta.
I've definitely been trying to test that one a little bit more because I think you played a little differently now. It's not like
Yes.
the turbo auto second
Bryce, do
matchup
you mind throwing that
anymore.
one up?
It's not like the turbo auto second matchup anymore now that it takes advantage of the Hoot Hoot and the Noctowl line.
Yes.
I feel like the deck wants to go first now. And you have a lot of like really interesting lines that you can kind of take now.
Well, so this is Terrorbox. You
Yeah.
mind throwing up Raging Bolt?
Do you have the Raging Bolt that Ryan sent?
Bryce is working on it. But
Yeah.
yes, exactly. So Raging Bolt currently very much is you squawk, you teal mask, you try to kind of burn your deck to the ground turn 1
Yeah,
to get that turn 1 Sada knockout. But
there we go.
new Raging Bolt, you still have those pieces, but you actually want to go first now.
Yeah, just because. Oh, excuse me. The Noctowl line really helps with it because Ogrepon's always going to be on the bench because you kind of need it to accelerate energies,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll be able to search out some really good like stuff. Like you can search out Sada Vessel or like Sada Prime Catcher or like any sort of combination of that, and be able to get any of those trainers like at any point of the game that you want. So yeah, it's a super good deck going into the next format, and I feel like it's got a good matchup spread. Like it's able to beat like a lot of the really good decks in the format.
So one thing I do want to note about decks like this too is Raging Bolt, we talked about this a little bit during the week, had a horrible conversion rate throughout most of the season.
Yeah.
Like it was very highly played and did very poorly in day 2 and going forward.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because it was a very linear, very straightforward deck. However, those events were all mid to late in the format, where
Yeah.
people had optimized lists, where we had a good understanding of the meta, what was strong. Now, going into rotation, going into a smaller card pool, going into some very inconsistent or maybe a suboptimal deck list, anything that is fast, efficient, consistent, and goes boom boom could be a really good pick.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially like what you're saying early in the format, you're kind of able to just like play like whatever's most established, and you have a pretty good chance of being able to do well. Even though we like to see the innovation, sometimes playing what's safe is usually is like a good read on the meta.
Listen, boring wins games.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not great content, but boring
Yeah,
wins games.
Definitely.
And TCM, I'm actually, and I'm curious about your thoughts too, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm actually a huge advocate for the 80 HP Hoot Hoot
Yeah,
almost all the time when
definitely.
you're playing Latias EX and you're not playing Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I think in this instance, the 80 HP Hoot Hoot would definitely be best. Just because, it's not going to be eaten up by like stuff like the like Dragapult or anything like that. So it's definitely, and it also survives against Fan Rotom too. So
It does, which
Yeah.
is a remarkably big deal since
Yeah.
Fan Rotom's a good attacker.
yeah, it's a good attacker, and a lot of people like to start their games off attacking with the Assault Landing.
So the only time I think you'll really get punished by starting the 80 HP Hoot Hoot is if you do not have access to Latias and you need to retreat into Ditto. Say it again.
We have post-rotation decks, right?
Do we have the standings?
Excellent.
I can tell you right now.
Oh, it's in
Okay.
the chat. Okay, let me pull it up. Okay, here, I got the standings here then.
Perfect.
Okay.
So while we're staring at our phones, we'll go through this. So first place, we currently have.
Oh wait, I
No,
think
that's just the roster.
That's the roster.
Got it.
You got it.
All right, perfect. So we do have final standings. Rafal's here eating pizza, so I imagine Rafal did not make top cut.
I got like 13th.
Dang.
Rafal got 13th, which is not great.
Is it top 16 points? Okay, top 16 points.
All right, so
never
Rafal
mind.
does get top 16 points. So we should also note that. In addition to the prizing of $1,000 at top 8, there are also championship points available for win. So we have. I don't know if you made top 60, Mello or Adam. We're gonna have to check on that.
Yeah.
But we do get 25 points for top 8, 32 for top 4, 40 for finals, 50 for a win. And then if you get top 16, you do actually still get 20 points.
Yeah.
So for those who are trying to like build up those points to get their invite, there's still something worth playing for here.
Yeah, definitely.
My phone is freaking out on me.
Okay, that is totally fine. So we will have this eventually, but at this point, Rafal, do you mind if we hand it off to you to start talking about Postro? Once you're done with your pista.
30 seconds.
All right.
Oh,
yes.
Adam needs 1 point for his Ace Trainer promo.
Adam makes a good point. So, in case anyone didn't know, there is actually an award that you can get for TCG Live, and I think there's some other stuff with it, if you
Yeah.
hit 200 CP. So, Pokemon trying to set a couple more thresholds than just did you get your invite or not.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about that, Brian?
I think they could have done a better job about it, but I'm still glad that there's something there for players. Just because I remember at the beginning of the season, a lot of people were very discouraged about the top 125 thing because a lot of people were hoping to kind of go for their invite and kind of like grind it out. But even though they're not going to be able to make worlds. Like we're hoping that a lot of these rewards would have been like good rewards, but I think a lot of the community is a little disappointed with it just because they could have done more.
And I agree, and I'll keep talking about it later, but I'm going to hand it over to Rafal to start
Yeah.
talking about some post-rotation, and then, Ryan, do you want to join as well with Rafal? All
All
right,
right,
sweet.
cool. We're handing it off.
My whole thing is out there with that.
You're so beautiful. Dan has already said you're the most handsome person here, so just wanted to echo that.
Love that.
And yes, it is a beautiful art of little Camerupt.
Hello. We have like a dozen post-rotation decks
Howdy, howdy.
that they will try to play, and we'll see some gaming.
Yeah, I don't know what matchups we're gonna see, but a lot of them are cool. Some of them are less cool. I feel like we might see Noctowl, because
probably see
that just
Noctowl.
seems like the tried and true engine coming up. Every deck
Yeah.
that doesn't play Noctowl feels kind of bad.
Noctowl is very good.
So
Adam, I did not do I don't have to do report cards. I run our in-school suspension program. I just have to track my schedule for the week, which probably means a lot of kids because kids are probably up to no good before spring break. I have my prize pack.
oh, here we go, live
Let's see.
prize pack
Let's see what we
opening.
got. I pulled a Charizard earlier.
Oh,
so
that's pretty
something.
good.
We got Jet Energy.
Oh yeah.
We got what the hell is this?
Oh, it,
Oh,
it
the
looks
nest ball
because
is
of the
the
green
nest ball is
screen.
getting green screen right now. That's crazy.
That's sweet.
Koridon.
Okay. What is that? That's a
Torterra.
Torterra.
All the grass
Also
types are
getting
getting green screen.
screened.
And I got a
Ooh,
Moonlit
there
Hill,
we go.
and I got an energy, and
Nice.
can't show the code card. Can't
Sweet.
show the code card.
No, we need
got,
those.
We got more packs to go. We've talked about post rotation a lot. We can open some packs.
Yeah.
Um.
Everybody understands post rotation. It's solved
All
already.
right. We got Cypher Maniac, Baton.
Yep.
Excalibur.
Yeah.
Explorer's Guidance.
Yep.
Super Rod.
Super Rod.
And Grass.
A red energy.
Grass. Yo, this is a crazy misprint. How did this get off the printer?
Oh my god.
That's wild. And now we got Prize Pack Series 6.
Series 6. Here
Two
we go.
packs of
This is the
Series
exciting
6.
stuff.
All right, what do we got?
Another
still
Cypher Maniac still in there.
All right. Vessel.
Iron Boulder.
Boulder.
Yeah.
It's a rock.
Ooh, Draclo.
Draclo, cool.
Genesect.
All right.
Nice.
Water.
Energy.
Is that it? Oh.
Yeah. The
Oh.
Dracloak is hollow.
Oh, I can't tell. The green screen. All right, we got one more pack.
One last one.
What's like expensive in here?
The Fez, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're
I don't know
talking.
what else is really in there. I just know
Enhanced-
Fez is on the
enhanced
thing,
hammer,
right?
That's true.
Yeah, Fez is on here.
Turo.
What is that?
Ledion. It's a green screen Ledion. Counter catcher.
Counter catcher?
And the last card. What?
Survival
Ooh,
Brace.
Survival
Here we
Brace.
go. Giddy
I'm
up.
gonna need this after losing my winning in. I'm at 10 HP.
Oh my god.
How are they doing on the board? All right. They're playing
Giddy up.
cards.
Okay.
All right, they're playing End Zoroark versus Dragapult. Tell me about these decks, Ryan.
I know the Zoroark deck is. I feel like End's deck is like the thing that people aren't exactly positive about yet. It could be really good. It theoretically draws a lot of cards, has powerful like bench snipe attack, but it just might not be good enough.
Yeah, it's I saw someone describe it as like drawing a lot of cards to do nothing.
Yeah.
Like you have these huge hands. Are you
Your
doing any-
attacks just sometimes aren't very good.
Yeah, I was just talking to Colin Murley Matthews about this. One of the Mew goats. This is kind of the closest thing to Mew VMAX right now. You draw a lot
Yeah.
of cards, you copy attacks, right? But yeah, it's not quite the same. The Reshiram has it lets you copy an attack to do 170 damage, which is just such an awkward number. Like, okay, you knock off Pheasantipity, but then it's like if you're behind, you can put a Defiance Band on your Zoroark and attack
Yep.
for 200.
Which is still not really anything.
Yeah, which does not knock out any of like the Ogre Pawns or Pheasantipity, so that's cool. So you need Binding Mochi to do plus 40
Yep.
instead. So like that sucks.
Mochi, of
Um,
course, being combined with the Petrun EX as like one
Yeah.
of your main hard pivot options, along with the Stadium that gives you free retreat. But if you get retreat locked by something like the Ogre Pawn or something, then the Petrun lets you switch in there.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination. I mean, it's, again, on paper, it's all good. It's just like, how consistently can you do it? Because part of the issue is that you don't really have, you have to use the card that's in Brian's hand, End's PP up,
Right.
to get energy onto your End's Pokemon. Because they, to use Zoroark's attack, which is a thing called Night Joker,
Yep.
to copy your other End's Pokemon attacks, you need 2 Dark Energy, which is kind of awkward because you have to attach one for turn. There's no Dark Patch. You have to play End's PP up, which I guess is just a Dark Patch for End's Pokemon,
Yeah.
really. But yeah, it's like a lot of work, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you doing with that, right? So we see Brian here, right? He gets his Zorua, he gets an energy down, but then like, will he even be able to knock out this Budu?
I don't know. I feel like he's trying to, but I saw an Arven in his hand. I feel like there's a decent line to Arven and set your board up and then Evo.
But he can't Poffin though.
He cannot Poffin. I'm a liar.
So yeah, now he's gonna evolve the Zoroark. He's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
draw
yeah.
cards. But he
He is
needs an
a
out
handful of
to-
items.
Yeah, he needs an energy and a Reshiram here. That's none of
It would
that.
also be good to just get a Darumaka down,
Yeah.
and start, threatening that, but it's just not gonna happen here.
Yeah, the Budu is putting in some work. On the other hand, we have Dan playing Dragapult, which is just kind of a pretty dang good deck, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's a very similar shell of the Dragapult we know now, but you lose a lot of consistency cards in the V Pokemon and Forest Sealstone package, as well as Lance. Lance is shown to be really, really good in this deck as of recent. Combined with Budu, you get more time and you can play the Lance and just really establish a strong board that's hard to disrupt. But we don't get Lance anymore,
Yep.
and your substitutions are like Jock or Brock Scouting for a similar-ish
not
effect,
quite
but
as good.
man, is it significantly worse.
Yeah, the issue is that the deck it literally just does the same thing. It's just, can it do it as consistently as it does it now? That's the
Right.
question. And Living in the chat asking, do we like Stamp versus Crystal? I think that's a really like lively debate right now. Like I've seen in the Japanese decks, originally Crystal was really popular in Dragapult just because you get that really easy attack off. But then Terra Box came out of nowhere, started decimating all these Dragapult lists. So now they play Stamp to try to make that matchup a little bit more livable and try to be able to stage comebacks. So I don't know which one I prefer. I think if you want to not just have a horrible time against Terra Box, you kind of need the Stamp. But then Crystal is just like, it's so efficient.
Yeah, I mean, with the deck being like worse, I put in air quotes, like it's worse after post rotation, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's like worse in position. But like the deck is fundamentally worse, and so Crystal makes a lot of sense to try to get the attacks up and running easier.
Brian just copied Darumaka's attack.
Yo,
Which
what?
is called, I can't even tell what it's called. I have to look it up.
I don't know, but I mean, hey, that works for
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, hey, 30 damage is 30 damage. But you see, like, Zoroark, like, you needed 2 energy on it. You had to evolve your Zoroark, you had to bench a Darumaka, and it's like, all right, 30 damage.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
We
so
made
much
it.
effort. All right, ends Darumaka. The attack is called Flare in Japan.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called here.
I mean, that's close enough. We have Phantom Dive coming down. We have the Halucha to soften up those Zoruas and put them
Ooh.
in range.
Is Dan about to just
We're gonna
demolish
clops.
this board?
Oh, we're gonna clops the active. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, because it has 280 HP, I believe.
Yep. Night Stretcher for the clops, probably just to sit there for a turn. And then, I mean, yeah, we're gonna Phantom Dive and leave Brian with 1 Zorua and 1
Oh,
Darumaka.
That is
And
tough.
that cannot feel good.
It definitely does not. Yeah, the issue with this matchup for Zoroark is that you can use the Darmanitan's attack to like do some sniping, wipe the board. Oh, and he's stamping.
Oh my gosh.
That's brutal. So Living, this is your answer here. Dan needed an extra turn. The Budu got him that extra turn to get the energy attachment off, and now he's going to do some pretty brutal stuff.
Yeah, I think Stamp feels pretty good if you hit the early energy attachments, but you play 6 energy and like 1 or 2 Earthen Vessel, and so sometimes you just miss those. And then once you're behind on energy, it feels really impossible because you need to find like some combination of your unsearchable Crispin plus unfair Stamp,
Yeah.
and it's like really tough.
Yeah, the stamp kind of has to like basically do the same thing that Crystal does
Yeah.
in that like you basically like cheat an energy onto the board, right? Like if you stamp and then like don't buy a turn and then you just get blown up anyway, then it's
Yeah.
like then it's not really useful. But
Yeah, we've seen
um,
Dan have plenty of energy at his access though this game, so he's
Yes.
just been able to consistently turn attach while item
All right,
locking.
Brian-
Brian is flashing the PP up
Yeah.
to the stream.
Brian uses ends PP up, gets the energy onto the Zorua, but I don't know what okay, he's gonna stamp.
We're gonna stand back.
All right. So the issue with this matchup is like you can you really want to go for like some early aggression with the Darmanitan and like wipe their board, but beyond that, like this is the issue. Like Zoroark just doesn't have like a purely high damage attack.
Yeah,
Your only safe bet against like your consistent option to knock out a Dragapult is for them to hit you and then to use the outrage attack on Reshiram.
which is 20 times damage
20
counters,
times the
right?
damage on you.
Okay.
So if Pult hits you for 200, you knock it back for 400. But as we saw there, Dan like intentionally used that. He could have just like done 200 and sniped the board, but instead he was like, no, like I'm not going to
Right.
put you in a situation where you can just like blow up a Dragapult for free. And now Brian, like even if he gets an attack off, like what's he really going to be doing, right?
Yeah, I mean, not
If he gets an attack off.
the attack itself won't even be that powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, we like might punch for 200, but well, 200 punch into Darm for 120 would line up the knockout, but we're just giving another free turn. Like it's so
Yeah.
not great.
So he's gonna Ultra Ball the rest of his hand, so he has to attack with the Darmaka again.
But do we even? Oh, we have Patch. Wait, yeah. Are we just coming in to swing for?
Like 40 or something. I don't
Yeah.
even know. Jam it. Well, with Defiance, maybe like 60 or 70. I don't
Oh
really
my
know.
gosh.
But yeah, Brian's about to do very little damage. And if Dan is able to evolve,
Oh,
this,
I think we're. Oh, here we go. Not playing Ultra Ball. Nest balling for Fez instead.
Good.
This makes
call.
sense.
That is smart. Yeah. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see Brian draw some cards. So yeah, I mean, this is also testing. Like they're just playing a fun game in between our before our top cut. So, they are telling each other the right plays, making sure that despite Brian's position, he's able to play this as effectively as possible.
There's also y'all may have caught a flash of it during like Brian shuffling. There's rescue stretchers in Brian's deck. Those are night stretchers. But
These are all decks that you've generously built for us.
I don't
test
even know
with.
if we're gonna be able to see like if we'll get to a point where night stretchers are relevant card here.
Yeah, I don't even know if you really need that PP up because like, what are you gonna do with it later, right? Like, there's not much Pokemon left on the board for you to even set up to attack.
I feel like this Zoroark is probably gonna last the rest of the game.
Yeah. And Dan, is that a Dusknoir in his hand?
He does have a Dusknoir
I
in
think
hand.
this might be over.
Yeah.
Because he's about to get hit with whatever Brian can hit him with. I think Brian would rather hit him with like Reshiram or something. He's gonna just
What's
PB
happening?
up.
Oh, are we just moving the patch
No,
already?
they
or-
don't have to do it yet, but I guess they will. I mean, there's no reason not to, I guess. Yeah, Brian's in a tough situation. Yeah, he is going to have to copy the Darumaka's attack for meager damage. All right, well,
Maybe it's just a pass.
it is a pass. I guess he just doesn't want to risk the chance that Dan.
Okay,
does have
so
on
now we
board.
have Dusknoir boss. So the game is over.
That is going to be it. Yeah.
We just blow up this Darumaka. Boom. And then boss the patch. You could also just blow up the patch with the Dusknoir.
That
But
too.
it's the same thing either way.
Yeah. So so Dragapult doing it here.
That looks good for Dragapult. It looked like a
Dragapult
good
looked
showing.
pretty good.
It does
Dragapult
not
looked pretty good.
always feel that good.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can get behind on attachments pretty early. But we still have the Dracloak engine, which is really strong when you can get it up.
God,
There-
I was
you're
like,
just-
I was like leaning in. Sorry, we did not expect the cameras to come back.
you get to see a lot of cards every turn,
Yeah.
and it's really hard to disrupt when you get to like choose 3 of the top 6 cards of your deck. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Dan got that up pretty early, as well as putting item lock pressure and then just booming the board with the ghosts.
Yeah. So we see the strength of it. You need Lance, you don't need Rotom, you don't need Lumineon. You'd rather have it for that consistency. Is that your only game, or?
That's the only one. They're gonna start top 8 soon.
Oh,
Okay,
we're
okay.
starting top 8 soon. All right.
Take a quick bathroom break and then.
Okay, cool.
So we do have the top 8 pairings here. We do
Okay.
have Sandy Beach, who's this is who I played against round 6.
That's Terrapagos poison stuff, right?
Yes, against John Wengard. Do you know what John's
I
on?
believe John is playing Miraidon.
It's an interesting matchup. It's kind of a back and forth.
Yeah, it seems 2-2-2, but whoever gets out there first should
Yeah.
be able to just hold it.
We've got Chris Franco, who I think is on
Dango,
Dango, versus Kenneth Schwan, who is on Pidgeot
Pidgeot,
Control.
right? Yeah. I have no clue how that matchup goes.
I don't know either. We have Daniel Thompson,
That's Tina, right? I think.
Lasong
Yeah,
Giratina.
yeah.
Lasong Giratina versus Mo Edis, one of our teammates.
Also on Pidgeot.
Who is also on Pidgeot. Definitely did not come into today expecting to
No,
play against the deck
yeah.
with 4 Jet Energy. Then we have Michael Davidson, who is on Gardevoir, against
Yep.
Larry Rusano, who is on Lost
Lost
Box.
Box.
Do you guys have a preference for what do you want to see?
We are gonna see. I can steal one of your microphones.
No, go for it.
Because Brian's still prepping. Hi everyone. So we're gonna see on our first game Sandy versus John. So Miraidon
Sweet.
versus Terrapagos, because we figured let's go something turbo, followed by Daniel and Mo on backup, where we have Control versus Lost Zone Giratina. So we figure let's show you fun, boom, boom, followed by controlled, slow, precise
Yeah,
gameplay.
yeah.
Does this
How
seem
do you feel seeing Lost and Giratina today?
so good?
yeah.
So good.
One nice ride.
We had Daniel on to talk a little bit, and he's just like, yeah, this is like my first games with it. It's apparently pretty good. I'm like, yes.
What a life.
Dude, I love seeing it. So it's been fun to see.
Oh man.
But thank you guys very much for talking us through post.
course.
Do you have any-
Congratulations on the nice victory.
the flawless
It was really
victory.
close.
It was real
This
close.
went very smooth. Ends deck did not go very
Was there any feedback on my gameplay? Anything I should have done differently?
I don't know. I don't
Except
think
for
so.
I didn't need the boss that last turn.
Yeah,
That was about
but
it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That was it was fine. It was all fine. All right, sweet. Well, Ryan, Rafal, thank you very much for joining us. I'm very sorry that it did not work out for you guys today, but
It is what it is.
gonna
That's
happen
Pokemon.
sometimes.
Look at
It
my
is.
special. Look at this misprint energy.
Oh yeah.
all right, get out.
Okay, we're leaving.
I'll leave this for you guys.
Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated.
You should put the grass energy up on
All right, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Rafal. Much appreciated. We are now going to actually get into current rotation of Pokemon.
Yes.
So, as I mentioned,
back.
we do. Oh my goodness, we do have 2 matchups for us. So, number 1 is going to be Cloth Terrapagos versus Miraidon, which that's going to be a pretty quick game.
Yes.
There's not going to be a lot of like complex, nuanced gameplay.
No.
It's going to be straightforward.
Yeah.
But we are following that up with Lost Zone Giratina versus Control, which is basically the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
So, who do you think's favored? Terrapagos or Miraidon?
It's whoever goes second.
Well, that's very reasonable. Bryce, could you make a poll of who we think's going to win, Terrapagos or Miraidon?
Yeah.
Because I'm actually curious about
Thank
this. Thank you
you.
very much, Michael. So Michael is dropping off deck lists for us. That way we have all the deck list information during these rounds. And when we have 8 instead of 60 deck lists to look through,
Yeah, it's a little easier to kind of move around.
it's so much easier
Yeah.
to find them. All right, so like we said, Sandy playing Cloth Terrapagos. Basic concept of the deck, you want to, like Brian said, go second, take a big knockout, or if you aren't able to get a Petron Donk, or you aren't able to take a big knockout with Cloth or Terrapagos, your goal is to Budu for 50, 80, whatever amount of damage and item lock, which is
Yeah.
pretty big.
It's just really big. Yeah. So a lot of it's a lot more of a nuanced matchup than it was before because the
Mhm.
Budu definitely changes a lot of things, but it still is a pretty like whoever goes second matchup. Like
It's still a
Yeah.
turbo matchup.
Yeah.
It's just a turbo matchup with additional options.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see John and Sandy setting up here. So Matt, I don't know if Etchy's still watching. You wanted to see Sandy? We are seeing a whole nother round of Sandy up here.
Yep.
And so, and of course, John Mongard. Lyric, awesome to have you here. Thank you
Yes.
so much for joining.
yeah, shout out Lyric for coming through.
Yeah, Lyric's awesome. Incredibly skilled caster for Pokemon. Always happy to have you
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
All right, so then we have our game. And Bryce, do we know who's going first? All right,
No
we're
idea.
going to find out.
We will
So-
find out as soon as we see somebody draw a card.
That is very true. Oh, well, Lyric, I'm so
Yes.
glad you've been here for a bit. It's awesome having you.
Yes.
And we will see us starting off, and John is going first, and oh God,
Yes.
that poor man. So,
Yeah.
Brian, what's he doing turn 1?
He is trying to set up his board and ideally gonna use a Rotom to end the turn.
So I was going to say, Rotom to end the turn for sure. I
Yeah.
assume there's a lot more we want to do between now and Rotom.
Yes.
Oh, and we
he's
already
got
have the
it.
Rotom
He's
in
already
hand.
got it. Beautiful. But yeah, he's gonna start with the Miraidon and start, tandem uniting, try to get as many different cards as he needs, and kind of try to develop his board from there.
So one advantage that John does have is he can go into something like Zapdos and force Sandy to either gust around or just Budu into it, something like that. So
Yeah.
what do you think is his best guy to leave up front?
Ideally a one prizer. I mean, if he plays like the Zapdos and the Magnemite and all that stuff, if you're able to tandem unit out the Zapdos, ideally that would be probably what you want.
So I
Actually,
would-
I disagree with that now because I feel like the Cloth deck will just end up playing the Pecharunt, and that will dunk.
yes.
Yes,
So
I see it now.
I don't actually mind so much if Pecharunt's what they end the turn on. I think the bigger risk is if Sandy ends the turn on Budu
Yeah.
and knocks out the Magnemite.
That's
That
true.
is a huge deal.
That is a huge.
So unfortunately, it looks like John is not going to be able to play any generators between now and then.
Yeah,
But we will be able to get Raikou down, attach energy for turn, so we'll likely be able to get off an attack. If Sandy goes into a 2-prizer, we'll probably be able to take a knockout.
yeah, definitely. And this is gonna be another one of those decks that is gonna go really, really wide. So the moment that the area 0 kind of goes down, it's gonna stay there for the rest of the game.
It is, and with no trolley prized, no 4 Sealstone prized, we're gonna see that Oranguru V get likely 4 Sealstone for trolley, and then get either a capsule, a mochi, something like that. And dude, Sandy's gonna be cooking here.
Oh yeah, definitely. So this Oranguru with the back order ability, grabbing the 2 tools, it's super useful to kind of lead. And Latias EX just makes it so much better, just because now it feels like it's like a pivot card.
100%. And we actually have Latias EX in hand, so Sandy's just gonna start. I use the word cooking too often, but
Yeah,
cooking.
it really is just cooking here. Yeah.
And we also even have Arven in hand, so we could save the 4 Sealstone Arven for the trolley and just start going from there. So
yeah, definitely.
what do you think is the best option for Sandy to leave in the active going into next turn?
The Pecharunt, I would say.
Okay.
The Pecharunt, just because it'll start being able to take some of those prizes, but it can also be a little difficult because with the way that John kind of sets up his board, he can also kind of start taking that 2/2 prize trade with the Iron Hands as a way to counteract that.
So that is true. And actually, I was going to go a different route. I was actually going to say Budu.
Yeah,
Because with a Binding Mochi, Budu's going to be able to one-shot that Magnemite with poison.
yeah, and then item lock the next turn. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's definitely a solid way to kind of go about the turn.
It is a concern.
Yes.
But are we going to go for the boss's orders here instead?
Yeah.
I think we
ooh,
are.
I like that.
I was going to say, what do you think about that decision?
Yeah, I really like that just because Sandy's just getting really aggressive now. Being able to take advantage of, the Cloth's attack, being able to hit into weakness, and ideally knocking out either the Raikou or the Miraidon.
So one interesting thing is Iron Hands EX can knock out this Cloth for 2 prizes,
Yeah, definitely.
which is a huge, huge deal because it means then John does have a way to respond and stay on a 2-prize trade since he can't really ignore the Cloth.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see both Pokemon get poisoned. Raikou goes down. Sandy goes 2 prizes into hand. We get a secret box for John. So, Brian, what's John's response?
Yeah, I think John's response is just going to try to use that secret box, grab Generator, Arven, and probably that Area 0, and then just try to set up an Iron Hand to take that Respond knockout.
And it's going to be tough because for Iron Hands to get 2 prizes off of this, it is going to need to be 4 lightning energy.
Yeah, 4 lightning energy has to be double generator, or you're pretty much going to need to get energy on both generators.
There is another line, though, and it could be to set up the Iron Hands EX as a backup and go into Miraidon and take a 2-prizer on the bench or something.
Yeah, that could be something that's done as well, and you can always like save the Magnemite or the Magneton to kind of set up Iron Hands at a later time as well.
Yes. Or you could always just attack with Zapdos.
Yeah, Zapdos could also be an attacker as well. There's just a lot of ways you can kind of go about it. Yeah.
So one advantage too John has is because the Zapdos is down, with a double turbo energy on Iron Hands EX,
Yeah.
he would actually be hitting for 110, which is enough to one-shot the Claw for 2
Yeah,
prizes.
That's true because of the poison.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is a huge deal. Because now we'll be able to get the stadium down, fill the board, we can still Arven for another generator, and just start kind of filling up the game plan or filling up the boards to make it really, really hard for Sandy to respond.
Yep, definitely. And I like the way that they're kind of going about this because there are items that are being searched out, but then playing the Arven as well, just trying to thin out as much as you can from the deck, just because when you play that generator, you want to be able to have the highest chance of hitting double lightning as possible.
Yes, agreed. And so we have 4 Sealstone, we have Generator, and to your point about thinning out, I agree. I agree also with not using the 4 Sealstone yet.
Yep.
Because we do want to be able to have...
Oh, the whiff.
That is tough.
That is tough.
So it does mean we're going to need to see 2 Lightning if we're going to be able to use that 4 Sealstone to get a double turbo out.
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are of that?
Ooh, it's going to be a little tough to think about.
Now, the good news is
Yeah.
there's a whole lot of Lightning in there.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh,
there we go.
the last 2
Yeah.
energy. So now, John's got a great response.
Yeah, definitely. It is a good response. And I guess one of the downsides of getting aggressive that early into the turn is that you see Sandy's board, there's not really as much to work around.
There's really
Yeah.
not. Now, granted, Sandy does have Arven in hand, and they already do have the pivot with Latias EX and the tool card
Yeah.
on the Brute Bonnet. And the vacuum doesn't matter too much because Oranguru can go up and grab another tool card.
Yeah.
But John's still in a much better position than they were about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree.
And so, why do you think John is getting rid of that tool here?
Just to make it a little more difficult for Sandy to kind of get around the next turn because this deck really does thrive on the poison a lot.
It does.
So if you're not able to get the poison right away, then it could be a little more difficult to take about your turn.
And to be clear, we'll be able to get it immediately with, with Oranguru,
Yeah.
but it's one less thing they're able to search out.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, it's one more thing they have to search out. So then, what is Sandy's plan this turn?
I think Sandy just wants to respond again with iron or with cloth.
Okay.
Cloth and another energy, just because that's usually just like the easiest way to kind of get that knockout that way. And just my only concern is just how Sandy's going to be able to get the energy.
Well, so and that's
Yeah.
exactly it. We can get Cloth, but we used the Forest Sealstone in order to get the boss's orders last turn.
Yeah.
So now we don't have a clean, obvious way to search out that energy.
Yeah, definitely. And there's not too much onboard draw that we can kind of rely on. Maybe Arven can get us like a nest ball to grab like a Fez or something like that. And I wonder if there even is like another cloth in that deck.
That's a great
Yeah.
question.
I
So,
was kind of looking through like the search and I didn't really see too much.
so actually, Sandy only plays 1 Cloth.
Yeah, one cloth. So I guess need a stretcher or something like that to get the cloth back.
And I think what Sandy may be looking for, because Terrapago... Well, actually, did we not attach a Bravery Charm to hands?
No.
Interesting.
There's a Sneasler.
Well, that's a pretty good
Budew.
draw.
Yeah.
So the issue is we are going to need that double turbo energy with either the Terrapagos or Cloth or anything to really do sufficient damage here,
Yeah.
unless Sandy has a Gust somewhere. And I don't think Sandy wants to
I don't-
Budew into this hands.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think you want to Budew into like active Iron Hands unless you have like a counter catcher or something like that. But there's no Gust and counter catcher's not active right now.
Exactly, because they aren't even prizes. And now
Yes.
we are going to be able to do a ton of poison damage in this scenario, but we only have 1 bench slot.
Yeah.
So then what, with this board, with how things are, what's Sandy's move?
Ooh, that's kind of interesting to see. I don't really know what Sandy's move is. There's not really much of a way to kind of
You can't get
Yeah.
2 items.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandy is recognizing
Yes.
that as I was saying it out loud.
I'm trying to think now. It's like I'm looking through like the lists and all of that. There's not many other attackers you can really go into like this reliably right now that can actually like do something. The Iron Hands is just like a really big presence here.
So the only zero energy attackers that Sandy has are Buddies.
Yeah,
Or you can go into Petrunt and just have the poison damage stack, but that doesn't
Yeah.
feel great.
that doesn't feel great either.
So it's Budu or it's nothing based on not having energy.
Yeah, or you kind of keep this Oranguru in the active and just hope it doesn't get knocked out by like a Miraidon or something like that.
That is very true. And we are
Yeah.
actually going to poison and then do 30 poison damage. So just say exactly like you said,
Yeah.
Brian, you can't get through this Oranguru.
Yeah,
Or
or Sneasler.
Counterpoint. Okay. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Putting the Sneasler, forcing that up on there. My thing though is that there's no bench space to put that Luminion down.
There is not.
Yeah.
So there is a way for John to open up that bench space, though.
Yes, and I think it involves the Magneton.
It does indeed. So, Brian, what is this Magneton? Why is it such a good piece of this
Yeah,
deck?
so the Magneton has an ability. I don't remember the name of it, but
I
it
don't
allows
remember
itself to knock itself out, and if you do, you can attach 3 basic lightning energy to 1 Pokemon.
Yes, and it can be, well, I think it can be to your lightning Pokemon in any way you like.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it can't go to non-lightning Pokemon, but it can get spread across your attackers, which,
Yep.
to be blunt, it's probably all going to go on Miraidon,
Yeah.
but this is still really good.
Yeah, I do like that idea because you can, knock yourself out. You can play the Minion down. You can, boss like Latias or Fez, and then you can take the knockout that way.
Yes, and so the issue with this is we don't have a way to move this Iron Hands very easily.
Yeah.
Because the hand is Bravery Charm and Luminion, but we can attach a Bravery Charm and then try to restart for 1 and see where we go from there.
Yeah.
Oh, and we still have the V-Star.
Yeah, so you can put Pikachu down, and then you can V-Star for like Area 0, or you could just straight up search the boss from it.
Yes, and so we
Yeah.
see Area 0, we see Pikachu go down, we see Luminion. We gotta imagine we're getting...
Can't imagine not getting boss here. Yeah.
So then, what do we think we're bossing up?
I would say I think it's probably the Fez, but if it's not the Fez, it would be like the Latias.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
So here's the only issue. There's no Latias EX down. So I think John may be bossing, attaching the charm, and then just kind of hoping to hit Latias EX so he doesn't have to retreat all this energy off Iron Hands.
Yeah, definitely.
So, John, listening to you carefully, so please quiet down.
Yes.
Oh, it's Overvolt. Thank you,
Over-
Caster.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Overvolt Discharge.
Yep.
We did draw 3. We have Fez in hand. John, very carefully counting.
Yeah.
All right, so then are we just really digging for Latias EX, or is there something else we need?
I think. Ooh.
All right.
I think so.
So John is going wide rather
Yeah.
than in staggered amounts. And I think he is going to go for another Miraidon here because at this point, you've used Ampy very much once. You really don't want to use it again, right?
Yeah.
Unless, is there another attacker he wants to get instead?
Another attacker? Not that I can. I don't think there's another one that really would work better.
No, Raikou is
Yeah.
gone. We could go for Raichu, but that's a very expensive attack.
Yeah.
All right, so we do get Miraidon down. So now the thing is, we're kind of locked into hard retreating this
Yeah.
Iron Hands, right?
Which doesn't feel great.
Does not. Now, granted, we will be able to get a manual attachment onto this Miraidon, and we'll be able to Fez, but things are still a little sketchy here.
Yeah. Looks like we're going with that.
Are we not putting down Fez? Oh, there wasn't a knockout last
Yeah.
turn. What am I thinking? All right, and we see the knockout. So, John, starting at 2 prizes down, which is a huge, huge
Yeah.
deficit, now up and only needs 2 more prizes to win the game.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so
Yeah.
we have the switch cart. We have the rescue stretcher. We can fill our board, but we just still don't have an energy.
Yeah, there's just not that much onboard draw to be able to get like that double turbo energy that we need to take the knockout.
Because I don't think there's another out for Sandy to take 2 prizes this turn, right?
No, I don't. Not that I see here.
Because even with Bear or Blood Moon Ursaluna,
Yeah.
even though its ability does reduce the energy cost needed to attack,
You still need. Yeah, you still need energy at the end of the day.
exactly, you still
Yeah.
need at least 1.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, what's Sandy's plan?
I think looking at the board, you might just try to use like, is there a stretcher in hand? I think stretcher for Fez, and then try to hope that you draw into like an energy, and then you can attack with either like Ursaluna, or you can try to grab like the cloth again from another.
I think that makes sense. And to be
Yeah.
honest, Terrapagos takes a knockout too.
Yeah, Terrapagos is a pretty good attacker too into this matchup.
And so John does have an opportunity though. We see Stadium, we see Nest Ball. Ooh, what is Black
Oh,
Belt?
Black Belt's training.
So that's an interesting inclusion
Yeah.
in here. So Sandy seems kind of stuck.
Yeah, a little stuck because, I mean, just playing the one cloth definitely hurts, especially into this matchup.
It does.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know how we KO the active right now.
Yeah.
Is this a Budu turn?
Budu turn doesn't feel good either, to be honest.
Oh, it feels atrocious.
Yeah,
But I don't know what the other best option
I
is.
know. And there's too many cards in Sandy's hand to where like you can try to like use like Mew EX or anything like that.
Yes.
Yeah. And it just feels, yeah, it's kind of like what you're saying, just feels stuck. We don't really know what this nest ball should even grab. Doesn't seem like there's too many good options here.
No,
Yeah.
and I think that's the downside whenever you do have to. Oh boy. Bryce, we okay? Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we kind of run into these issues when we have these like 4 count decks where it's only 4 double turbo energy.
Yeah, it gets a little hard to get any sort of pieces that you need because I mean that's like your only energy. Where a lot of other decks are playing like way more, like minimum 6 to 8 or anything like that.
Right, and even
Yeah.
Dragapult that plays only 6 basic energy,
Yeah.
you still can dig through your deck with Recon Directive.
And you
play
still have
Earthen Vessels.
yeah, and you have Earthen Vessel. There's nothing that really searches the for the energy here besides like Chloris's tenacity.
Exactly, and that's
Yeah.
only a one of. So there are
yeah.
5 total outs to get energy.
Yeah.
Which I will say, if Sandy had an energy, this could have been a very, very different
Yeah.
game.
Doesn't play Lotto.
There's no energy
Yeah.
lotto in here.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, the arts are for Sealstone, which we used for boss early. It's Culver's Tenacity.
Ooh, this might be just the Budu poison attack here.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, that does not feel
Yeah.
great. And Caster, I mean, there certainly can be questions about quality
Yeah.
of list, but I mean, Sandy's 5-1
Yeah.
into a very, very stacked field. So
Yeah, so
it's working.
yeah, list has been working so far.
All right, so we do see the Budu hit for 50 plus 30 additional for the poison from the Hisuian Sneezer. And John's a little stuck here.
Yeah, he's also stuck too. See what we can grab here. There's still generator available.
Not usable
Yeah.
because of the Budu lock, but there are
Yeah.
generators available.
Yeah, there definitely is. The only thing is that there's no attack that can happen.
Correct.
Yeah, because Photon Blaster can attack the next turn.
So then, what's John's move here, do you think?
That's a good question. I don't even know where to go through. You can try to maybe retreat into like Pikachu. That
And-
could be a possibility. Just because like the Pikachu, can't get one shot.
That was actually going to be exactly my
Yeah.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Because going into the Pikachu, it can't be one shot. Now, it can be one shot through poison.
Yeah, it can be through poison. But
And I actually love this decision.
yeah.
Because John is saying, Sandy, I dare you, knock out my Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because if Sandy does, then John is ready to use Pheasantipity, the boss in hand,
Yeah.
to just
There's just so many
dig.
ways out. Yeah.
Exactly. So then what is Sandy's move here?
Um
And Caster, you're fine.
yeah.
We always want to be open to giving feedback on,
Yeah.
hey, should probably change this thing.
I don't even know. So still no energy, right?
Still no energy.
Yeah, there's still no energy, and even with the knockout, I think there's just too much pressure, and there's no disruption either.
So there is a research in hand that Sandy
Yeah.
could use, which is good. But it's still tough because that
Yeah.
doesn't guarantee anything.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's just a tough.
So do you want to use that Night Stretcher to get Cloth back?
I think you do just to put it on the bench.
Okay. Is there a
Um,
particular reason why?
I think just as like a follow-up attacker if this turn survives.
Fair.
Yeah.
Because even if you do go into bear, something like that, you at least
Yeah.
want to have it set up so that way
Yeah.
all you need is an energy.
Yeah. So like ideally it's like if we didn't know that John had boss here, we could go like retreat into bear knockout, and then, Cloth will be ready, and then kind of go Cloth and to take the final prize.
Which makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Good
Oh.
morning, Troyville.
Oh.
Glad to have you back.
Yeah, awake again.
And yes, Lost Zone Giratina is actually our second game playing right now, though we may switch to in a little bit.
Yes.
So, I mean, we have the research. We're going to be able to at least dig. There's 3 double turbo in the deck.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
And John is just saying,
Yeah.
I have game.
Yeah.
Like, you can keep playing, but I just have game.
Yeah.
And so I think Sandy's saying, I'm at least going to draw my
Yeah.
cards.
See what there is to work around. Finally got the energy though.
We did. And I
Yeah.
appreciate John being a good
Yeah.
sport and saying, like, hey, if you want to scoop it up to go to
Yeah.
game 2, you can.
Yeah.
All right. And John just says,
Yep.
cool, Maridon, draw,
Yep.
boss, I win.
Perfect.
All right, so we see game 1. Maridon actually attacked second and still won the game.
Yeah, and a big part of that was just, Sandy getting a little too aggressive here.
Whoa. Are we saying 100% prediction for Cloth over there?
Wow.
Wow. Dang, y'all.
Yeah.
That was a good little upset then.
Yeah, definitely.
Dang. Okay, so Brian, what does Sandy need to do to get back in the game?
I mean, going second's always a good idea, and if John's
It's a
able,
good idea.
if John's able to start a 2-prizer or something like that, that'll always be like a good start for Sandy as well. So not totally out of it yet. Sandy can definitely take the comeback win in the second game here, and then kind of go about it for game 3.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I think that's it's the same game plan you and I talked about right at the
Yep.
beginning. It's 2-2-2, and just Sandy's got to execute a little better here.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the nice thing about best of 3 too, is it's like not like the end of the world. It's not like
I'm being told by Zeke
Yes.
that I'm a very loud human being, and I
Yeah.
need to reel it back a little bit,
Yep.
which is good advice. So I will try not to yell at them.
yeah. And then Junior, wish you could have won the air fryer. Yeah,
I know, Junior.
I know. Hopefully we can have an air fryer as prizing for another one too.
It's very possible.
It's very, very possible. Kind of likely.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it just depends on how much air fryer funds we can kind of get.
So, Toriel, you missed the first part, but actually, Sandy took the first 2 prizes, but then
With the next turn.
exactly,
Yeah.
John was able to respond with 2 prizes, and then there was no out for Sandy to get the energy to respond back.
Yep.
And then John just kind of took it from there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so then Sandy, I assume, is going to go second here. And then what do you want her to see?
Ooh, starting Badoo's really nice.
Starting Badoo would be huge.
Yeah, starting Badoo is nice. Double turbos there.
Well, John
Force
actually
Steel
has
Zone.
Squawk and Hands, so that's really good.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, and I think John's choosing to start the Squawk here.
Yeah, I would assume so too.
So what do you think about that?
Yeah, just because it's it's easier to get Squawk out of the active without Latias than Hands.
That is very
Yeah.
true, yes. And also, I think Hands or Squawk are going to be knocked out by a Cloth anyway.
Yeah, most definitely.
So we do see the Ultra Ball. I gotta imagine we're getting a Maridon here.
Yeah, definitely. Try to get them right on here and then start the tandem units to put all the other Pokemon into play.
John, checking prizes a little bit. Is there something in particular he needs to make sure he knows about?
The Pikachu for sure, which he sees already, just because that's going to be his way of opening up to get Area 0. That's a really important thing to have. And then checking the Magnemite line as well is very important, just because you want to have both the Magnemite and the Magneton, because those are usually a one-of.
Well, and we saw how valuable that Magneton was last game.
Yeah. Sandy, I believe, plays a one-of Colress's Tenacity.
Yeah, Sandy does play one
Yes.
Colress, but they were unable to search it out
Yeah.
mid to late last game.
Yeah, so it gets a little tough because you kind of whiff a turn or two, and that's at that point where John was kind of just like running Sandy over. Yeah.
So here's a question for you, Brian.
Yes.
John has a Lightning Energy in hand.
Yes.
Do you attach it to the Iron Hands in hand?
I would. Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Yeah, just because it gets the Iron Hands kind of started. If you know that you have Latias in the deck, especially, you can kind of just put the Iron Hands down, attach it, and then you can worry about getting Squawk out of the active at like a different time.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
For me, I think the question was more, do you want to attach to Miraidon so that way there's a higher likelihood of getting an attack off next turn, or attach to something like Raikou, or
You can ignore us.
counterpoint? You just go with Squawk.
Yeah.
All right, so why do you think John went with Squawk?
Probably just because he wants to have the guarantee retreat.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right, so we see
card.
switch car, vacuum, energy. Okay, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, we do see a generator, though, and that's a huge deal.
Yes.
So where do we target that generator?
I think it depends on the amount of energy. I feel like if it's just like 1 energy, you can probably just put it on like the Miraidon. But if you hit 2, I feel like you got to put it on hands.
It's got to go on hands.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's too good of an opportunity to pass up.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So now, here's my other question for you, Brian.
Yep.
Do you charm Squawk?
Oh, Charm Squawk. I don't know if it's worth it, to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we just, oh my goodness, what a good draw.
Yeah. What a great hand there.
That is. Oh, we're going to
Iron
go
Bundle.
straight back into Iron Bundle. All right, now if you're John,
Ooh.
what do you advance?
I probably put the Squawk.
All right, and why is that?
I put the Squawk just because, yeah, I think because Sandy would need a lot of stuff to make sure that this turn happens. You need like Quaff, you need double turbo energy.
Ooh. What do you think about that move?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I think it's going to pay off for John because
Yeah.
that hand is not good for
Yeah,
Sandy.
it isn't, but yeah, he's really playing with fire with this one.
He's definitely playing
Yeah.
with fire. Man.
Yeah.
So here's another question. Do you know why he didn't play the Nest Ball to go get Latias EX?
I think looking to do that the next turn, after like whatever knockout happens, just so he knows what to grab for the next turn.
So that does make sense. The only
Yeah.
downside would be that, oh, we see a heavy ball. They wouldn't be able to play the Nest Ball if Buddy did attack.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, there is 1 energy, but no Pokemon.
Yeah.
Sandy's deck is just giving up on them.
I know.
Troywell, you are
Yeah.
absolutely right. We are gambling here, and it is it may work out for John. That's a good point, Bass. That is, and well, actually, Terapagos can't attack on your first turn going second. I didn't even notice the Iron Valiant when I was looking here before.
Yeah.
That is sick.
Yeah, the Iron Valiant's a cool one.
And so it should be noted that Unified Beatdown by Terapagos cannot be used on your first turn going second.
Yeah.
Which,
Probably
thank goodness.
it's a balancing thing, which I'm kind of glad.
Yes, agreed. And so with this, oh, we still see Squawk. And so Sandy making the decision to attach to Terapagos, saying that I'm not going to find Cloth if I have an energy in hand and an energy in my prizes. It was a good choice.
Yeah, definitely. The trolley's still pretty good too, being able to get that online.
I think the trolley is excellent because it does enable the poison damage to start stacking up.
Yep.
But now the question is Item Lock the move?
Item lock is not the move if Iron Hands is in the active.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yes. So is it, like, I guess, what's the move then? Do you put up your Oranguru? Do you try to risk something else?
Yeah, I think you can just because was the supporter played yet?
Yes.
Yeah.
We used Iono, I believe,
Iono.
and put John into a
Yeah.
very interesting hand.
Yeah. Oh, this is more interesting now, just because like the Cloth can't attack now because energy was already attached.
Right.
Poison. Oh, poison just doesn't feel too good right now, though.
Well, so also, we
Yeah.
don't have an Ancient Booster Capsule yet. John does play 1 double
Yeah,
turbo
one up
energy.
Double turbo.
So yeah, so if there's a switch card in hand, we can make something work with Latias EX,
Yeah.
but we wouldn't be able to get out of Oranguru in order to get that capsule unless we have a switch card.
Yeah.
And so looking at Sandy's hand, oh, we have a switch card. It's
Yeah,
fine.
there is a switch card. Yeah.
All right, so then Brian, what's Sandy doing?
I think Sandy is grabbing the the tools needed. I think Mochi's already in hand. Can grab like a Forest Seal Stone and the booster capsule, and then using that switch card to go back into the Badoo, and then hopefully going for that.
And that makes sense.
Yep.
And so I think Yeah, I think we may just be going back into Badoo.
Yep.
Also, hi, Sky. Thanks for
Sky.
staying with us.
Yes.
All right, so then, Brian, walk me through the game plan for Sandy if this is the attack with Badoo, because that's got to feel horrible.
Yeah, it definitely has to. And I guess Sandy's just hoping that the item lock is enough and that there's no way to get double turbo energy.
Yes, exactly. Which, with the Arven in hand, John will be able to get that Forest Seal
Yes.
Stone. But otherwise, that hand's kind of bad.
Yeah, definitely. I guess it's all we really need, right? It's
It
enough.
is.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the poison. And then we are going to see a hit for 80
Yep.
onto that Iron Hands.
Just kind of a big amount.
Oh, that's not great. So, what's the move here?
Yeah, it's just like what you were saying. Arven for 4 Sealstone to grab the double turbo energy, take those first 2 prizes, and then hopefully from there you can also search out like electric generator from the from that Arven, and the next turn if there's no other Budu plays, kind of get started with setting up your next attacker, which is ideally the Miraidon.
Agreed. Now,
Yep.
Sandy absolutely does take 2 prizes next turn. We already have the double turbo energy on Terrapago. So, John obviously can say, hey, 4 Sealstone, double turbo, take 2 prizes, you're great.
Yep.
But John's also got to be ready to respond with another 2 prizes next turn.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, with that in mind, so we see 7 Pokemon, 1 more spot available. Is there anything else John needs to do?
Not that I see here. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much.
Well, so here's one line John could take. We could skip the Ampy very much. And we could just kill Squawk.
Are you saying boss knockout Squawk with arm press?
I am. And I actually think that would have been the
Yeah.
optimal line here.
Yeah.
But what do you think?
I like the amp play just because I like overreaching for it, but I also do think that arm press play is a very good play too.
That's a very reasonable response. Thank you. Well, so to your
Yeah.
point, I actually think overreaching would be the problem.
Yeah.
We are using the Forest Sealstone, a bunch of resources, but if we can just use the boss and hold the Forest Sealstone and Arven,
Yeah.
we're not getting knocked out with another Budu attack next turn. So
Yeah.
if Sandy wants to take 2 prizes, it's going to have to be with something else.
Yeah, definitely.
So then, why is John going for the Arven play, do you think?
Probably just to guarantee the 2 prizer. I think that's why. Like that, and to take out the item lock too, because if the Squawk gets knocked out and not able to take another prize, Sandy might be able to just gust around and then lock.
So there's a
Oh,
problem here.
Yeah, interesting. Going with the arm press for 1 prize here.
We didn't have the Forest Sealstone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that is a huge deal because what could have been a play for 2 prizes is now for 1.
Yeah.
And John is exposed to 2 prizer.
Yeah.
And this is a
Oh,
huge
man.
deal because now Sandy easily can take 2 prizes this turn, and they are right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Dude, this is rough.
Yeah, this is kind of rough now.
So then, is there anything John can do to get back into the game?
I mean, I think has to kind of rely on Sandy whiffing a turn.
That's a lot to ask
Yeah.
for.
That is a lot to ask for. And there's also like plenty of attackers on Sandy's side that can attack as well. Like doesn't have to just be the Cloth. Like that Terrapagos is in a great spot to knock out this Iron Hands now.
It is,
Yeah.
for sure. And Cloth is still available, which can one-shot basically everything on John's board.
Yeah.
So, man, we're just in a tough
Yeah.
choice. And yes, Omega, I agree. Also, good to see you again, man.
Yeah.
I think the answer is going to have to be amping Squawk eventually.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be with this Iron Hands.
Oh.
Okay, well, we're not allowed to just put it down for fun.
Yep.
So then, okay, let's walk through this, Brian.
Yep.
So Sandy knocks out Iron Hands with Terrapagos.
Yep.
John advances something and says, crap, what do I do?
Mm-hmm.
Brian, what does he do?
He ends up just taking the 1 prize here, and then hopefully the next turn he can. Oh, what's going on here?
What is going on here?
Luminion?
Yeah, are we getting Color's Tenacity to set up another attacker? Because I
Ooh,
love
I
that.
do like that idea, yeah. Because instead of kind of overreaching, like we were kind of talking about earlier, and grabbing like the boss to knock out something else,
Or
or we can just do that,
counterpoint.
or we can overreach and we can grab the boss and knock something else out.
That's also a good option, I guess.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on this play, Brian?
I feel like if you have the chance to force out the supporter, you kind of grab the tenacity, don't you? Just because you're guaranteed having energy on a second attacker here, and that'd be good to have, especially if it's on something like the cloth here. Because if you force the cloth up and you take the knockout here, then another single prizer is going to be in the there we go.
And Sandy does decide to
Yes.
go that route.
Yes.
And I promise I'm talking quietly enough where they can't hear us now.
Yes.
But I think that is the right choice.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, so then, Brian, we get the tenacity. So what's the rest of Sandy's game plan?
I mean, you have 2 attackers now, so I think you can kind of comfortably go for that 2-2-2 mark, and you're kind of given an extra turn now that John was had to whiff one of his attacks.
Absolutely. So, yet again, guys, I promise you should listen to us.
Yeah, definitely.
So now for
At least slightly.
well,
Yeah,
somewhat.
within reason.
Most of the time.
Yes.
Within our margin of error.
Yes.
But all right, so if this Iron Hands goes down, which we think it will,
Yes.
how does John respond?
Yeah, the way that it's tough for John to respond because one, there's going to be if he's like desperate for energy, he's going to have to give up another prize.
Yes. Which giving up one isn't that big of a deal,
Yeah.
but it is going to make it really hard for him to respond.
Yeah. And I love this going into the squawk here.
Or into the cloth.
The cloth, and then going for the knockout here.
I agree. So this does get, well, actually, all right, I take that back. I actually disagree. I think going into the Terapagos was the right choice here.
Okay. What's your reasoning?
So my reasoning is, and thank you for asking.
Yes.
Is we saw an issue with Sandy late game last time where they ran out of energy to attack with.
Mm-hmm.
If you make John attack 2 prizers for the next 2 turns and go force him down to 1 prize remaining, that means that Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack for free.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
But if you allow John to stay on even prizes, Blood Moon Ursaluna still requires an energy attachment to
Yeah.
attack.
Yeah, it'll only end up hitting for 220 at the most.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So by going into Cloth here, Sandy does expose only a single prizer, but John has to knock out a single prizer anyway or amp Squawk or something.
Yeah.
So this just enables him, doesn't really enable him, but it makes life a lot harder for Sandy.
Yeah, definitely.
But what do you think about that? Would it have been, is it better to go Cloth?
Yeah, it's definitely. I'd still probably would have gone the cloth way, but I do like that way, the reasoning that you have, because thinking like way into the end of the game, you're kind of able to kind of pick the way that you want to approach your end game, and Ursaluna is a great way to end the game.
It is. And especially for a deck that's so desperate for energy, being able to have that flexibility late game is a huge deal.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see the Ultra Ball, the Bravery Charm, not a generator, which is interesting. We do not have much energy in
Yeah,
deck, Brian.
There's not much because all of it's in his hand right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So we do have 3 energy, but I see that we are going to go with Magneton here to try to get an attacker.
Yeah.
Do you think that's the right choice?
Yeah, I think the Magneton kind of helps him get his way and actually still opens up the possibility of that Ursaluna play from Sandy.
It does.
Yeah, because it's going to get her back onto even pricing or odd pricing.
Yes. So the other, though, advantage that John has is we, at this point, could amp
Let
Squawk.
me grab this here.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
And if we amp Squawk, we're right back at 2 prizes, and we are actually ahead of the curve again.
Yeah, it's definitely going to change the way that this game's outcome could be.
Or
Ooh,
we
or-
don't do that. And
Yeah.
again, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Bryce, is it just I don't know what I'm talking about? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bryce.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
Bryce is letting me know what's up.
Yeah. And I think the Iron Valiant can be for a few different matchups. It can kind of help out with some of the math with the stuff like the Raging Bolt that you mentioned, Chorrel. I don't know what else it really helps with. It can kind of get you like to like that 280 range because doesn't Cloth kind of have like a max that it could do?
So, Terapagos with double turbo energy and the Mochi and poison actually gets up to 290. So Iron
290.
Valiant can get it to 210, though obviously the poison tick over in between turns would get you to the 320, which is a
Yeah.
magic number. So maybe it is helpful into Charizard specifically to get to 330.
Yeah.
All right, so John took 2 prizes. Sandy is about to take 2 prizes. Is John just setting up for that amp on Squawk to win the game?
That could be the play. Yeah, that could definitely be the play.
And I don't mind that if this is the setup, especially knowing we haven't used Forest Seal Stone yet. And it looks like we took an energy and
Ooh, double
Fez off the
fish.
prizes.
Yeah, double fish to grab the next boss. And that could probably knock out the Iron Hands.
I think it will. That's
Yeah.
probably the line. Well, so and here's the other issue is by not going for the squawk now, it enabled Sandy to respond and to take away that option long term.
Yeah.
Bryce, am I still just wrong?
I don't
Okay,
know.
I am no longer wrong, Bryce
I
says.
think we might be right here.
I'm always right, Brian. We all know this. I'm
Yes.
not. Like, never. But so now Sandy's actually in a really good position again.
Yeah, definitely. So grabbing the Iron Hands is a great idea. I definitely agree with that one. And being able to just get the knockout right away, very solid.
It is. And so we are able to go into Raikou. We do have a bench spot available.
Yeah, and the nice thing too is that if John's able to take another 2-prizer here, then this Ursaluna is just going to clean up.
It is.
Yeah, and
Lagzu, we run locals every Thursday. We
Yes.
have a league challenge this Thursday, but we run these $1,000 cups once a quarter as a part of the Pokemon Championship like plan thing.
Yeah, for the
Yes.
cups. Yeah, so 1 cup each quarter, and then we just turn it into a 1K to make their more to play for and make them bigger events.
Exactly. And
Yep.
so we did have, I think I miscounted, we had 60 players today. I don't know
Yep.
why we had a table 31, but we had 60 players today. And this I love.
Yes.
John, recognizing he's in a bad spot, says, you know what? Your cloth doesn't do anything if you don't have the bundle
Yes.
or bonus.
Or the poison.
Now, granted, Sandy has it. But theoretically, this was a great choice.
Yeah, definitely.
So then, looks like Sandy just will have game here with the Ancient Booster Capsule in hand. And now
And now we go to a game 3.
we go to game
Yeah,
3.
and that's the beauty of it. I mean, after that first game, it wasn't really looking too good for Sandy, but was able to take a pretty solid game 2 win here and force the game 3.
And no, actually, with poison, it was KO by Terrapagos, yes.
Yes.
But straight up damage, Terrapagos would only be doing it would be doing 220 anyway. Yep, all right, fair enough. All right, so, Brian, does John go second?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, and does
Yeah.
John win going second?
I hope so.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways about this too that could honestly like bite John too, because a big thing with this Cloth Terrapagos deck is it likes to donk.
It does.
And if he isn't able to get multiple Pokemon at the start and only starts the Magnemite, Sandy could win by donk here.
That is very, very true. And it's a
Yeah.
very real threat. And to be
Yeah.
clear, I have also lost rounds to getting donked by Pecharunt.
Believe
So
me, yeah, same.
it is not fun or
Yeah.
enjoyable.
Yeah, but it's like kind of like what we were talking about earlier with that alternative win condition thing. That it's a real thing, and if you have another win condition, might as well take advantage of it and build
Mhm.
your deck around it.
Absolutely. We saw it
Yeah.
in finals of EUIC.
Yeah.
The
Oh, so sad for
I know.
Natalie.
poor Natalie went
Yeah,
down,
poor
but
Natalie.
at 2 donks.
Yeah, 2 donks.
of games of a best of 3 won without your opponent getting to take a turn.
Yeah,
That's insane.
definitely.
All right, so we are shuffling up. We are getting ready. Hey, Zeke, have any other rounds finished out there? Okay, cool.
Okay, so everyone's still playing good.
Like we said, guys, we gave you the fast boom boom round to
Yeah.
start us off.
Yeah, I don't want to bore everybody with just one matchup the entire time. Try to give
Exactly.
everybody as many as we can.
Good news, John is not getting donked.
Yes, he's not getting donked.
And what do you think he starts?
Pikachu.
So, why?
The Pikachu just because it can't. It's a safe bet to go second. Just solid, opens up the area 0 from the start, which is really nice.
That is true, and I guess
And
you
the
don't really
ability.
want to bench Raichu yet.
Yes.
So the only,
Raichu, yeah, I don't even think Raichu's really needed in this matchup. There isn't anything where you really need to, attack that tall. And I feel like if you play the Raichu, there's better Pokemon that do the same job.
no, and
Yeah.
I agree because Raichu is very expensive to hit
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
The only argument I had against Pikachu is because if you want Pikachu to tank a hit at some point during the game,
Oh yeah.
putting it out now means that it can take poison damage, which can be problematic.
Yeah.
Or counterpoint, Sandy could have an atrocious hand and not do that.
Yeah.
We Wow.
Oh, okay.
And now John.
So starting the Valiant going first is also an interesting play too, because now this opens up a photon blast for the first 2 prizes from John.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why not go into cloth
That's
or
what I was thinking,
bonnet?
because if you go into Cloth or Bonnet, you pretty much need to force like 4 energy onto Iron Hands, or because how much HP does?
Both have 120, so you're
Yeah.
right. You would have to use 4 lightning energy
Yeah,
on an
4
Iron
lightning.
Hands,
Yeah,
which is at least 2 generator.
yeah. So it's gonna be like the harder play for John to kind of pull off. So I think that that's probably what it should have been, the optimal play here.
I mean, I would agree completely, especially John has at least 1 generator in hand, so John has an opportunity to just run away with this game.
Yeah, definitely. So I think he really likes seeing that, just because he knows that he's gonna get a pretty free, quote unquote free, 2 prizes here. Nothing's
Definitely.
ever free yet until you kind of see it happen.
Correct. You still have to hit something
Yeah,
off
you still have
generator.
to. Yeah, and there's definitely a real world where he whiffs both of them.
Yes, and so to be clear, with the Raikou down, he only has to hit 1.
Yes.
He only needs 1 energy, but it's still never guaranteed.
Yeah, it never is.
All right, so we do see, John has the secret box, which, what a cool inclusion in this deck.
Oh yeah, I really like the secret box. I think out of the 2 main Rhydon archetypes, I guess, like, or like ways you can build the deck, there was like the secret box build that's kind of been floating around a little bit more, and then the one that played like Prime Catcher that like Azul and them were playing. I think I still like this version a little bit better.
So why is
Yeah.
that, do you think?
I do like the versatility of the secret box, just because you can use it to search up item and supporter. The Prime Catcher version is just nice because that's kind of like what we were accustomed to beforehand. And it's like a lot more aggressive too.
I think that's the thing, is whenever you think of like an aggressive 2/2/2 deck, having the extra gust like a Prime Catcher is so valuable, but I also get that it doesn't matter how aggressive you are if you don't set up.
Yeah, definitely.
And Secret Box enables that. All right, so we see the Squawkabilly EX. We see the Miraidon use Tandem Unit to get out the Magneton, the Magnemite and the Zapdos. So we got everything except Iron Hands down. And
Yeah.
I think things are looking good, Brian, for John.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Everything is looking really good right now. Oh, hit
And we hit
2
2
right away.
energy. All right.
Yep.
So this is scary
Yeah.
for Sandy.
Definitely. Just because, like, pretty much, like, almost all 6 prizes are kind of like laid out already for John.
Yes. And also, I just want to note this too. Credit to both Sandy and John. They have seemed to be having a ton of fun this whole round, and I
Yeah.
love to see that.
Yeah, definitely. Because that's what we're here for at the end of the day, is just to have a good time.
Exactly. We're trying to
Yeah.
play some Pokemon, have some fun, and that was almost really bad. All
Yeah.
right. So, and I think that's Nestball, Arvin, Boss, and 3 Lightning?
Yeah.
That's not bad,
Yeah.
honestly.
I know. It almost looked like a generator for a second.
Definitely. All right. And then I think we're just going to see, unless John preemptively plays an S-ball, we're just going to see the Photon Blaster take 2 prizes,
Yeah.
and John is in such a commanding position now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to have, he got the Ultra Ball already too. He has like first 2 prizes already, and he pulled Boss off the prizes too. So that's also going to be like really, really good.
So I have a question for you, Brian.
Yeah.
Why not switch cart into Cloth?
Switch card into Cloth. Prop? Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like starting Cloth is usually ideal here, but yeah,
Because you're retreating or switch carting anyway.
yeah,
So why not spend it so that way you have the opportunity to retreat into something else if you want,
Yeah.
or just leave it there and not worry about retreating?
yeah, that's true.
I'm going to be honest,
Yeah,
man.
very
It probably
much so.
doesn't matter, but
Yeah.
all right. So then with this nest ball, what do you think Sandy gets?
I think Sandy might be looking at, the Oranguru, just because you kind of need to have the extra tools here.
And we do get to retreat
Yep.
into a Rangaroo and use that ability. And so I kind of imagine it's going to be Forest Seal Stone and something
oh, yeah,
else.
Forest Seal Stone and probably like Mochi or something like that, just to thin it out of the deck.
Makes sense.
Yep.
So then, do you use Forest Seal Stone for Trolley?
I would say yeah, might as well, just because there's not really much of another opportunity to do so right after that, and being able to kind of thin that out, as well as grabbing the Fez, is also a really good idea, because you thin out like 5 extra Pokemon, and one of them is Fez, And after the draw 3 from the flip the script, you have a higher chance of drawing into that energy that you need.
So, and I would tentatively agree with that.
Yeah.
The only place where I struggle with it is you are using your only way possible to search for the energy too.
That's true, yeah. I mean, you could also use the Force Heal Stone just to search out the energy for the cloth to attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and so we do get out the Terapagos, and this was another big sequencing gap by Sandy. Do you see what I'm thinking of?
No.
So Sandy used the trolley to get the Terapagos, but because there was no Terrestrial Pokemon on the board, Sandy could only fill their board
Oh,
to 5.
to 5 instead. So
But if they had used the
Yeah.
Nest Ball to get Terapagos, they then could have trolleyed for 4 Pokemon,
yeah, that's true.
which just like a rough go of things for Sandy so
Yeah.
far these couple turns.
Definitely.
And so I know Etchy was talking about how Sandy's been dominating recently, and to be honest, Sandy's played really well, both in the match we saw before and now. Just
Yeah.
it seems like there are a couple things that are kind of getting in their way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it could be just like fatigue.
Yes.
I mean, they've been playing since like 11 o'clock. I mean, even though we've just been sitting here and talking, like sometimes it just gets to you after a little bit. I mean, we've been here at this shop for almost like 6 hours now.
Yes.
Yeah, so definitely can get to you. So, definitely not for the weak.
Yep. Troyal, you absolutely got it.
Yeah.
And yes, I am tired.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I'm also still hyped because this is awesome.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So then, do we hit with Terapagos or do we hit with Crab?
Good question. Ooh.
Or are we hitting with Badu?
I kind of like hitting with Terapagos here.
Why is that?
Yeah, just because I feel like it might be harder to get. Actually, maybe Crab, just because it might be a little harder to get all the energy needed for John to get that 2 prize knockout.
So, just make sure it's not 8, actually. We are hitting for 50, and then it should go to 60. Bryce, do you mind letting them know it's only 60 because there's no Sneasel?
Oh yeah, there is.
All right, so we go back to John's turn. We are item locked.
Yep.
We are going to be able to use Tandem Unit should we desire. Perfect. Awesome. But we really don't have a way to attack right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking too hot for John right now, just because don't see. I mean, he still has 4 Seal Stone. So if he really wanted to like do both things, like he could always like Seal Stone for oh wait, he can't even Generator.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So Sandy did buy themselves a turn. The only downside is they stopped John from getting further ahead,
Yeah.
but they didn't actually catch up at all.
Yeah.
So now they're going to still be hoping to take 3 knockouts before John can take 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm just curious. Anyone in chat too? Bryce, Brian, like, am I
Yeah.
missing something?
Yeah, I think also another kind of out to this as well is if there's a way to get a Magneton, I mean, 4 Seal Stone Magneton into boss is also like a real, I think.
So it definitely is,
Yeah.
but there's very little energy actually in the discard pile.
Yeah, that's what I was
Because-
thinking. It's like if there's enough, you can do that and use like the Raikou to knock out something.
True.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that would be worth it. Giving up a prize is tough because you probably want to save that Magneton for a big reach Iron
Yeah,
Hands play.
Definitely.
So it may just be a pass for
Yeah.
John, but that's not that bad.
Yeah, not terrible.
Alright.
Yeah. Let's see if he searches out anything with the Tandem Unit. Nothing there.
Nope, just
You
passing
might-
on the Tandem Unit.
Yeah, and he might just retreat into like the Pikachu or something like that and then pass. Or maybe the Zapdos.
Retreating into the Pikachu or Zapdos, I think, is a good move
Yeah.
because it's going to be hard for them to knock out the Pikachu without setting themselves up.
Yep.
Oh, but we're actually going to go into the
into the
Magnemite, and this is my least favorite option.
Yeah.
Why Magnemite?
Yeah, just because that thing's just going to get knocked out super easily. Unless he's kind of playing around the fact that the Badoo will knock itself out. And
That's a really good point.
yeah, and you can comfortably take a single prizer that way.
Yes, and you're right. Sandy is already
Yeah.
down 3 switch card, and could people stop hitting
Yes.
the lights, please? John himself only plays one switch card, so there's
Yeah.
not going to be a lot of movement there. But
Yeah.
yeah, Sandy's out of switch card.
Yeah. So no more switch cards.
So, like you said, if Badu stays in the active spot, Badu's going to get knocked out.
Yes.
If Badu does not stay in the active spot, Sandy could take 2 prizes with the boss, but then John is still ahead.
Yeah, John is still ahead.
Or we could Iono.
Yeah.
All right, so with this Iono, what's the move?
With the Iono, it definitely depends on what they definitely grab off of them, but at least Sandy kind of knows that they can grab. Ooh, let me actually look at the list here. Is there a counter catcher or something like that?
I don't think
No,
Sandy
there's
plays a
no-
counter catcher.
no
Because
counter
honestly,
catcher.
with the cloth, you assume you are ahead of the game every single time,
That's
all
true.
the time.
Yeah.
All right, so John's hand, honestly, is fantastic.
Yeah. He's got everything he needs.
He does. And honestly, all he needed is Luminion and an energy
Yeah.
because now John's going to be able to reach and knock out anything on Sandy's board. And by the way, the reason I said don't give a Magnemite, give up Zapdos instead, I was wrong because you need that 10 damage from Zapdos in order to hit perfect math.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, John, good job being a
Good
better
job.
player than me.
I
So, Brian, what's Sandy's move?
think Sandy's move. Ooh. Yeah, probably just. Let me see what's in the hand again. The Iono's in there. Oh, so there's energy.
So that's actually
Yeah.
huge because now we can take a knockout with a single prizer.
Yeah. Because yeah, I think you can probably go like knockout with crab or something like that.
I think
Yeah.
that probably has to be the move.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, you don't really want to give a free prize with
Yeah.
Badu.
Exactly.
Oh, benching the Pencharunt would be great.
Yeah, Petron also can kind of get you there too.
The tough
Well,
part is we would need Pencharunt and Sneasler.
Sneasler. Yeah.
Or actually, would
Yeah.
we?
I think you do need Sneasler. Oh, I think just responding with another Badu.
Kevin, we are feeling,
Yeah.
well, Sandy's feeling crabby.
Yeah.
John is feeling great about taking vengeance on Krabby.
Yes.
All right, so we have another Badu. Do we just go into second Badu? Do we have a Mochi?
I think there is probably another Mochi.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. No,
do
there's
not
not
have a
another
Mochi.
No Mochi.
All right.
This might just be. Yeah, but this might be just attack with crab.
I think it's just a crab angle.
Yeah.
So we are going to retreat the Badu with 2 damage on it. Go it.
To another.
Okay. So poison both. And then we hit for 10 and then 20 with
20.
poison. I did not see that coming.
Yeah,
Did you?
definitely. No, I did not.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what this hand is looking like. This could be like a Luminion for boss kind of play.
I think it 100% is.
Yeah,
We
and
do
then-
want to take a knockout. And honestly, we probably want to take a knockout on that Fez or that Terrapagos.
Oh, but. Oh.
Oh, and it's knocked out not due to poison because of the Zapdos damage,
Yeah.
but we do take 1 prize, and now
Yeah.
John's at 3 prizes.
Oh, okay.
And so Sandy, still at 6, still needs to reach to get back on
Yeah.
track. Oh, and we
Oh,
see the boss
Boss
top
on the
deck.
top.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've got an exciting
Yeah, we
game,
got-
people.
Yeah, this is definitely going to get more exciting now.
All right. So Magnemite is poisoned, 30 HP remaining. Sandy has Rangaroo active, is able to Fez and Dippity draw here. We have the boss already. We have attackers loaded.
Yeah.
But now what's Sandy attacking with?
Oh, man. Probably the crab.
Do you think it's Crab in
Yeah,
this
I think
angle?
I think Cloth has to be the attacker here.
So the only thing I'm thinking is if we go into Terrapagos here, do we survive a hit from Raikou? We don't actually.
No.
No, we're cooked. All right. So we go into Cloth. We poison. We take our 2 prizes. Are we doing anything else?
Ooh.
And
take
we'll
the
knock out. Rhydon goes down. Sandy goes to 4 prizes. John now in a position where he has to respond.
Yep.
And we get the
Boss
boss
off the
on the top deck.
Wow.
My goodness. So we have an opportunity to just set up game here with a Magneton.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Brian, what does John do here to close this out?
Probably just like boss Pheasantipity and then you set up the Magneton from there.
I think so. So
Yeah.
I think the first thing we want to do is if we can
Force
use
Seal Stone is still active too.
it is.
Yeah.
So if we can Generator to set up Miraidon, which we're pretty close,
Yeah,
this is going to be all but game.
definitely.
All right, so here's the thing I want to see, Brian.
Yep.
I would love to see John set up this Miraidon, retreat the Raikou with Latias, and then Gust, or just use the Forest Seal Stone here.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say keep the Forest Seal Stone as an out, but
yeah,
that's fine. What do
Yeah.
I know?
I know, right?
Gosh. All right, for y'all in the chat, please just tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm actually seeing stuff that, like, the players are not for
Yeah.
some reason.
Maybe if they see a line that we don't.
I know.
Yeah.
And G, I'm very sorry for the bubble. That is
Yeah.
rough. But you played a great tournament today. All right.
Right.
So, we'll see that Pheasantipity draw.
Latias is there too.
Yep, good
Fez
choice.
first.
Good
There we go.
sequencing, John. Lots,
Okay.
lots of hands.
Yep.
All right, so now the tricky part is we don't have an out to Magneton. We only have one energy on the Miraidon. We have 2 Iron Hands in hand, but those aren't very good.
Yep.
But we do have the boss.
Yeah. Game 3. Air fryer on the line.
That is very true.
Yeah.
All right, so John, deciding to knock out the Terapagos, why do you think we went that route?
Probably just because like the Zapdos kind of gets it there pretty easily and gets another energy off of the board, which is pretty huge.
So that is actually true, because then
Yeah.
there is an opportunity to use Iron Hands to
Yeah.
one-shot the Cloth to close out the game.
Very true.
Which, granted, we're already going down to 1 prize, but
Mhm.
still. And this is a really good decision, Brian. We got Mew EX down on the board.
Oh yeah.
And so, tell me, with John getting the Arvin, we've got a set up board. How does Sandy stay in the game?
Ooh, it's tough because he's just down to 1 prize left. There's no what's it called? No disruption.
But there is a boss.
There is a boss.
But I don't think Sandy wants to
Oh, I
boss.
don't think the boss is really it either.
No, because if Sandy leaves the Raikou alive, Sandy loses.
Yeah. And I don't think there's any Budu left either. I don't think Budu really gets you much.
No, so Sandy had to clear their board because that was the Terrestrial Pokemon.
Yeah, that might just be checkmate.
So there is a Lumineon in hand. So Sandy
Yeah.
does have the opportunity to use Lumineon.
Oh, the
Or
bear. I like the bear.
and
Only 1 prize left. This
Brian?
bear's attacking for free.
we just talked about this.
Yes, we
did
did.
just talk about this.
Yeah.
I swear, guys, you should
Yeah.
listen to me.
Yeah.
I gotta throw my Limitless page up or
Yeah.
something. All right, so with the bear taking knockout on this Raikou, does Sandy have a way to disrupt though?
No, I don't think there's any disruption. Oh, I mean, there's you can go Lumineon for Iono.
And I think that actually is the move if there's an Iono in
Yeah.
deck. Because we can Nest Ball for Terapagos.
Yeah.
We can fish for Lumineon. But maybe there's no Lumineon. So how many Lumineon did Sandy play?
Plays 2.
Okay, and I think we may have used both already.
Maybe, yeah.
I know we've used at least one.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, I would love the air fryer, but I will not steal it from its rightful owner.
Yes.
All right, so I don't see a Lumineon in deck. Guys, this may just be a wrap for Sandy.
Yeah, it might be.
So John does not currently have game in hand, but we're really close.
Yeah, very close.
So then how does John close out the game if Sandy takes a knock on a Raikou here?
Kind of depends on if the Iono's played or not. Because if Iono's played, the Mew could possibly draw out as well as the Fez. Otherwise, there is an Ultra Ball in hand.
This is true.
Yes.
And so we are going to retreat into Bear. Yep.
Fez. Okay. Oh, we got another energy.
Okay, we got another heavy ball. We got
Yep.
a lot of heavy balls. See the attachment to Terapagos. Just
Playing it.
another heavy ball. Sure. There is a
Oh, the
bundle in there,
Bundle.
but I don't think we want to play that.
No.
So I will say, for those watching at home, it is yet again a very minor thing. If you are trying to thin your deck, failing the heavy ball gives you -1 card in hand /
Yes.
deck. So you can always fail the heavy ball. You don't have to take a Pokemon.
see what they're looking at there.
I know Sandy's
Yeah.
just trying to think, is there another line?
Yep.
Takes 2 prizes, goes over to John.
Yep. Let's see what John grabs here.
We have the boss. We got
Ooh,
3
yeah.
energy, but all we
Yep.
need is the Magneton.
Yep.
And the Magneton is in deck. We see the ability, we see the boss's orders, and that is going to be game for John Wongard going into top 4, having a chance at that big grand prize and the best air fryer the world has ever seen.
Exactly.
All right, so
All right.
let's get over to this other game. Wow. This has been going for a bit.
Yeah.
Bryce, is this game 1, game 2? This is game 1. Say it again.
Oh, Mo won.
Mo,
game
so this is
one.
game 2? All right. So Mo taking game 1. Daniel trying to come back here.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how Pidge control works, so
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
very interesting. But Daniel going down to 2 prizes remaining. Being able to... Daniel, take a prize. Daniel, take your prize.
There we
Daniel
go.
took his prize.
there we go.
So, I mean, Daniel still very much has a chance here.
Yeah, definitely.
So, one thing, I'll talk a little bit about this, because Lost Zone Giratina actually has, in general, a pretty good control matchup.
Yes.
Because it is built based on that Abyss Seeking. So all you have to do is go into the Tina V and Abyss Seek over and over and set yourself up rather than expending a ton of resources, switching in comfies, etc. So I'm curious to see what strategy Daniel took, but he's in a position to win game 2.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, Calamitous Wasteland.
Interesting.
Yes.
And Kyril, I think you may be right.
Yeah.
And Etchy, I agree. These are 2 GOATs. Daniel, incredible Lost Zone player, and Mo is just Mo, and Mo
Yeah.
is awesome.
Mo is amazing.
And G, you would have been very kind to donate the air fryer to somebody.
Yes.
All right, so Mo has the Gust in hand. Free retreat into the
Ooh,
Serena.
Serena.
And then what are we gusting?
Ooh, Gusta
Klefki.
Okay.
What do you think about that choice?
I like it because I mean the Calamitous Wasteland is going to increase the retreat anyways. All right, and Mo taking the Dubskis
Wait,
here.
did Mo just take the win?
I think so because there's probably no other outs.
Wait,
Maybe no more switch outs or
there's no shot. There were no switch outs in that deck.
yeah.
Wait. What?
They've been playing for quite a while.
Oh,
Interesting.
interesting.
So then, did Mo just take that series?
I think he did.
Wow. Guys, I cannot stress how much of an upset that was.
Yeah, definitely.
This is a hugely favored matchup for Giratina.
Yeah.
Whew, well, congratulations to Mo taking the win there.
Yeah.
That's a big win.
That is a huge win, yeah. And it just shows the kind of player Mo is. You know, Mo isn't really playing too much anymore, but when it comes to these events, he always comes ready to play.
Well, Mo's an excellent control player, too. So he
Yes.
really understands that type of gameplay and
Oh, yeah.
how to remove and kind of destroy your opponent's resources.
Yes.
And it's just, I guess I would need to know a lot more about that game.
Yeah, definitely.
Because also, that was a lot of comfies on the board.
Yeah, it really was.
And a
Yeah.
Klefki.
Mm-hmm.
Why are all those things down there?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if he plays the flute or anything like that, but
Well, you
Yeah.
know, that's a great
let's
question,
find out.
Brian. Why don't we check that out? So,
yeah.
Mo playing Pidgeot control, and he and Kenneth are 2 Pidgeot controls in top 8. And I'm trying to see what's on that list.
Yeah.
So, for Mo, is there anything on the back? Sometimes is.
Yeah.
All right,
There's
Mimikyu,
Badoo.
Badoo, you know. Okay. So, Mo, I'm looking through here, and I actually don't see any. I see 2 accompanying flute.
Okay, that could be it.
So, and that definitely could have been it. You throw
Yeah.
them down. We don't see any Snorlax, but we see Mawile. We have the Collapse Stadium. We have Xerosix to thin cards out.
Yep.
Dang,
Pretty solid.
it is.
Yeah.
I know, that is very demoralizing.
Yeah.
Well
there he
done, Mo.
is.
Good
Well done.
win.
I whiffed the Badoo out, and if I had it that last turn, you didn't see it, but like I would have won. But I had like 1 turn off Badoo, so then like they got turned to like Rod and Communicate.
Wait, you won the series, though, right?
Yeah. I won.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Oh,
1-0.
Yeah.
Oh man. they've
Wait,
been-
that was game 1?
Yeah. That was game 2. I Blood Moon swept game 1.
Oh.
Oh.
My Blood Moon takes prizes.
Okay.
Wait, was time already called, or?
Oh, they were
Oh,
well into it
dang.
then.
Okay.
Top 4. I'm up against Dango.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
That's very
So
interesting.
Michael, do we have who's in top 4 currently?
So, G, yes. So there will be a VOD. Actually, it's good for everyone to know. Yes,
Oh, so
there will
these
be a
two are these
VOD
two?
available on YouTube after this, and I think it's on Twitch as well. But if
Okay.
you look up the
Okay, cool.
Nerd Rage Gaming Store channel on YouTube, you will be able to find all the VODs up here. And then, Bryce, I should probably share about the sharing and following and all that again, right? Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
supposed to do this, and I keep forgetting to, but please follow us.
Yes.
Like the stuff on YouTube, share,
Follow us on Twitter.
follow us on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yes, it is on Twitch and YouTube. And to be honest, we got 2 really good rounds left to go.
Yeah.
So if you know anyone who's kicking back, wants to watch some great Pokemon, dude, send them over.
Yeah, it's a good time.
It is. And so, Brian, what are you looking forward to see in our final matchups?
I'm really looking forward to. So Mo's playing Chris, so Dango versus Pitch Control,
Okay.
and then John is playing against Michael, so it'll be Miraidon versus Gardevoir.
Ooh, so Gardevoir actually took down. Oh, Goldango took down
Yeah.
Control, and then Control took down Lostina.
Yeah,
Guys, I did not have that on my bingo card.
yeah,
That is the opposite.
yeah. So, I kind of want to see John and Michael on one. What do you think? Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Bryce is very adamant that we want
Yes.
Don and Michael on one.
Glad I made the right choice.
That was a great choice.
Yes.
Yes, and
Yeah.
actually, Coriel, I was thinking about that same thing today. It's a great idea.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know. Is that something that we can incorporate easily? Putting a timer in on the stream? Not right now.
So
but in the
something
future.
Semi-easily for next time.
Yeah, maybe
Coriel,
for next time.
great. We
Yeah.
will definitely do that.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so just to run through who our top lists were. So Sandy at first seed was playing Cloth Terapagos.
Yep.
Chris is playing Goldango. Daniel was playing Lost Zone Giratina. Michael is playing Gardevoir.
Mhm.
Larry playing Lost Zone Shenanigans. Mo is playing Pidgeot Control. Kenneth, Pidgeot Control. And then A seed was playing Miraidon. And G, who unfortunately bubbled, was playing Raging Bolt.
Yes.
Which, that's a tough out.
Yes, very tough.
All right, so, Brian, we got 2 matchups. We
Yeah.
got Goldango versus Control,
Yep.
and we've got Guardy versus Miraidon.
Yeah.
Who you got?
So I gotta root for my boy Mo to
Okay.
get through this next matchup. But the Guardy Miraidon matchup is an interesting one for me because mainly a lot of people like to think that Miraidon kind of just runs over Gardevoir, but Michael's a very experienced Gardevoir player and he knows how to play around that matchup. So I'm interested to see how the two of them kind of hash out that matchup, just because I know they're both very experienced players.
I would tend to agree. And I though, will say, as much as Michael playing Gardevoir is a differentiator in the matchup, Magneton makes a big difference.
Yeah, it definitely does make a big difference.
Because now it is much, much easier for John, and also Latias makes a big difference. It's a lot easier for John to go Iron Hands, set up a new Iron Hands.
Yeah.
And dude, Miraidon and Bolt are great decks. Well, I don't know if actually I agree with that on Bolt right now, but
Yeah.
it can do well.
Yeah, maybe next format.
Maybe next format.
Yeah.
And Michael's X factor is just that he's much better at Pokemon than all of us.
Yes.
That's the only differentiator. All right, so Brian, your money's on Gardevoir?
My money's on Gardevoir.
All right, so tell me why, though, because my money's really on Miraidon here.
Yeah, there's just so many different ways. Like if you survive the first turn, your chances of winning just go up so much more.
True.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Yep.
So then, if you're Guardy, do you want to go first or second?
Definitely want to go second still. But if you do go first, you really want to be able to find a way to get the Klefki in the active.
Yes, Klefki would be a
Klefki-
huge
Klefki
deal.
changes a lot of things.
Yes, Michael is playing the Stockholm list.
Yes.
I believe he and Bradner and all those guys worked on it together. So
Yeah.
Michael just unfortunately ran into some major travel issues with
Yeah.
fire in London,
Yeah,
which is unfortunate.
I know.
All right, so then your money is on Michael playing Gardevoir. I'm happy to put my money on John playing Miraidon.
Yeah, and then challenge will be streamed as well.
Yes, next week will definitely be Bryce. Next week we're streaming here, right?
There's no magic
Thursday?
event. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. We stream every week as long as there's no magic events.
And that's
Yeah.
really the killer. Okay, so we are set up. We are ready to get started. Just waiting for Michael to give us a starting bell here, and we're gonna get going into our
Yeah.
second to last round.
Yeah, definitely. So super interesting to see how this one will kind of shape up to be. Yeah, really excited to see it.
I am.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Miraidon and Guardy are two of the decks we started the format with, and
Yeah, my favorite part of Magic is the gathering as well.
Theo, yes, I
Yes.
agree with that. Oh, Michael's definitely one of the best Chicagoland players. Also,
Yeah.
just one of the best players in general in the
Yeah.
world right now.
Yeah, he's definitely up there on the leaderboard right now, and definitely been giving good rep for Chicagoland area.
Absolutely. So there is one thing John needs off the top deck here.
What is he leading?
I think a Magnemite. John needs a Nest Ball.
Yes.
Or, barring that,
Ooh,
a Secret Box.
starting the Flutter main.
That is just as good.
Yeah.
So John's hand was, for those watching, 2 generators, 2 boss, an energy, and something else, and he had no Pokemon search. So we now will see the Rotom and the Iron Hands. And dude, we just ripped both of these generators, right?
I would think so. Yeah.
Like I don't see a
I
downside.
don't see a reason not to.
'Cause-
There's nothing else you really want to thin out, and there's no way of knowing what your next card will be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And now with the Flutterman in the active, wow, actually Michael's hand is terrible too.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah. I don't know.
All right, so then walk me through John's turn. Is it as simple as hit 2?
Yeah. Hopefully. All right. Hit 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We can work with that.
Yeah. And in many situations when we were kind of talking about like what you do if you hit 1 or 2, put them on different Pokemon. I feel like you put them on Iron Hands no matter what in this matchup, just because you want to take advantage of what they look like. What your board looks like and what
Agreed.
you want to do.
Well, we see 1 again, which is not quite what he's looking
Yeah,
for.
not super ideal, but as long as he knows what's in the deck, he can possibly just go from there.
Yep, and we do just attach and then Rotom instant charge for 3, and
Yeah.
what a 3 cards. Now, that energy attachment to the active, though, hurts a bit.
Yes, it does hurt a bit just because he did draw into the Latias. But I think John kind of did that preemptively, thinking that a Budu's going to get forced up.
Yes, and a Budu's going to get forced up.
Yes.
So now, though, John has an opportunity, regardless of using Iron Hands or not. Dude, we're just going to knock out
Yeah.
that Ralts, right?
Definitely. Yeah, knockout Ralts, retreat.
Go ahead and put the energy down, go into Iron Hands, and then just arm
Yeah,
press.
arm press for knockout. Yeah, can't hurt to do that.
Now, sequencing-wise, probably would have been good to do that tandem unit first, but whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't change any decisions.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's not like there's anything that was searchable or anything like that that would change anything. But yeah, definitely super solid on John's side so far.
And now Michael does have 2 Ultra Ball, which will be able to get a Ralts out, but
Yeah, it's a little tough here.
it is, especially when John's about to amp you very much, that Ralts
Yeah.
that Michael benches.
Mm-hmm. This might be a little tough for him here.
I think it is, because you have to keep the Ultra Ball, but you're still not going to be able to draw or, like, get a Curlia
Yeah,
next turn.
I know.
And Michael may just be debating scooping it up
Yeah.
here. I mean, if you're Michael, Brian, do you scoop here?
I think I'd wait until seeing what happens next. Obviously, we see the bosses and the energy are there, but if I didn't know that, I would still play out the next turn. I'd put down the 1 Ralts, kind of see what I can do from there, and then if I fall that far behind, then I probably scoop it up.
And I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the next time Michael sees an amp you very much, he'll at least see his top deck and then
Yeah.
say, I'm out.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that, because then John is 1 gust away from just closing out the game.
Yep.
And we have a Luminion. Yep.
There
And
we go.
Michael just says, that's it.
Yep.
All right.
Let's go
I
next.
cannot keep pace with that. So John snags game 1 against Michael doing
Yeah.
right on things.
Yeah, definitely doing right on things. So, yeah, kind of one of those things we were kind of saying. It's like if he's able to survive the first turn, that's really like the goal.
And he did not.
Yeah.
He did not survive the first turn.
Nope.
I think that's the thing with Guardy anyway. We saw it earlier when he got ahead of Dragapult. It was great.
Yep.
But it typically plays from behind. Just you can only go so far behind
Yeah.
before it's out of hand.
Definitely.
And G, yes. And boy, do I understand you on Dean and bubbling out, sweet baby Jesus.
Yep.
So for those watching at home, just always got to be careful on that ID. Make
Yep.
sure you are confident you're going to get in, or if you're willing to gamble.
Yep.
All right, Brian.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
Well, all right, fair enough. But what's the plan here for Michael now? Is it just
Yeah.
more the same? Just
Yeah, go
start
second.
some ball search?
Yeah, hopefully start like a Buddy Poffin or something like that. Yeah.
Exactly. And Theo, yes, exactly. That
Yeah.
is when you beat Guardy, is before they're able to set up their like perfect board.
Yeah.
All right. We
Yeah.
see Miraidon. We see an Iron Hands. We see a Secret Box. That's a great hand for
Yeah.
John.
Definitely.
Gee, I am jealous because I still haven't topped 4 cups this year.
Yeah. See here. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Ain't no way.
Is this it?
This might be.
Did Michael choose to go first, too?
I think he did.
Oh, man.
Yikes.
Guys, this could be a quick game here. It's all going to depend on if we can hit a generator.
Yeah.
Not even many generators, just one
Yeah, just
generator.
one. And if we have the Raikou, it makes it so much easier.
I don't know if we actually have the
Yeah.
Raikou. Okay, so we do get the stadium down.
Yep.
Oh, man. Spoon Squad, if you picked Miraidon, probably
Yeah.
lightning
maybe.
quick.
Yeah, lightning quick, literally.
Yes. All right, so no Raikou. We see the Arvin.
Yep.
I mean, it's just generator 4 Sealstone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so then walk us through. What is John's perfect sequencing to maximize his turn?
Yeah, so he's got the secret box still to kind of get more generators. So I mean, he searched out for a seal generator, right?
Yep.
He's going to use the secret box to get. Ideally, if he has like the rescue board, he'll grab that. He'll grab another generator, just thin out a supporter and all that too. And then attach the forest seal stone, and then you can kind of just go about the generators from there.
And all he needed to see was one energy.
Yep.
Energy, attach,
Yep.
bench the Latias, and
Yeah.
there we go. John takes Miraidon
Yep.
into finals of this $1,000 League Cup.
Yep.
Dude, and poor Michael.
Yeah, I know. Tough to see him go down because we could have had a rematch of one of our previous League Cups
Yes,
with Michael and Mo.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think Mo was also playing control at
Yeah,
that time.
He was playing stall, but a little different. But yeah, woot woot.
All right, so we now have Goldango into control, and things seem to be going okay for Goldango there.
Yeah, so far.
So, honestly, Brian, I'm going to defer to you on this matchup. How does control handle this?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm not very familiar control player.
Fair enough. Fair
But
enough.
usually Pidgeot's a very powerful card, lets you search any card you need. So being able to kind of work around that is a very solid idea here. And, the accompanying flute probably helps a lot too.
I would certainly say it helps
Yeah.
a lot. So we, to be fair, we're very familiar with Mo's game.
I am not familiar with Mo's game.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
yeah, dude, John is
Yeah.
jumping straight in.
Right to chat.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And TCM, yes, that was very, very fast. On the
Yes.
bright side, we always have a backup game for this reason.
Yes. So still gives the viewers something to look at, Very nice.
Exactly. So we do see the rare candy. We have the Ultra Ball
Yeah.
for the Pidgeot. I mean, we're cruising.
Yeah, definitely.
So then I'll talk through a little what I think Mo wants to do here. So control decks in general, you usually don't win by prizes, though you can. The goal is usually to get a perfect board state where your opponent is out of resources, is trapped, and you can win typically via deck out
Yep.
or some other type of long game. So what Mo's going to try to do here is set up a board where Chris is going to be unable to take the prizes they need to win the game. For decks that use EXs, that can come through something like Mimikyu. It can come through walling. It can also come through trapping something up that Chris isn't going to be able to move. And so that accompanying flute that Mo used, it looks like here to get that Gimme Ghoul down, that's something he would use to put something down like a Radiant Greninja or something similar to try to trap in the active.
Yeah, definitely. So very well said, Dan. Just
Thank you.
because control definitely has a lot of moving pieces, and it's something that it takes a lot of really good reps in order to get really good at.
And gee, congrats on
Yeah.
finishing above 500. That is
Yeah.
awesome. Well deserved.
Yep.
All right, so we see Bear come down. Yes, and Erie is going to be one of Mo's best friends here.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think. Let me look at Mo's list as well, just because there are questions about other supporters. So Penny, Arvin, Silene.
And so Mo, while Brian's looking at that, Mo
Yeah.
does use Blood Moon Ursaluna with double turbo energy and counter gain to hit into that Goldangle for 220 damage. Basically saying that I'm going to try to set up a game plan where I win by prizes and kind of wipe you off the board.
Yeah, so no Airy, no Misfortune Sisters.
Okay, so we're not
Yeah.
going through any active mill or discard.
Yeah.
It's purely just wearing them down and out of resources.
Yeah.
So Brian, have you ever played control decks?
No, I've played Stall once to a local here, and I had such an awful time. I've put it away since.
That is very reasonable. I played Control to one regional,
Yeah.
Zorar Control, to Dallas years and years ago,
Yeah.
and it was miserable. I didn't
Yeah.
have fun. My opponents didn't have fun. No one had fun.
Yeah, I tried playing the Control Zard too, the one that kind of came out after EUIC last year, that played like the Regieleki and stuff like that, and it just didn't really fit my playstyle, so it's definitely something I didn't really try to lean too far into.
I'll be honest with you. I never
Yeah.
want to play a deck where the goal is to make my opponent sad.
Yeah.
It's just not the vibe.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris right now is really not feeling that sad because they have plenty of energy to work with.
Yeah.
And they're probably going to be able to knock out this Blood Moon.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely has the right tools to be able to do so. Yeah, and it makes me wonder how Mo's going to be able to finish the game off.
I agree
Yeah.
because Chris is burning through a lot of energy here, but yes, Toro, you are absolutely correct. And Moshi, no,
Yeah.
it was not. I don't even care how well you did or what it is. It was not awesome.
Yeah.
And don't tell me otherwise. All right, so we see 4 energy coming out of the discard for Chris.
Yep.
That does not bode well for Mo. Spoon, we can get into that a little
Yeah.
bit, but yes, actually, and by that I mean it's worth talking about. So yes. But staying on the game, I think we got a knockout
Yep.
here, Brian.
Think so.
So then, if you are Mo, is your goal to knock out this Goldango? Or are you doing
Um,
something different?
I think so. I mean, I wonder how many Night Stretchers are in the list. There's so many like weird one-of cards here. There's 2 Night Stretchers, so I feel like you can kind of get away with like another energy and to knock out the Goldango, because I feel like with this matchup it's a little different than the other ones that you try to get with control, because you want to actually like knock out Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this may be a Budu angle.
Yeah, it could be. Could be like a counter catcher, Budu.
I mean, I don't even know if you need a counter catcher
Yeah.
because Chris right now I think is down 6 energy
6
plus
energy.
1 on the Goldango.
Yeah.
Do you
7
know how many energy he plays?
Probably 12. I feel like most of us are playing, I think, 12.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought lists were playing less than that.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm pulling that up. So talk me through Mo's
Yeah.
turn here, Brian. What's he doing?
Yeah, so Mo's about to play the Fez here. Flip the script, draw 3. Grabs Arvin. Milotic. Ooh, is that the Milotic that can't get Ionoed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Petra
Yeah.
Dunk, less fun than lax.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue.
Yeah.
And
then,
yes.
yeah, 12 energy.
12 energy is correct. All right, so that is the melodic
Yep.
that prevents hand disruption.
Yep. 1 SER down. No E-Switch. Or no Energy Search Pro.
All right, so we are
Yeah.
down 8 energy, 1 attached to the Goldango, 7 in discard.
Yep.
And we do not have any in hand currently for Chris.
Yeah.
I don't know actually if it is. Is it the pickup melodic? Oh, I think you may be right.
Oh.
And so this melodic, for those watching at home, says that just kidding, sorry. Says that your opponent cannot put any Pokemon cards or any Pokemon with damage counters on it into their hand.
Oh,
Or is
okay.
it any? It's one of those two. Sorry, I just got an adorable picture of my baby from my
Aw,
wife, so I
cute.
got distracted. But yes, let me look that up.
Yeah.
So, Brian, walk us through the turn while I'm looking this
Yeah,
up.
yeah, definitely. So, Mo just played the Arvin, grabbed the heavy ball. It's playing quick search now, looking for the flute. So probably going to be a flute play. Grab the Gimme Ghoul. The Gimme Ghoul is going to be going out onto the bench and probably going to start trying to look for a play to gust that up into the active.
And you are right. It is
Yeah.
absolutely the melodic that says you are not allowed to put your Pokemon into your hand. And that's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely a big deal.
Yes, the hand melodic did rotate, and I am behind the times. So we do see the Pidgeot control go into the
Oh,
deck
there's
with
the
a heavy
Budew.
ball. There's
Yeah, so
Budew.
the Budoo's kind of huge here too. Yeah, so the Budoo's huge. Prizing the Erica's Invitation is not as great.
Yeah. Moshe, that is very fair. So Moshe saying went 3-3-2 at Orlando, but Brian Prusak, excellent control player, excellent teacher.
Yes. That sounds just like my EUIC run. I got the Josh Frink masterclass the night before the event.
Alas,
Yeah.
sometimes it's not the differentiator.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see that Gimme Ghoul go up to
Yep.
the front.
Budu's coming into the active here.
We see Melodic down, and now we see Item Lock. And I
Yep.
don't think this is going to be the entirety of Mo's game plan because Chris
Ooh,
has
the
so many
Richard
energy left.
Band. Or is that what? Defiance Vest.
Defiance Vest. So now Budu essentially has 70 health.
Yep.
All right, and we see the damage come down. And now Chris
Ooh.
draws for turn. I believe Melodic has one retreat, so Boss is an option, though Mo can remove it from play. And yes, Joy Roll, exactly. We see coin bonus for 1, and then coin bonus for 1.
Yep.
And so, I mean, Chris, on their end, they're probably just going to draw until they have a hand where they're able to knock out Budu and then set up for one last prize, or when they're able to just maximize their hand and then gust up a 2-prizer to clear it out.
Yeah, I think ideally if Mo is able to get something off the flute like the Greninja or like the Fezandipity or the Monkey Dory, that would have been a little bit more optimal, but I feel like Chris is the kind of player that kind of recognizes that and will put those to discard right away.
And that's exactly what happened with Greninja.
Yeah.
All right, so Mo does draw for turn. We see a Palpad. We see Pidgeot search the deck.
Ooh,
Zerosix is interesting here.
Yeah.
All right, so
Is
Chris,
Zerosix what? Discard till 3?
discard until 3.
Yeah.
And we do play Zerosix. We lose Vacuum and a bunch of others, including an SER. And now Mo's probably going to Palpad that in and just go back in with Budu.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, super, super great play here by Mo.
It is. All right, so now Chris has the opportunity to use this Cypher Maniac's code breaking, set up the top of their deck, but outside of energy, I don't know what else they're looking for.
Yeah, very true.
Just one energy, one Goldengo?
Maybe.
So the
Good
other thing I'm
boss.
curious of is, does Mo play any Erica's Invitation?
Just one, and it's in the prizes right now.
Well, okie dokie.
Yes, I did see that. No sisters, no Airy. But yes.
Gee, it's a good point about Dark decks. It does have a great matchup into Control. However, even when it's so overplayed, Control never reaches more than 7 or 8% of the meta.
Yeah, I think during my time so far at all the regionals I've gone to, I think I've only hit stall once.
And it is not common because it is hard to play typically, and not a lot of people love to play it.
Yeah.
Spoon, no, Mo does not play Misfortune Sisters, it sounds like. All right, so Mo carefully counting Chris's energy. And Chris carefully selecting what they're going to put into their hand.
Yeah.
I will say it depends. And Moderator, I'll talk about that since we're watching thrilling gameplay here. It depends. So I agree, if you want to just get to day 2, probably need tech for Control. But more often than not, if good players are playing Control, you often have to beat Control to make top 8 or win the tournament. So keep that in mind and associate your decklist decisions with your goals for the tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
And Brian, what are your thoughts on that? How has that influenced your either deck decision or teching?
So my thought process on it usually is going to be like that. If it's part of the matchup roulette, then it wasn't meant to be. You know, like I usually won't tech for it unless I know it's going to be like a very, very popular play. Like I would have said for maybe like Charlotte. I know like Charlotte, there's a lot of like Snorlax during that event. That would have been one I considered teching for, but if there isn't like a reason to tech for it, then if I hit the control matchup and I have a bad control matchup, I just gotta take the loss for it, and that's just something you gotta live with sometimes. Yeah, but still try to play to your outs and see where you can kind of go from there. But looking back on the game here, Mo's kind of looking through, and I think seeing how many energy that are still on here, there's still a handful here. Mo's looking to play the penny here. Ooh, grabs the Budu up.
Interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting here.
So what do you think the reason is for that?
Yeah, probably thinks that a big knockout could possibly happen here.
Oh, we are switching the tool card.
Switching the tool card out from to the Bravery Charm.
which puts it at 80, which
Yeah.
don't know why that makes a difference, but
Yeah. I think looking potentially for maybe like the Calamitous Wasteland.
I could
Ooh,
see
I like that. I really like the Wasteland just because it makes it so much harder to retreat.
Oh, well, hi. Hi, Kenneth. Good to see you. I'm sorry it
Yes.
didn't work out for you in top 8.
Yes.
NG,
Thanks for coming
yeah.
out, though.
All right, so
Yeah.
we do see the Calamitous Wasteland go down. Buddy was still hanging out.
A lot of the Good Games players really came out and they really showed out. So
They
shout
really did.
Shout out to you guys.
Also, Good Games has a great community.
Yeah,
so
they really
if
do.
they ever have events on weekends, stuff like that, please check them out.
Yeah,
Great store.
Definitely. See where we're going from here.
I know. So
Did-
Chris is deciding whether or not to use their coin bonuses. So we see one. Shock. It's an energy that they
Yes.
put there with Cypher Maniac.
I know, right?
And then now we're going to actually get to see the second one. And then Chris will decide whether or not they want to evolve the active into Goldango and attach to it. And so, I mean, do you just take the knockout here?
I think if you have the opportunity to, you might as well. But I think the thing that Mo's looking at most is how many of the metal energies that are currently in the discard pile.
Yes. And
So
so I
that's a
think
huge
there's at
part.
least one in there, one attached. And
Yeah.
so Chris likely has one more available.
Yeah, probably just wants to make sure that it's still going to be there. Ooh, another penny play. Okay, taking out the Luminion. I like that.
Makes sense, makes sense. And at this point, I think what Mo's going to try to
Yeah.
do is just clear their board of liabilities.
Yeah, which I really do like.
So, and Mo's a better control player than I am. I would actually like to see the Zrosic go back in the
Yeah,
deck.
I do like the
see,
Zrosic.
see, guys, I have good ideas. But yes, because I think the Zrosic is what will enable Mo to apply more pressure to Chris's hand and resources.
Yes.
And yes, we're going to get to see before Milwaukee. So Milwaukee is 3 weeks after Atlanta. So you'll see Atlanta, Monterey, Seville, and then Milwaukee for planning because
Yeah.
Milwaukee's the next Midwest regional.
I know. It's a exciting time.
It is. And I am excited to see how the meta shifts.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I will be in Seville. So I am very excited to see what happens because I'm at least going to have a couple weeks from Atlanta to
Yeah,
plan.
definitely.
All right. So Chris draws another Pokestop, which is not the most helpful.
Yes.
We do play it down. We do coin bonus. So Chris is continuing to fill their hand.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder now if it's worth it for the Zrosics to be played now.
And I think that's what Mo is letting Chris do is just go into their deck, draw, and at that point then use Pidgeot to go get Zrosic.
Yeah.
Oof, you know, I've had worse ideas.
Yeah.
Send me a list. Tag me on Twitter with a list or DM me, and I'll be so hyped about
Yes.
it. So Chris has plenty of energy left.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of resources left, but
2 Palpad though.
ooh. Yeah, we see a
Yeah.
Palpad. We see a Superior go down. Gosh, this Budu Zrosic
It's
engine.
putting in work.
It is.
Yeah.
So now the only concern for Mo is
Ooh,
he's
there's
going to
some
knock out this
energy.
Gimme Ghoul soon.
Yeah.
Oh, and we do see the boss's orders, though. So if this Gimme Ghoul goes down, Chris is going to have a way to win this game.
Yeah, definitely.
So then if you're Mo, how do you clear the damage off of this Gimme Ghoul?
That's a good question. My only thought about it is maybe if there's another way you can like flute another Gimme Ghoul out and then just gust that one up into the active.
And I agree,
Yeah.
Kenneth. I think DTE Budu is going to be the move.
Yeah.
Brick, yes. I think we're all on the same page. And now this is going to be really interesting because there are still 2
Yeah.
Goldango in Chris's deck.
Yep. Ooh, Penny. Okay.
Penny, all right,
Penny.
picking up the Rotom.
Yeah.
And just continually making his his bench stronger and stronger against Chris getting a boss knockout.
Yeah. This is really solid play from Mo right now.
It is. And now Mo, I think, is just hoping that he can draw into the DTE or something
Yeah.
or go get it next turn.
Yeah, with the Pidgeot. And that's the nice thing is that he has time still because even though you might think he doesn't have too much time, he still does because that Gimme Ghoul has 10 HP left.
Yes. All right, so we see 1 coin bonus. And we've got a ton of cards available. And we've got a
Yeah.
Goldango. We've got a Fez.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Goldango to the is going to be the thing that's going to get drawn here.
So my thought is, and correct me if you disagree, Brian, I
Yeah.
think Chris wants this gimme ghoul to get knocked out.
Yeah, probably.
And that's why he hasn't tried to evolve it up to this
Yeah.
point.
I feel like there's probably many opportunities to do so far.
There have been, and
Yeah.
that's why I think Chris is playing around, because with limited ability to get resources, trying to attach a metal energy here could lead to kind of getting cooked out of the game.
Yeah, definitely.
So we
So-
see 2 cards be selected. Did you see what they were?
No, I did not. I was kind of looking to see what the discard looks for.
There is a Kieran and a Surfer that allow you to switch your active, but I don't think either of those have played in Goldengo because you can
No.
already reach high enough damage.
And you usually play Turo, and there's usually not a way out of Turo. It was because like no one really plays this melodic besides control lists.
Kenneth, did you play this melodic? Because I'm curious.
Yeah, definitely curious.
All right, we see the draw. Oh, and we draw the double turbo.
Yes, this is huge for Mo.
That is. All right, we see.
Oh, the Lux Ray.
Interesting. So, here's the question. Do we knock out this gimme ghoul?
Oh, this is so interesting here.
This is. Because there's. Oh. That's really cool. I like that, Kenneth. All right, so here's the question. Mo is deciding how many superiors are still available.
Yeah.
And if he gets the last one, will that mean that Chris does not have enough resources?
Yeah, might be.
So what do you think the gamble is?
Ooh, I think Mo's going for it. Yeah.
Murray, congrats on the
Yeah.
win. So we have 3 energy in hand. And so
Oh.
there is a card that would enable support here called Zubat. And
Oh.
Zubat would allow you to look
Is
at
that
your
the-
opponent's
is
hand.
Is that the 151 Zubat?
That is the 151 Zubat that
played
Ryan,
the EUIC.
yes, got its first Limitless page
I
with.
think probably only Limitless page 2.
No, someone else got a Limitless page with it this past
Oh,
weekend.
really?
Yes, Ryan was heartbroken.
Oh man.
All right, so we do have a Palpad available, and I think Mo's just debating
Yeah.
at what point do you start using that Lux Ray to clear out resources?
Yeah.
Dude, this is tough.
This is really tough. It's gotten so close too. I mean, 2 prizes is the only thing that Chris needs left to win this game.
It is. And so
Yeah.
the issue is, if Mo guesses wrong, if Mo goes in with this Lux Ray and misses the superior, that's game.
Yeah, that's game. I wonder if Mimikyu is also a win condition at all.
That is a great question.
Yeah.
So some Goldengolists are playing the non-EX Goldengo.
Yeah.
Mimikyu would die to Monkey Dory,
Okay.
but that's only if Mo decides
Yeah. I was looking
or
to play
Chris decides to bench
Cy-
Monkey
I was-
Dory.
I was looking to play Silene here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which to me says we're probably going to use a Buddy. Well, actually, no,
Yeah.
because Buddy will take a knockout this turn.
Yeah. And the double turbo is already attached.
This is interesting. So I wonder
Yeah.
if this is a misplay from Mo benching that Lux Ray.
Yeah.
All right, we see the
Yeah,
vacuum.
Vacuum to take out the Pokestop. That's something.
That is. Dude, this is a fascinating game.
Yeah.
I know we're not talking a lot about details here, but to be honest, a lot of it's just in Mo's head because Mo's
Yeah.
tracking, figuring out Chris's resources. Chris is also trying to figure out their own resources and what they need to maintain. And so now we'll see if Mo knocks out this gimme ghoul, does Chris have it?
Yeah. And it's still eyeing up the.
Champion Chalupa is the way to go.
Yeah.
Yes, oof, absolutely. All right, so we
Oof.
do see the Silene. We see one heads.
Put 1 card back.
I gotta imagine it's Palpad, right?
Yeah, I would think so too.
Unless it's Flute.
Oh, Flute.
Oh. Ugh, Chris seems very displeased
Yeah,
about
that's-
that flute.
And then see what we can grab from here.
And I think we just Badu knockout.
Yeah.
And Mo takes a prize.
Mo takes a prize. Erica's invitation.
That's a good
That
prize.
is a good prize to take.
All right, so Chris draws for turns.
Yep.
And there
There's-
was
there's
the
a
gold
Goldengo.
tango they had stacked.
Yep. Oh, I wonder if there's any more SER left.
So there's at least one between
Yes.
deckhand and prizes, but
Yeah.
I don't know which it is.
So I think Chris needs what? Gust.
Chris needs Gust and at least 5 energy.
Yeah, but still under item lock.
Still under item lock.
Yeah.
And so I think Chris has 3 energy in hand. We need 2 more. I think there's 2 more still in deck.
Yeah.
So we'll see the first 2 cards. Oh, it was an Arvin and an energy. We are getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam's. I think this is just kind of standard practice for a lot of players. Sean Melodic is huge into Gardevoir.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, Brian, do we see our last coin bonus?
Potentially.
We see
Arvin.
Arvin. There is a superior in
Still
there.
Superior there.
And there are 6 cards left in deck and a
Yeah.
Pheasantipity included.
It makes me wonder too if Mo's like he knows that, or if Chris is gonna even grab the SER here. Because I think if
Is Flute top 5 or top 6?
top 5.
Top 5. Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
Yeah.
Then there is a very small chance Chris could sneak by still.
Yeah.
And no, Chris failing the Arvin, saying kind of what you're saying,
Yeah.
Brian. We got to protect that Fez.
Yeah. Protect it.
All right, so Brian, what's Chris's win condition?
Chris's win condition. Let's see what this prize was. A Monkey Dory. Chris's win condition, I think, is just being able to be able to use the items again.
That
Yeah.
is fair. So we see the flute.
Yeah.
Top 5.
Oh, the Fez is there.
Pheasantipity is indeed
Yeah.
there. All right.
Very, very lucky with that one.
It is. But now Mo has to get it into the active and
Yeah.
lock it. And that's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
So how are you connecting the dots here?
Ooh. I don't know if we play the Erica here though.
So we have the option to go Luminion Boss,
Yeah.
or we have the option to Erica and try to hit a different Pokemon.
Yeah. Because I guess if you go the Erica route, you pull up the Monkey Dory.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh man, this is getting kind of crazy.
This is tense. And I think
Yeah.
this is why these control matchups are so tricky, is because whenever you are a deck like Goldengle, where you try to burn through your deck and blow things up,
Yeah.
you have to be so careful with your resources.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it just requires so much matchup knowledge because you need to kind of know what like your opponents kind of play.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the boss.
Ooh, this might be Night Stretcher for. I don't think it's Night Stretcher for Budu. It can't be.
So it can only be a Night Stretcher for Budu
Yeah.
if we also have the Calamitous Wasteland to trap.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, we just attach Retreat and knock out the Budu.
Yeah.
But the other thing it could be is
Is it-
Retreat into Mimikyu.
Yeah. If like a Gravity Stone was there, that could have also been a good option too.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
so tough. Because this is the game. Like,
Yeah.
Mo making the incorrect decision here absolutely will cost him the game.
Yeah. And with how long they've been playing, there might not be enough time to play the other game.
There certainly won't be time for a
Yeah.
game two. Granted,
Yeah.
Michael's game is pretty quick, but
Yeah. Definitely.
it could be Monkey Dory for game if we put down Budu.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tough.
This might be Retreat into Luxray or
Yeah, if you drop a game,
Yeah.
there's no shot you win the set.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see the Pheasantipity, but I don't think it really changes
Yeah.
anything for Mo.
no.
All right, Brian, what's the decision?
Yeah, I think this might be a Fang Snipe.
I think it may have to be because
Yeah.
otherwise, Chris just has the win.
Yeah. Ooh, and I don't even know what you grab off of this because you just discard what trainers?
You can discard one trainer card.
One trainer card?
So I think it's probably that. Because it's either
Yeah.
that or it's the Pokegear, but I think it has to be that.
Yeah.
So there will be exactly the right amount of energy for Chris if Chris hits the SER here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
We get to
And
the two
Two
cards,
cards.
unless there's an Arvin.
Yeah.
So Brian, 50-50 shot.
50-50 shot. Yeah.
Does he hit it?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh, this is getting so much more intense now.
It's a little tense, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll attach, retreat. Oh, and very smart move by
Yes.
Chris. Go to see 3 of the top
Yes.
4 and say, listen, 75% chance I hit
Yeah.
it and close out this game.
Yep.
All right, we see 2.
There it
And
is.
there it is. And that is going to be game for Chris. Superior Genuine Retrieval, 4 energy to hand, +1.
They're all
Yeah,
at the
and Mo
bottom.
just scoops it up.
Yeah.
All right. So, Bryce, any idea how much time we got left? That's fair.
Yeah.
Bryce, would you mind checking with Mike
Yeah.
or Michael? Thank you. So that's huge. And we know this with control matchups is you win game 1, you very likely win the set.
Yeah.
So Brian, if you're Mo, how do you try to close this out?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you got to really go fast the next game, and you just gotta. Yeah, 25 minutes left.
25 minutes. All
Yeah.
right. So motion
Yeah,
Burger
Burger King.
King.
Yeah.
So I will say with this particular list, there is a chance for a donk. And yes,
Yeah.
Kenneth, you're absolutely right. So Brian, who you got in game 2?
I don't even know if game 2 is gonna even finish.
I don't
to
think
be
it's going to
honest.
finish either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I put my money on somebody, maybe I'll probably put on Chris.
I would put my money on Chris. I think
Yeah.
Mo, unfortunately, didn't see the move to slow down that knockout on the gimme goal.
Yes. 25 minutes.
Yes, 25 minutes remaining.
Yep.
Taking Mo in game 2, I love the
Yeah, Love the
enthusiasm.
enthusiasm.
Because Mo, with this list, absolutely can take prizes.
Yeah,
It's just not all that common.
definitely.
And Chris clearly trying to slow play by mulliganing. Just absolutely horrible. I'm kidding, Chris. Obviously, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So Mo's going to have a chance to close out this game, and then he'll just need a prize lead in game 3.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Brian, what do you think about the top cut rules and how they kind of favor prize taking decks?
I tend to like it more just because I feel like as a deck, it kind of has a more defined winner that way.
And that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I would say. Just because sometimes when people get into those like disagreements, like when they do the gentleman's agreements and stuff like that about like, oh, let's do it on board state can be a bit subjective sometimes. So being able to kind of have that more definitive win condition kind of helps.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I am absolutely someone who says do gentlemen's on board state.
Yeah.
Because
Definitely.
for me, especially, not every deck is just a, hey, I want to win, win, win. A lot of decks, you want to take your time and have a long-term game plan.
Yeah, definitely. And there definitely is more clear and defined board states, but it's not really seen every time. Yeah.
Very true. All right, so Mo gets the Arvin to start off the game. We get that Budu out. Well, we're going to probably get a Buddy Poffin here.
Yep.
But really want to get Budu, want to get a Pidgey out so we can get that Pidgey on and get the engine started. Going to be able to road him. And so here's the question. Are we going to be instant charging or are we going to be itchy pollinating?
I think at this point of the game, I think you go instant charge here.
Just to set up your hand?
Yeah.
Well, and here's the other question. Does
Yeah.
Mo play a Buddy Poffin?
I don't see one.
Well, we say 3 Ultra Ball, 2 Nest Ball. And yeah, I don't think a single Buddy Poffin,
Yeah.
which to be honest, kind of surprises me based on the number of low HP Pokemon he plays. Tony,
Yeah.
will definitely share that he is
Yeah,
rooting for
gotta
you.
lower the volume a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's probably too quiet to the point where anybody can hear us, right?
That's very fair.
Yeah.
Gosh, they just need to be louder and more obnoxious,
I know,
honestly.
right?
This is not a problem we run into during the main tournament
Yeah.
because there's a bajillion people talking.
Yeah.
And yes, Molerator, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
All right. So we see Latias. We see Budu.
Yep.
And yeah, we probably do instant charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do just instant charge here.
Yeah.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
I don't know, because like, do you instant charge when you have the Budu in the active?
Probably because I
Yeah.
think Mo just wants to slow down the game.
Yeah.
And giving up a prize isn't the end of the world.
Yeah,
So it's better than having Rotom in the active and giving up 2.
that's fair.
Really? So what would you sacrifice, Kenneth? Oh, so we do see
Yeah.
the Itchy Pollen for 10.
Yeah. Okay, there's the Dango.
And so with the Itchy Pollen, it's going to be pretty easy for Chris to take the knockout here.
Yeah.
But Chris benching the Gimme Ghoul, does that give Mo a better line?
I don't think initially, because I don't think there's any knockouts being taken, so I don't think Mo's gonna just go for the immediate gust. Yeah.
Well, I'm not so much worried
Yeah.
about the knockout. I'm
Yeah.
more worried about Mo like taking more and more time to set up and kind of locking Chris out of taking
yeah,
knockouts.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But probably not, if I'm
Yeah.
being honest. Well,
Yeah.
then, so Brian, what is Chris's perfect board?
Probably just 3 Dengos.
Okay.
Yeah, probably just 3 Dengos straight up.
So that many? Do you want to keep it to 2?
Ideally if you can keep it to 2, but I think it's just less is more kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think 2 minimum, just because there's going to be a point in the game where the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to kind of start running rampant, and yeah, definitely something to think about.
Well, so I'm curious on that. Do you think Blood Moon Ursaluna is part of Mo's win condition?
I think it is. Yeah, I mean he's kind of said it multiple times throughout his time here that he wants like the Blood Moon Ursaluna to attack, and he's been like very like saying that like, oh yeah, I take knockouts, like he wins by prizes.
And
So yeah,
I think you definitely do win by prizes in some matchups.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if this is one of those, because 260 is a little high for Blood Moon to one-shot and try to
Yeah.
clear threats from the board, and we saw last game, it's very easy for him to take a return knockout.
yeah, definitely.
All right, so here comes Mimikyu, and Mimikyu, I think, is a big help in this matchup.
Absolutely. That's why I was like kind of wondering if Mimikyu could have been like a reason to win the game at the last turn, or
Yeah.
the last game, because there's nothing else that can really knock it out.
I think it's a great
Yeah.
question, because in order to knock it out, Chris would have had to start attacking with Gimmighoul, put down a Monkey Dory, something like that, which could be kind of trapped by other stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So going into Chris's next turn here, draws the boss off the top, Energy Search Pro. So finally going to get a lot of energy in hand here.
And we're taking 2 prizes here,
Yeah,
I think.
definitely, just because there is a boss in hand as well. So definitely looking to get that knockout.
And so are we taking out the Rotom, or are we taking out the Latios?
I would take out the Rotom first, just because the Rotom is pretty much the source of all of Mo's resources. So that's the only reason why Mo is able to even do anything at all, is because the instant charge is able to get him cards.
That makes sense. And
Yeah.
G, it is the Trick or Treat one from the Halloween booster packs.
Yes.
All right, and we will see the draw from Goldango.
Yeah, Mo has a definitely very definitive taste in cards. He
Yes.
really likes non-hollows a lot. He likes Halloween stamps a lot. Sometimes he'll ask us for like the most obscure hollows. Like he was looking for the longest time
Wait.
for non-hollow stamped Mimikyu. Or
Sorry.
for us, Spiritomb.
Chris just played
Yeah.
at Professor Turo's
Yeah.
to gust up the Rotom. And we do see the
Yeah.
knockout.
Yep.
And so the other reason actually I like the Rotom is because it costs 1 less energy for those 2 prizes.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so we see the Ultra Ball from Mo. Mo is in a good position from a walling perspective. Not a great position from a, hey, Chris has taken 3
Yeah.
prizes already perspective.
Definitely.
And so Chris typically, Goldango plays 2 boss, right?
Usually 2 to 3, but I think 2 in this list. Oh,
So-
yeah.
2 boss,
2 boss.
1 pal pad.
Yep.
So there is plenty of gust available for Chris. So now Mo's got to be feeling a little sketchy about putting down this Pidgey or even the Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, definitely. 2 Goldengos right now. Superior energy retrieval. And yeah, we can get some energy back definitely right now.
Yeah, we've got the energy, we've got the resources. At this point, do we put down? Oh,
This
that
can get dicey.
this could get very dicey.
Yeah.
Oh man. So the good news for Chris is because he has Turo in hand, Mo's gonna have to telegraph putting down the no wait.
Yeah.
He's not.
Oh, looking to do the Greninja thing. I remember
Interesting.
hearing about this kind of strategy from like the crew that played it to EUIC.
Against
like
control.
Xander and them. Oh, just in general, when you played it against like the mirror match and stuff like that, you would kind of play Greninja and you just kind of manually attach it until you were ready to attack with it.
That makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
honestly.
just because like you up trade so much better. Yeah.
I don't believe Chris plays
No,
Cologne.
no Cologne.
All right, so we are going to put a
Yeah.
Boss and a Palpat on top, which I think are great selections.
Yeah.
Because we're going to want a Turo, we're going to want a Gust.
Yeah.
I think maybe we should have put our money on Mo.
Yeah. Maybe.
I think you did, actually. So,
Yeah.
all right, so we see the pass over. We see Thornton.
Thornton.
Oh,
You know, when we were
boy.
talking about the eulogies, I was really thinking about putting Thornton on there.
I mean, Thornton could have been a cool inclusion.
Yeah.
And
it's a very like a little more of a niche one, but still very cool one to have nonetheless.
oh my goodness. This is so interesting.
Yeah.
So, Brian, I have a crazy play in mind.
I probably don't see it.
So it is crazy.
Yeah.
But what we could do is put down a Buddy, retreat, or excuse me, put down a Mawile, retreat into Mawile,
Oh.
Thornton, either Mimikyu or Latias EX into Phoebus, evolve into Melodic, gust up with the counter catch we already have in hand, that Greninja, and then go in and retreat lock that thing with Chris being unable to scoop it up.
Yeah.
And I think that's good.
Yeah.
Kenneth, tell me if that's a horrible idea, if the play is available.
Yeah.
'Cause it looks like the play is available.
Definitely. I do like that idea though.
Because we have... Oh, and we're going to go with Zerosix here. Oh, that's super interesting. What do you think about that decision?
I like the Zerosix a lot. Just because there's always going to be so many useful tools in the deck, and you just want to get them out of there.
That makes complete sense.
Yeah.
All right, so then Chris getting rid of a lot of energy here. No, Pidgey was put down last turn.
Yeah, Pidgey's, yeah.
No, Zerosik is a Pokemon character. He's from X and Y. He is one of the bad guys. Yeah, so Chris getting rid of a ton of energy.
Yeah.
Oh no, deciding to keep energy. And there we
Yeah.
go.
Then going for the Fang Snipe here.
Going for the Fang
Oh,
Snipe
the
here.
Fang Snipe's kind of huge here because you can take the Turo out.
And that is a big
Wow.
deal. But Chris is still in a really good position. And we're
Palpad still exists.
And Palpad was just taken off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So Chris is in a very good position still, especially up 3 prizes. Mo may struggle to close out this game. So now the upside is the melodic play is still available. Just Mo's hand doesn't super support it right now. But getting rid of that Turo is a big deal because now with Chris's hand being so thin, there's no guarantee that Chris is going to be able to knock out this Luxray.
Yeah. Oh, so the Palpad's still there. It's just so tough to see. It requires such good use of your resources.
It does.
Yeah, and I think that's why I commend both players for how well they're playing this, just because they're being very meticulous about like what they're doing, but they're also like not slow playing by any means.
And that's exactly it. So another
Yeah.
reason these matchups take a while is because your opponents are playing very carefully if they're playing well. And obviously, if your opponent's ever slow playing, call a judge.
Yeah,
No question.
absolutely.
But more often than not, they are just trying to be very careful and precise.
Yeah, definitely.
And so that's one reason why I love playing Lost Tina into stuff like this, is because I got to take my time. I got to make good decisions, and I didn't have to like rush to try to sprint
Yeah.
up my prize map.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so I think Mo is lining up the play.
Ooh.
We're going to get the Phoebus off the quick search. And Chris just goes, oh, God. Oh, no, it's happening.
And I wonder if we're gonna Fang Snipe and then take away that Palpad.
It's a good question.
Yeah. Counter catcher, very nice.
Calamitous Wasteland, very nice.
Yes.
Fang Snipe. We'd already played the Palpad.
Played it already. Okay.
Yep. But we do get rid of the boss's orders.
Yep.
And then do 20 damage to the Radiant Greninja. So which Chris can retreat just with a single attachment, but
Yes. I mean, there's already attachment on there, so it can retreat either way.
well, with one additional
Oh
attachment.
yeah, one additional from the. Oh yeah,
Yes.
from the. Oh wait, yeah, the Calamitous Wasteland. Can hear Mo.
I don't know if you guys heard the actually, but that
Yeah.
was what Mo said there.
Yep.
All right, so we see the coin bonus, and we do not have a knockout yet. So we're just going to pass it on over
Yeah.
to Mo.
Oh wow.
All right, we are seeing the second coin bonus. We see the Arvin.
Yep.
Oh boy, we could knock out this Luxray. Or, oh yeah, we could knock out this Luxray. And
Yeah.
that would be a huge deal because then Mo's down to only having, or Chris is down to one prize.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's sketchy for Mo because
I
that's
know.
all his margin. But the upside is for Mo, that's a lot of energy down for
Yeah,
Chris.
and a lot of superiors already. I think a couple of them have been used already.
Yes. And so we're going to need 4 energy from the discard plus the 1 metal energy in hand. And so I'm curious how Mo tries to come back from this.
Yeah.
Oh, and we do see 1 additional energy come out. So we'll be able to hold the metal energy.
Yeah, hold the metal energy. But I mean, both Dengos already have energies on them, so that definitely helps.
It does. It's more if Mo's able to either like Flute or Erica's out
Yeah.
another Pokemon and trap it. All right, it's a good pick.
Serena. Ooh.
All right, so here's the deal. We still have a win condition.
Yeah, there still is.
So we need to get out the Melodic.
Oh, he's missing one card. Oh,
Yep.
He already knew.
There we go. And now we need to go get the Mawile, gust up the Radiant Greninja, and just start trapping.
Yep.
And then at that point, Mo's going to win the game by deck out. Oh, we see
Thornton.
the Thornton.
Ooh.
Oh. Chris is just like, come on. All right, so we're going to go into the Budu and then hit for 10.
Yeah.
And so now here's the thing. This is almost better than Mawile
Yeah.
because Chris needs 2 energy to retreat this, and he can't scoop it up anymore.
Yeah, true.
And so the moment Chris commits an energy, Mo can go into Mawile.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So we have a couple supporters. We have Cypher Maniacs code-breaking. Are we just putting raw energy straight on top of the deck?
I would think so, yeah. You could probably do that.
So Chris just needs access to 3 energy to win
Yeah.
the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've got 1 in hand. We have a lot of things in
Yeah.
Mo's discard. But, I mean, do we have access to 3 energy, Brian?
I didn't get a good look in the discard yet.
I think I'm more concerned about
Yeah.
the deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because if Chris has 2 energy in deck, he can still win this game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because, yeah.
If he does not have 2 energy in deck and Mo decides to stop doing damage to this Radiant
I
Greninja,
only see one right now.
I know I see a water.
I saw the water.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think there's only 1 energy in deck,
Yeah.
which means if Mo decides to stop knocking out this Greninja, Mo's going to deck out Chris before he'll be
Yeah.
able to retreat. Yeah, that's the only energy left.
Yeah.
All right. So then what Chris's line is going to be is to try to stall Mo. Oh, but we can bounce the stadium
Yeah.
in order to retreat for 1.
That is something.
That is. But now Mo has an opportunity to put a tool on the Budu to protect it.
Yeah.
All right, and Chris just
Okay.
passes over. Mo tries to draw 2 cards, which
Yeah,
is not allowed.
Not
Gets the
allowed.
1. And so
Ooh, the Erica.
Erica's. Nothing doing, nothing doing. All right. So, Mo, you got to see the line.
Yeah. Ooh, the flute. The flute. Ooh, I do like this idea as well because this is going to
Oh,
randomize the deck.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Is-
all the work that Chris put in to put those 2 cards at the top, now they're going to get randomized.
Yes, but now Mo has kind of a choice. Well, he's actually out of choices. Oof, thank you very much. I am very curious to see this list.
Yeah.
Chris definitely can time him out. I think Chris is trying to play like efficiently and properly and
Yeah.
still play through the game rather than try to slow play. But I think he's got it anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the draw. That is not an energy.
That is not an energy.
We see the draw. That could have been an energy.
Yeah.
And
that
we
could
see
have
the
led to
draw.
an energy.
Also could have been an energy,
Yeah.
but it's not. All right, so we pass over to Mo. So, do we just... Well, I mean, that's fair, I guess. And yeah, I would agree. Chris could just pass back over and
Yeah.
over, but I think Chris is trying to win the game. We see the Thornton. What are we Thorntoning into here?
Yeah, I wonder.
So I think it may be Thornton into the
Oh, the Luxray.
into the Luxray.
Start taking out more of those resources.
But why? Wait. He can't retreat that. It does work both ways. Oh,
wow,
got it.
yeah,
Okay, we're
sliders.
good. Yep. Thank you, Mo. All right, perfect. So we do get rid of the superior, but now, does Chris now have a way to win this game?
Night Stretcher.
This that was a decision.
That
Brian,
was a
why do you
decision.
think Mo went into that there?
Yeah, I think Mo kind of realizes that there's a lot of resources kind of gone and wants to kind of like further the punishment on that.
Which I get that, but now Chris is able to use items. And if there's a couple superior in deck, Chris has the win here.
Yeah.
Because all Chris needs is 6 energy to close out the game.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see a couple coin bonus here. We will see this Earthen Vessel to get the 1 energy left in deck. Correct, Kenneth. Thank you for clarifying, as Mo clarified. Yes. All right, so we see the 1 energy. We do have another superior in deck. So, I mean, do we have 2 superior in deck? I guess we only need 1.
I just need 1.
Because we have the Night Stretcher. So Arvin, get the superior, use the Night Stretcher, and we are going to have a Goldango Miraidon final. All right, so as long as we play this out the way I'm thinking we're going to play it out. Because we do need to drop the Pokestop in order to get rid of the stadium.
Yep.
Draw,
Nope. That's
doesn't
not it.
matter.
Oh, there's a
Drop that.
Pokestop in the hand.
There is a Pokestop in hand. So drop that, put down the Pokestop. We see the superior. Get rid of gear
Yep.
and heavy ball. Get the 4 energy. They are clearly having fun,
Yeah.
which is good and what
Which
we
is-
hope for.
Yeah, that's what we always hope for in these events.
All right, see the 4 energy. And then all we need is stadium. Are we just like maximizing your
Yeah,
energy?
I think so.
Wait, do we not have stadium?
I thought we had stadium.
Oh, I totally thought we had stadium too.
That looked like a stadium.
I guess it doesn't matter because now we just need to
Ooh.
manually attach and we're good. Did I miss something? Did we not have stadium before?
Yeah, I'm wondering now too. It looked like we had one.
Yeah, I could have totally thought we had stadium.
I don't think Vanguard's playing the Blood Moon Defiance.
I don't think so
No.
either.
Oh.
We see a Gimme Ghoul. No, we cannot put the Goldango, but good try. But we see the Gimme Ghoul. Now, can we gust up and trap the Gimme Ghoul?
Yeah.
But even still, Mo's just in a very tough spot.
Yeah. Oh man. Mo's going for the pollen?
No, this is just game.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, fair enough. Good game, Chris. Attach.
Yep.
Retreat.
Yeah.
All right, and Mo is having a good time, clearly. But we will attach, we
Yes.
will retreat, and then we will boss up Latias just for the heck of it, and then use 5 damn energy to take the knockout on the Latias EX. Always appreciate clear and precise calculations. So we have Goldango versus Miraidon in the finals. And Brian, What are your thoughts coming out of that game?
Oh, I love how Mo just makes it so much fun.
Yes,
He makes
absolutely.
it so entertaining, even though it's control and it's not really the most entertaining viewer experience ever. Mo just has a good time about it, and I think he's happy that to make a top 4. So
Agreed. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. Mo's gonna be furious he didn't actually win the money.
yeah, I guess, but yeah, it's exciting that we're going into this, and we have Maridon and Goldengo in the finals.
I agree. And so after having a couple control rounds, we've seen some slower rounds. We are now going to get to see Boom Boom versus Boom Boom.
Yeah,
And I'm kind of interested, but I think my money's going to be on Dango.
yeah, I think so too. I think Goldengo just trades better into Maridon.
Kenneth,
Yeah.
you did not tell me that you one-trick Dango and then had to figure out math in C-POW. I did not realize that was going to be tough math for you. All right, so then Bryce, you just want to do a poll?
Yeah,
Maridon versus Goldengo.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
curious
see.
what y'all
yeah.
think.
Let's see what the viewers think.
Because personally, I love John Wongard. Like said, Lost Own Kitchen, great guy. But Chris Franco, also an awesome person.
Yeah,
A lot
really
of
great
fun.
player,
I
too.
played against them once. They got a little pissed at me, but you
Yeah.
know, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's fine. We
Yeah.
worked through it.
work through it.
All right. We can give you the vote.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Bring that
Yeah.
over. So we need to again note that let's hold it.
Yeah.
We have
We gotta turn it
our
around.
grand prize
Our grand prize.
of
Clip it.
our air fryer.
Clip it.
Because sure, there's still a few $100s, but really,
Yeah, this is what we're playing for.
we have the air fryer. So Chris and John, you are playing
for this.
glorious prize.
Yeah.
All right, get it out of here. We got to get ready for that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. No. But congratulations, Mo.
Yeah, you want maybe the player interview?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, come on. Here, Brian, I'll let you talk to him.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Mo.
What if I want to talk to you?
No.
Hate your deck and
Well, I
top
love you
eight.
anyway.
Hate your deck and top eight.
Mo.
Still no how.
What's up?
Wow bow.
Wow. Okay. We're trying to make sure that the out of context Twitter gets a field day with me.
Yeah.
And once I lost game 1, what?
Don't get us banned.
Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't do anything that broke the rules. But once I lost game 1, that I knew I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna win this
Yeah.
bet because like 25 minutes for
For
2
game
games
2,
when
yeah.
I better chances than lax. But I think that like I still didn't have a chance to win the game
Yeah.
because like Chris or Franco could just go like draw pass. And then
Yeah.
I'd have to be like put this DT on a
Yeah.
Pidgeot, and then it just gets like knocked out and I'm like, okay, well, I don't really have a follow up.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. It was pretty fun. I played this for the not first time, but like it's my second time. The last time I ever played Pidgeot was gonna be like last year at a league challenge on stream, and I played it bad as well. So like I played Pidgeot twice. Shout out to All Out Blitzel, coaching me a couple times with some matchups. It never came up because I hit no Guardy, no Dragon Bolt. I hit like Raging Bolt. No, yeah, I hit a Raging Bolt. I beat a Raging Bolt. I beat Roaring Moon. It was Rafal. So I beat a Roaring Moon because Blood Moon or Saloon is broken. It's alt art, so it's even
Yeah.
better. I beat a Maridon. Then round 1, what I hit? I don't know. Well, point being, I won.
Yeah.
And then I double ID'd into cut, and then
Nice.
top 8, I hit the Lost Zone Giratina, which I was like,
Yeah, we kinda
whatever.
watched a little bit of that game.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm probably going to lose, and then Blood Moon or Saloon swept that.
Yeah.
So I was just like, okay, this card's crazy.
Yeah.
Xerosix Machinations was like actually the most broken card.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched, but the first League Cup we had here of this season, I was in finals with Snorlax Stall.
Yeah, that was the one against Michael, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
and I lost to Michael because he had like a 25 card hand,
Yeah.
and then he just had the ability to do his combo. So I was
Yeah.
like, after that, I was like, okay, if I play Snorlax going forward, I'm gonna add the Xerosix Machination, and that
Yeah.
card was like insane.
Yeah.
So
So
I think going forward that I don't know if it's gonna be good post rotation, but I wanted to give it one hurrah. You know, I like Pidgey. I had the character rares for like I don't know 4 months and I never played them, so I was like, let me bust out the character rares. Dexter, wow bow,
wow bow.
wow bow. And I don't know. I like Pokemon. I'm glad I got to play. Usually I'm either casting or I'm not here because it's like an hour away. But
yeah.
you know, having the opportunity to play on stream for the top 8 and top 4. Solid, especially for the fact that like I was like, Dan, you don't want to stream me at the start of the tournament, and I made top 4, so I get $100 because I'm the one that didn't want to split pricing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's the second time that I made top 4 and lost. So like the whole if I had 2 nickels for every time that I didn't want to split top 4 pricing but lost in top 4,
then I'd have 2 nickels, which blah blah blah. But it's funny, blah blah blah. I'm the one that didn't want to split,
Yeah.
and so I'm the
And
reason
you
why.
can't, you can't split an air fryer, so
You can't, but you can split
Yeah.
what is it, like $800, and I'm the reason why I go home
Yeah.
with $100. Dan's kicking me out because he's got to be home before his kid goes to sleep.
Correct.
All right, good night, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mo. I have yet again gotten yelled at for being too loud, so apparently I'm gonna have to reel it back.
Yes.
But we have our finals match here of Chris Franco playing Goldengo into John Wangard playing Miraidon, and let's get this round started with Chris Franco, and we have a gimme goal off the top.
yeah. Gimme goal off the top. Get another one with the energy on there. Pass the turn, and they're zooming already.
They are, so we
Yeah.
are not messing around trying to get through this set so they can all go home.
Yeah.
And I agree, Lyric, 2 goats in finals. So we do have Luminion V, so able to get a supporter out, and this is Arvin, right?
Probably Arvin. Yeah, Arvin. 4 Sealstone and probably Nest Ball.
I gotta
Yeah,
imagine.
because you kind of need those Miraidons.
The only thing it could be is or Secret Box.
Yeah, I was about to say Secret Box could be a possibility too, so you can grab like extra supporter in Stadium.
But I feel like you probably just want to get the Nest Ball for Miraidon in order
Yeah.
to start setting up a hands.
Yeah.
Unless there's something else you're seeing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm seeing. I think I'm seeing the same thing. Yeah, that's probably the play.
So 2 of these players, very, very skilled, very competent players, so they're probably going to play pretty fast.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And yes, Dreamer, we have Chris Franco, great player in here. And we'll see if Goldango can win. And Bryce, who is favored right now in the chat? By a mile?
Goldango.
Yeah, and I think that's how it matches
Yeah.
too. Chris Franco to the moon,
Mm,
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, so we see Miraidon come down. We see a couple Pokemon come with it. Is this just hands?
I would think so. Yeah, probably hands, Magnemite.
I think hands, Magnemite, and then I think this is a game where you're going to very badly need Raichu.
Yeah.
And we are going to see Raikou. We're not seeing a hands.
Yeah. Well, I think we need at least something that can hold the Forest Sealstone. That's probably another important thing as well.
That is very true.
Yeah.
And so I think we may just be going for the single prize, not the 2 prize swing here.
Yeah.
And then saying that we're hoping Chris keeps the bench low and then go for the, like, Raichu to follow, I
Yeah,
guess?
Probably.
Oh, boy.
Oh, one.
We
one
got
energy.
one.
So there's an attack that's happening at least.
Yes. And at this point, it is taking a knockout, but whew, still
Yeah. Oh, Luminion can hold the stone too.
can. I think John was just hoping for an efficient attacker to still
Yeah.
take out the 1 Gimmighoul and then probably hold the stone for next turn.
Yeah.
Ah, and G, I'm sorry about missing Sada. That's very frustrating. And Sky, I agree. Everyone wins here, especially us for having them both in finals.
Yes.
All right, draw for turn. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, Brian, what else have we seen?
Probably just the attack, and that's it.
Makes sense. Do we
Yeah.
put the charm on the Raikou?
I don't think so.
All right, so why not?
Just because I feel like either way, there's going to be some sort of attack. Oh, I guess we put it there. I don't know. I felt like there's probably. I thought you would save it for like Iron Hands or something like that.
I would think so as well.
Yeah.
But to be honest, it's all the same because if you can reach 250, you can
Yeah.
probably reach 280.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so we do have a Goldango.
Yep.
We have a Nest Ball, but otherwise the hand isn't too full for Chris.
Yeah.
All right, so we will see the Nest Ball. What's Chris getting here?
Pheasantipity.
Well, that's easy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so then what's Chris's plan? Walk us through what they
Yeah.
need to do.
Yeah. So Chris got the Goldango in hand as well. So looking just to draw more cards here, just to search out more of those energy because now that this Raikou V has 250 HP, needs a lot more energy in order to knock it out.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And so we do see the Cypher Maniac,
Yeah, so the
we will
Cypher is
be able to
super
get
good
it.
here. So being able to kind of just go, put down the Goldango. You can go Cypher into, searching out like eSearch Pro, and then you can search that off of the Goldango because the coin bonus will draw 2, and then you can go boom from there.
And I mean, from
Yeah.
there, all we really need is that superior energy search.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Superior energy retrieval. Or Energy Search Pro.
Energy Search Pro. There
Yeah.
we go. So Energy Search Pro, and then we'll see
Yeah.
the Buddy Poffin get a couple
Yeah,
Gimmicools.
definitely. So just being able to, yep.
Chris being
Yeah.
or John being
Yeah.
very helpful.
Yes.
All right, we see the Buddy Poffin to get a couple Gimmicools down, and then we'll see the Energy Search Pro, and that's not great for John.
Yeah, not great for John. He doesn't have too many energy in play right now, and this Goldango is about to blow up this Raikou.
Yes, and Chris very emphatically clear.
Very lore accurate
Yes,
description of a battle.
absolutely.
Yeah.
In deck, yes, he does play it, but I don't know if he has access to it. I mean, they're making a rain.
Yeah.
That's all that's happening.
Yep.
All right, so then we need 5. We got a whole lot more than 5. I assume we see an
Yeah.
attachment. Is there anything else Chris does?
No, I think Chris kind of sequenced out the turn as best as possible and getting rewarded for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely problematic. I don't think Chris is going to use TM Evo.
Yeah.
And we will knock out the Raikou. And then John goes into Mew, I assume. And how do we respond?
Yeah. Kind of hard to respond when your hand is Latias and a bunch of energy.
That is very true.
Yeah. I mean, having the Forest Seal Stone is fine, but honestly, not really much else that can really help here.
I know we are unfortunately going to have to get Raichu and then hands. But yeah. John just scoops it up there.
Yeah.
And both Raichu and Magneton were
Oh,
prized.
wow. There's no coming back from that.
Absolutely no
Yeah.
shot. Nope. That is game right there. So, game 1 very quickly goes to
Yeah.
Goldango. Chris takes it down. John, remembering that both Raichu and Magneton are needed in the matchup, but prized
Yeah.
them both. So, we will have to see who can take game 2 here. I mean, is your money still on Goldango?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, that's very
Definitely.
reasonable.
Yeah, I would say so too. What do you think?
I mean, at this point, you can kind of see how the matchup goes.
Yeah.
The Raichu and Magneton are big helps because they do let you reach and get
Yeah.
over a Goldango, but that doesn't matter if there's 3 or 4 of them out there.
Definitely.
All right, so, I mean, Bryce, what's the prediction at right now? Okay,
Goldango.
how
Yeah.
brutal is this? Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
everyone bet. Okay,
Chris
yeah, that's fair.
Franco is one game closer to an air fryer.
That is
Yeah.
very true, and also one game closer to a whole lot more money.
Yeah.
All right, so we do see the squawk start for John. John may
Yeah.
have an opportunity to hopefully go for a donk or something. We'll see how
Yeah.
this first hand goes. All right, Brian, what does Chris need to see?
Just it's kind of like the same as last game. You know, just need the Buddy Poffins and need the Gimme Ghouls. That's definitely the way to kind of go about it.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
Little tough start here.
Bryce, I'm getting feedback to
Yeah.
close the prediction thing. The winner is indeed getting an air fryer,
Yes,
and we will
winners.
show that after this round.
Yes.
All right, so we see draw for turn. All right.
All right. Let's see here. Attachment.
All
All
right. And
right.
we'll see, can John punish that
Yeah.
kind of slow start there?
Yeah.
All right. We will see. John has some good resources in hand,
Yeah,
but Brian,
definitely.
what's the plan?
I think you still kind of like got to thin out your hand a little bit more, try to get as many of the resources as you can, and then you can start playing that generator. I think Arvin's also in hand as well, so the Arvin can grab another generator and kind of get those electric or lightning energy into play.
Kenneth,
Yeah.
I will always pay attention to you. You just may need to message me 2 or 3 times.
Yes.
And yes, Brian, I agree with everything you said there. Like, we just want to do a standard Miraidon turn,
Yeah.
flood the board, get going.
Definitely. Yeah, and looks like John looking through the deck right now, trying to see what he can possibly find.
Do we not have any Iron Hands? Sky, I
No.
miss you too. You are awesome. And Chompy,
Yeah.
John is from Wisconsin area, and
Yes.
I don't actually know where Chris is from. Do you know?
Yeah, no idea.
Okay. But not local.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the Miraidon. Do we have a hands?
I didn't see it on the deck search.
I mean, that's a problem, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely the big thing you needed.
Chris is
Oh,
from
Chris-
DMV. Okay,
DMV.
perfect.
Shout out the DMV.
When I did play Chris, it was
Yeah.
in Pittsburgh, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
And yes, Sky is just
Yeah.
lurking in the background.
Yep.
So, Brian, that's not an Iron Hand.
Yeah, that is not an Iron Hands, but I mean, not the worst thing in the world too, because you can still take a 2-prizer on this Pheasantipity with either the Miraidon or the Raikou. Ideally, the Miraidon.
Yes. And we will see the generator.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
We got one.
got one.
Which means this is probably going to have to go on the Raikou. I know. You're totally fine, Sky. You're good. I appreciate you being on there.
Helping the viewership too.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
All right, so we do hit one energy. I'm kind of surprised it went on the Miraidon.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised. I think that's still the more optimal attacker to have here, and with other resources like the 4 Sealstone and another generator, can help to set up this attacker.
Is John at this point trying to target down the Fez
I
rather
think
than
so.
the Gimme Ghoul?
Yeah, I think so.
So why is that, do you think?
Probably just because it's there. Yeah, it's probably the
Uh-oh.
easier thing to. Okay.
And we do hit the one necessary.
Yes.
Also, hi Lake, good to have you. So I will say, and this is something I mentioned before in the other game.
Yeah.
Dude, John and Chris are just having fun.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
That's what
I
I
love
like.
to see it.
During the top cut, it wasn't like hasn't seemed like it was like a super sweaty game. Like everybody's just here to have a good time. They already know that they made some money, so yeah, just kind of having fun, good time.
I know. I love to see it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lake.
Yep.
John plays 15 lightning energy
Yep,
and then one double
the one
colorless.
double turbo. Oh, still has Squawk.
We do still have Squawk, which is huge.
Yes.
So we will see the draw. Okay, we have a nest ball. We have a boss.
So, nest ball for bundle can still kind of get that knockout.
And so I wonder if that's the move here because then
Yeah.
John buys himself a turn.
Yeah.
But I
right
don't
now-
know.
Oh, there's a hands in the deck.
Interesting.
I definitely saw it there.
So why do you think John didn't go for the hands?
Yeah, I think probably was eyeing the juicy Pheasantipity knockout first.
And that's probably what it looks like.
Yes.
Oh, we prized bundle. Oh.
Bundle.
Thank you for the feedback. It's good to
Yes.
have someone on site reporting, so
Yes.
appreciate that. All right, and we still have a restart. We have Raikou. We have Raichu, so there was a chance to knock out an active
Yeah,
Goldengo should it go
definitely.
that way. Now, the downside is we don't have space to put down an Iron Hands and try to take 2 prizes next turn
Yeah.
if Chris doesn't bench a 2-prizer. Or Chris puts down the Pheasantipity again,
Yeah.
in which case things go very well for John.
Yeah.
Do you put the Fez down in this case?
Oh, I think you kind of have to.
Why?
Let's see what we got in the deck again.
And yes,
Yeah.
G, agreed. This is a start he needed. And Murray, if that happens, the air fryer's getting out real quick.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Chris is eyeing up a Buddy Poffin. And then we do have TM Evo. The only thing I would say about that is it does give an opportunity for John to reach in a knockout.
Yeah.
But, oh no,
Yeah, going for it.
we just go for the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, probably hoping to go Night Stretcher, Fez, and draw into like Dengo.
Really just that.
Yeah,
Probably just Dengo.
Dengo eSearch Pro. Oh, there's another Gimme Ghoul.
Well, that's
Alright.
not ideal.
Surviving another turn.
We are. We're not thriving per se, but
Yeah.
we are surviving. And so, do you do a basic Arid running here?
Probably. Yeah.
I think you do, yeah. And Chris sees it as well.
Yeah. Probably recognizes that it's going to take a bit of effort for John to get this next attack just because, the Photon Blaster can't attack again the next turn.
Yes, very true. All right, so we see
Yeah,
Magneton come down.
Magneton's coming down.
And so I'm curious if we got the bundle off of the prizes.
Yeah.
But I guess bundle's still just going to enable the other Gimme Ghoul to be pushed
Yeah.
up. And we see the switch card off
Ooh.
the V-Star. So yeah, I think we're going to see the knockout on Pheasantipity. And
Yeah.
suddenly, John has a very realistic chance to win this game.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we
Yeah.
have the rescue board. We have the boss on
Yeah.
Pheasantipity. Attach to Raichu, switch or retreat into Miraidon. Oh boy, we're cooking.
Yeah, definitely cooking here.
So now, how does Chris win this game?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, kind of depends on how the draws kind of go.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because it really couldn't come down to, can John reach either a one-shot or a two-shot on a Goldango? Because
Yeah,
at this point,
definitely.
a two-shot is fine too.
Yeah, two-shot is fine as well because, I mean, John's so far ahead, he can kind of afford to let that happen.
Yes, absolutely. I'll be honest, G, I think there's very little Miraidon in here today. John just ended up cooking people.
Yeah.
And actually, I will say for Chris is not out of this game.
No, definitely not.
So what's Chris's line to still win?
Yeah, Chris' line to win definitely is just, you definitely just need Goldango. Goldango is like the biggest part of this, being able to, ooh,
Ooh, that is not a Goldango.
that is not a Goldango.
So, do you Roxanne?
Roxanne could definitely be a possibility here. I do like Roxanne, but sometimes Roxanne can be a lie.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
That
I think
is
you, I
true.
Think, I think you know that better than anybody else.
I am well aware.
Yes.
Oh, goodness, Moeller, or Kenneth. That is,
those are
oh,
some,
goodness.
those are some pitch control pieces right there.
It's like they designed the pack for you,
Yeah.
actually. All right, so we see a Turo. That is not the card
That
Chris
is
wanted.
not. Is this going to go to a game 3?
Well, so I think Chris is just burning the two
Yeah.
Pokegear because he doesn't want to see them off the draw.
Yeah.
All right. So, what does John need to close out this game?
Ideally, like maybe boss in hands or like some sort of generator combo. There's definitely a lot of ways out just because if Chris isn't able to get the Goldango or any of the energy needed, I mean, this game could end pretty quickly.
Well,
Or not even just an energy would be needed because the Raichu could just blow it up. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is the only thing John would need.
Yeah. Goldango
Assuming
came out.
Yes, and we
Yeah.
got a Dengo.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris was counting how many draw
Yeah.
with Roxanne. All right.
There's the Goldango.
It's a good start.
That's what we needed.
We see the nest
Okay,
ball.
Nest ball.
All right. So we obviously need the Dengo. We need 5 energy.
Yep.
Is there anything else?
I mean, that's really, it's a lot to ask for at this point of the game.
Well, I don't know if it actually
Yeah.
is, but Mew Arvin off rocks. Oh yeah, no, that's pretty good. All right, so we see the
Yep.
Greninja draw.
Palpad, Poffin.
Okay, we can Poffin for a couple more.
Yep.
We don't have an online setup for that, Chompy, but we'll certainly post a picture of final standings.
Yeah.
On our Twitter, at least. I just need to remember to do that.
Yes.
G, we need 1 additional energy. Which we should have.
Yes. I would hope so.
One would hope.
Yep.
But not a guarantee, honestly. All right, we see Dengo for 2. Neither of those are helpful.
Yep. Neither of them.
Brian, there's a problem.
Yeah. This might just be the pass.
Okie dokie.
Yep.
And
And
we
we're
are
going
going to
to
see a game 3.
Wow, it's coming down for the wire
It
here.
is the
Yeah.
wire for the fryer.
Yeah,
We
the
are
wire
working for it.
for the fryer.
So, sorry, guys. So we have game 3, Miraidon versus Goldango. And I'm going to ask who's favored, but I think the team has clearly decided
Yeah,
who
I
is
think so. I
favored
think
here.
chat has an idea already.
Yes. But to be honest, John kind of showed if Chris has any kind of slow start, John can definitely come in and take the
yeah,
win.
Definitely. And I've known from my time trying to play Goldango too is that there are definitely times where this deck is definitely a brick.
Yes.
Yep.
There are no bonuses.
Yeah.
There are no coins. Just
Yeah.
bricks.
Yep. Just bricks.
All right. So does Chris go first or second?
I think Chris goes probably second.
I would think second.
Yeah, I think you want to prioritize your board setup.
I would think so as
Yeah.
well. All right, so that is a less than ideal hand for John.
Yeah.
But we are going to see a couple mulligans, which
Yeah.
really helps.
Definitely.
And yes, Tony, John is a heck of a player.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, we do have some cards for Chris, so we are going to be gaming.
Yep.
Listen, I try to be very nice in my commentary. So yeah, Chris deciding to go second,
Yeah.
letting John try to set up. I mean, what does John do here?
Yeah, it's just starting to get the Miraidons down first, do the tandem unit thing. I think in this situation, since John is going first and is able to kind of set up over the first 2 turns, I think he can actually put down Iron Hands and try to set that up.
I think that's a
Yeah.
great point because it definitely seems like that is going to be a key card
Yeah.
when you have to hit into these gimme ghouls.
Yeah, definitely.
Because one of Goldango's and a lot of Stage 2EX's advantages, you only give up a single prize.
Yeah.
All right, draw for turn. Okay,
Nestball.
that's pretty good.
Nestball could probably grab something like the Latias or any other kind of support Pokemon.
What is happening here? Oh, we're just taking a quick break.
Yeah. Which is fine. I mean, these players have been playing all day, so get to give them a little break when they can.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Did Bryce just like disappear too?
Yeah, I think he needed to go to the bathroom.
All right, that's
Yeah.
fine. So, taking a quick break here, getting
Yeah.
reset up. John is going to use that tandem unit to get a couple Pokemon out. We see an Iron Hands and a Rotom.
Yep.
So really, we just need a Magnemite to follow, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's still that Nestball, so you can definitely search that out.
The nice part is, too, we don't actually need the Magnemite this turn.
Yep.
Because we're going first, we can still attack and then have next turn fill us in.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, geez. And then draw 3.
There is 0, secret box. Ooh, that's
Ooh.
a crazy hand.
That is very, very good.
Yep.
All right, so now we'll go over to Chris's turn. We
Yep.
have the Nest Ball.
Nestball.
We have an Ultra Ball, it looks like, and a Pokegear. So Chris is going to be making some moves.
Yeah, definitely. So good to grab that Gimme Ghoul first.
And so we definitely want one Gimme Ghoul. Is there anything else we want too? Like, do we want Greninja instead?
Yeah, I like Greninja too, just because get some of those energies, some more draw support, try to draw out sometimes out of the little rut that you can kind of get yourself into in the first couple turns.
So that makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. So with the Ultra Ball in hand, is there ever a world where you save that to just get a Goldango next turn?
Yeah, I can see a world with that. Yeah.
So we
What do you think is more optimal?
It's a great question. So I
Yeah.
think if we were going to go with Greninja, we would do it prior to the Pokegear. But
Yeah.
now I think we get another Gimmighoul with it.
Yeah.
Or we just use this Arven for a Buddy Poffin, a Evo TM, and now we're set up.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is where I think things get so hard for John because it's really hard to get through 2 Goldango.
Yeah, it really is.
So is there anything like special you need to see from Chris or Chris needs to avoid here?
I think anything like avoiding is sort of on John's side, like just like making sure that or just hoping that his generators don't hit. That's definitely the biggest part.
That's fair.
Because I mean, Miraidon's like that kind of deck that lives and dies by the generator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
All right, so we are playing this Arven, debating what we get here. And I gotta imagine it is a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah.
All right, so Brian, talk us through Chris's turn. What's the rest of the logic? What's the game plan?
Yeah. So still on this Arven search, kind of debating over like the Buddy Poffin and possibly the Evo TM. Still kind of searching through, seeing what they want. Buddy Poffin comes out. Probably just making sure that there are basics to put down there. So there is at least one Gimme Ghoul there still. Looks like the other one might be prized.
Also looks like
Yeah.
Evo TM may be prized.
Yeah, I thought I saw it for a second.
No.
Yeah,
So that is actually a
Yeah.
big deal,
and then there goes the Aaron running.
which is nice
Yeah.
because then for Chris, that gets a little more energy in hand, means they may be able to reach for a knockout anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is a huge swing for John because now John sees a board full of single prizers.
Yeah, definitely, and he can start eating with those with the Iron Hands.
Exactly.
Yep, and now this could be the turn to get the Magnemite.
100%.
Yep.
Because now you need to be able to set up for a follow-up.
Yep. Yeah, and I kind of like this play too, just because like with the limited bench space and no Area 0 right now, realizing that it's not necessary to have both Iron Hands on the board yet is a good kind of prediction to make.
Absolutely. Would you have liked to see that fleet-footed first before the Arven? Or
No, I think you kind of save it for the generator so you can kind of know that you can hit both. It's definitely one of those things where it doesn't feel good when you fleet foot and you hit an energy and then you proceed to whiff the rest of that generator.
That is fair. I was thinking more prior to Arvin because currently you have 2 outs in deck you're searching for, a
Yeah.
generator and a Forest Seal Stone. If you Fleetfoot, there's a shot to hit a generator, but
Yeah,
if you
that's
remove the
true.
generator, then obviously odds go
Yeah.
down.
That's true. I feel like you just have the higher chance of hitting the energy out of the generator instead.
Well, so that is
yeah.
very true, certainly.
Yeah.
All right, so off this nest ball, debating what John wants to get. Like, I'm almost
Yeah.
thinking another Iron Hands.
Yeah. The Fez isn't a bad idea either.
No, Fez is definitely
Yeah.
a good idea, just to set up for the next turn.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
No, Goldango doesn't play a lot of hand disruption except for Roxanne.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, neither does Miraidon, except for does Chris even play, or does John even play Iono?
I don't think so. I feel like most of these decks are very, very straightforward, so they don't look for the
Well, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
You have one mission. The one mission is to
Yeah.
go boom boom and take a
Yes.
lot of aggressive prizes.
yeah. Just seems like Arvin and Boss as the supporters.
Yes. And that's it actually.
Yeah.
Just 7 supporters. Sky, looking out for us. Thank you
Yes.
very much. Also, Kenneth, looking out for us. Thank you very much.
Yes.
See, y'all got it covered.
Yeah.
As per Fantastic.
Yes.
All right, so John going in with the secret box, getting a switch cart, and Arvin, Bravery Charm, and debating getting another stadium, deciding not to. Yeah, and
Yeah.
taking the same. And
Might
honestly,
as well.
that's the right choice. Thin out
Yeah.
the deck a little more.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so then we got a generator.
Yeah.
We need to hit.
Oh yeah.
We had the Forest Sealstone as an option, but
Yeah.
man, oh man, I think we want to save that for later.
Let's see it. Ooh, it's not an energy. All
Ooh,
right.
That's good.
It's good.
So let's see the Jenny number 1.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ooh. That's not
That's
great.
not good.
All right. See the Forest Sealstone. So we need to hit at least 2 off this generator now if we're flipping our
Yeah.
V-Star, and that is scary. All right.
Oh man. This is starting to get a little intense.
This is.
Yeah.
Especially because John had an opportunity and just, oof, it could be sketchy if we
Yeah.
don't hit it.
Definitely.
So let me ask you, if we only hit 1 energy, what do we do?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you have to arm press, right?
I guess so.
Oh,
There's one.
Oh.
There's 2. All right.
Oh, Here we go.
So we hit. And yes, Kenneth, agreed. And Murray, no whiff. I like the unbiased
Yeah.
nature of the chat right now.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So Sky is hyped as
Yes.
well. All right. So we see John go in with the hands. Amp you very much.
Amp.
Still debating attaching some tools here. And to be honest, I would like to see it just to force some more resources out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
And we see them. We don't even see the amp hands, which is very disappointing. But
Yeah.
hopefully next time.
Shout out Jarek. Goldango been the goat. Definitely.
Absolutely. Did you
Yeah.
play Goldango long before it
Yeah,
became popular?
That Charlotte run was crazy. The top
Yes.
32.
Okay. Yes, Murray, that is exactly how it is going to go. But let us hope and dream for exciting things.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so Chris does get the Goldango out with that Ultra Ball. Currently, hand isn't actually that great aside from a bunch of energy.
Yeah.
So what's Chris hoping to see?
Let's see what we're working with. So it has a Cypher's crazy. That's good.
Cypher is crazy, but is there a way to draw more cards?
Yeah, hopefully. Oh yeah, so there's the
Yes, there is.
Ninja. That's
Yep.
perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
So with Cypher, we are absolutely cooking.
Let's see here.
And so,
Three-
Brian, what's Chris getting off Cypher?
Yeah, probably. Probably another Goldango just for more draw, and then maybe like the eSearch Pro. Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
exactly my thought.
Yeah.
So you want Goldango eSearch Pro, just so that way you can completely
Yeah.
thin your deck of stuff. And then also you can protect that Gimme Ghoul and have it
Yeah.
not be an out to an amp you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, because you just want to keep your board as clean as possible with like no any like 1 prizers or 2 prize liabilities. So yeah.
Exactly. So now the tough part is John does have an out to win this game with that Greninja on the board.
Yeah.
because Jarek, thank you very
Yeah,
much, my friend.
much
I
love.
appreciate you being out here today too, and I'm
Much
sorry
love.
the run didn't work as well for
Yeah.
you as hoped. So, Chris, getting a second Goldango is big. Getting an eSearch Pro is big. But for John, assuming this hands go down, what's his response?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to say just because you want to hope that you can hit like. Oh, I don't even know. Can the Raikou even make it?
Not
No.
with the size of Chris's board.
Yeah.
But what John can do is try to set up another hands.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have
I
to.
mean, the Magneton gets him there, and then with like a gust.
So the Magneton should get him there for the Raichu, and then
Mhm.
he's going to have to hit at least a generator or two more to set up a hands to clear the game.
Yeah.
And so we also don't have Raichu down yet, which is something that's going to be important.
Definitely. Yeah, Raichu's in the hand.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
cooking. We're great.
Yeah.
This is fine. This
yeah,
is fine.
This is fine.
Things are actually not fine, to be clear,
Yeah.
for those listening. Things are very not fine. For Chris, they're fine.
Yes.
And we do have a metal energy. We need 6 energy to take the knockout, which is actually going to strain his resources a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're going to go to almost no cards in hand after we have this superior. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, this is tough, man.
Yeah, this is getting tough now too. Yeah, Palpad bringing back Cypher, Arvin.
Which is good, because then it gives Chris more outs to play the game. And Chris is going to take 2 prizes here, which helps a lot. But now, John's going to have to respond.
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough. It's tough because how many generators have been used already? I think like 2 or 3.
I think 2.
Yeah.
All right, and 6
Yep.
energy, knocking out that Iron Hands. Chris takes 2 prizes. Are they good?
Okay, boss
Boss?
off the top.
Okay. That could be big for
Yeah.
John. So let's see this Miraidon.
Yeah. Wonder if the Raichu comes down here, or second hands.
I think this may be second hands.
Yeah.
Because if we're able to hands without using... Wait, what?
Oh. No Raichu.
So-
or no Magneton.
And that's just all but the game right there. Now, we
Yeah.
could have tried to reach 4 generators on the Iron Hands, but without Magneton, it would have been so
Yeah.
hard to follow that up. So, I mean, Brian, we have our winner.
yeah.
Chris Franco
Yeah, shout out to
playing
Chris.
Goldango.
Goldango took the whole thing.
Goldango did. And I don't think that was either of our picks.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, and to be fair, it was a pretty popular deck. It
Yeah.
was a little over 10% of the field today, which is
Mhm.
pretty good. So, I mean, congratulations to Chris.
Yeah.
Well, we'll definitely get a good picture with Chris and his. Do we want to gift Chris the air fryer?
They won the air fryer.
That's true. Well, I mean, do
Yeah.
we want to do it on stream right here?
Oh yeah.
All right. Do you want to be the
Yeah.
one to gift to him, or should
Yeah,
I?
Sure.
All right. I'll go grab him. I'll go
I'll
grab him.
him.
Chris, can I steal you for a bit back here? We have a prize for you, obviously.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Looks like.
Please
bring-
go on over. Have a seat.
Hello. There's the headset there. Just bring you for a quick winners interview. All right, Chris. So, congrats on winning.
Yeah. thank you.
Yeah. So, before presenting the gift, just a couple things like what kind of led you to the deck choice today, and what were some of the major things that kind of helped take the dub today?
I think Goldango is just a really good play for Cubs because it's just consistent and does whatever it needs to do every
Yeah,
turn.
absolutely.
300, 300, 300.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, also, I feel like there's like a smaller presence of decks that counter it that get played at League Cups compared to regionals.
Okay.
So, I mean, I played it yesterday and I did really bad.
Yeah. Well, you
at
got the
League Cups,
redemption
yeah,
here,
so,
so
yeah, we take those.
yeah, definitely. Was your list any different from like a lot of the other ones that are going around?
I think a lot of lists right now are playing the Strike It Rich Goldango.
Oh
And
yeah,
like some other like Spirit Dooms decks and stuff. I
Yeah.
just cut all of that to like play more nest balls, more Arvin, play 4
Yeah.
Arvin, 3 nest balls. So, I
Definitely.
mean, it worked.
all right, for sure, for sure. So congrats, we got one more gift for you here. You get a brand new air fryer.
Let's go.
So, in order to keep up with the rest of the prizing amongst other TCGs,
Gonna hold it up to the.
yeah, hold it up for the camera. Yep. You're the champ, so you get to take home from winning a very major event. Get your very own air fryers, so you can take that
Well,
back with you.
Yeah, now I have two. Let's
You
go.
have two of 'em
yeah.
now?
Dude, who doesn't have an air fryer?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you can tell that to all the Yu-Gi-Oh players out there, right? So yeah, congrats for that. I
thank
mean, you're gonna be walking out with not only this, but you get a little bit of cash too. So
It's a little bit.
yeah, just a little bit. So yeah, so thanks again for coming
Yeah,
out
sure.
and for everything like that. Congratulations, Chris Franco, for winning our 1K League Cup.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Congratulations. Here, I can get that off.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Yes.
And we'll probably get a picture of you outside of it too.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so now that we have gotten Chris his incredible special prizing of the giant air fryer that is almost the size of my torso,
Yeah, dude, barely fit in my little Corolla.
we are struggling to get it out the door, as you
Yes.
can hear. Yes. So, Brian, this was a pretty good day. We had some
Yeah.
great games, some
We
great
had
matches.
very quality games. Quality players, everything.
Yeah.
The whole round. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, Brian, any last words for the people before you sign off?
No, I mean, thank you all for coming out and watching our League Cup, despite all the the regionals and stuff going around. We stream all of our locals every Thursday here at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. You'll either find myself or here every Thursday, kind of running the stream here. We do have a league challenge coming up this upcoming Thursday. So if you're around the area or can come out to play, come out and play. What else do we have here? We're going to start post rotation a little bit right after that. Other than that, you can follow us on Twitter at NRGPTCG.
I think so, like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. But exactly.
Yeah.
So we have League Challenge on Thursday, which is going to be fantastic. We
Yeah.
start post rotation after that. And
Yep.
like you guys mentioned, we are working on a Nerd Rage NRG series. And then one other thing, we're still working on the details,
Yeah.
but we are planning another charity event for this summer. So
Yes.
the Ace, thank you so much. And honestly, we would love for you guys to follow, like,
Yeah.
all the kind of stuff, because we're trying to grow it and trying to convince Norm that we should keep doing this. So really appreciate all you guys coming out, joining, chatting, and just being a part of this.
Yeah, and any sort of other feedback about the stream, you can either tell either one of us, like
Yeah.
you can DM us on Twitter or anything like that. We'd be more than happy to hear you guys out and incorporate any sort of feedback that you guys have for the stream.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
Murray, thank you for being here. Thank you for
Yeah.
everyone for being here, for playing, for being a part of the experience. So,
Yep. Oh, should we mention 3v3?
oh,
Yeah.
and we also are, and this is also tentative planning,
Yeah.
we are also planning a 3v3 tournament for Pokemon coming up this summer as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a week of really cool events, but you guys have more of that coming.
Yeah, and that'll be cool too because there's not really too many team style events that we can really do. Because it's a trading card game. It's usually like a 1 versus 1 kind of thing, but a 3v3 definitely can add a lot of cool stuff to the game.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Chris. Thank you all again. Thank you, Bryce and Zeke and Michael, for running a great event. And that's all for today. So we'll see you next time here at Nerd Rage Gaming.